I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
What difference does it make, right? What
Stop. Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way that you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. You're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology. So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage. The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, they're dead? With a crowbar, you say?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live a Moderator Monday on a Saturday evening. Yes, that's right. You heard it. We're all going to pretend it's Monday here. We all hate each other and the world, and we're going to have a debate about it. This evening, the statement is the U.S. should cut ties with Israel. With me, I have Alex Kirsch Project, Prime K's, Tyler, the average debate enjoyer, and Admiral Gibbs, of course. Alex, would you like to start with your opening statement, please?
Yes. First things first, Sarah, thank you so much for setting this up. And I want to thank everybody for participating tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, I rise tonight to make the case for cutting ties with Israel. And I do so for those who no longer have a voice. Take Hind Rajab, a 5-year-old girl in Gaza. Her family's car was riddled with over 300 bullets by Israeli forces. Panicked, she managed to call emergency services, whispering that tanks and soldiers were approaching. Moments later, she screamed and she was silenced forever. Or Rahil Rasras, age 32, who died of malnutrition at Nasser Hospital, weighing just 55 pounds, or Hussam al-Masri, a Reuters journalist, I say again, a journalist, was killed while helping evacuate patients from that same hospital after Israeli rockets struck it not once, but twice. These people were not Hamas. They were not combatants. They were a threat to nobody. They were human beings simply erased. Since October the 7th, Israel has unleashed a campaign that Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Médecins Sans Frontières, Save the Children, and even Israeli groups like B'Tselem have called a genocide. Doctors describe hospitals as hell on earth. While children are being shot while trying to get food at aid sites, aid workers have been obliterated by airstrikes. Starvation is being used as a weapon. And yet we continue to bankroll this. $3.8 billion every year in military aid to Israel. And to put that into perspective, we trade $253 billion with Germany, $217 billion with Japan, $118 billion with India, and $120 billion with Brazil. None of them get billions of weapons. But Israel, with only a $35 billion in trade, gets endless subsidies to drop bombs on civilians. That's not strategy. That's complicity. Now, I know what my opponents might say. They'll throw in some whataboutisms, Iraq, Afghanistan, maybe even Dresden, Germany during World War II. They might say war is hell. But last I checked, the United States condemns starvation. We don't fund it. They'll say we need Israel for intel against terrorists, but relying on Israel for counterterrorism is like paying a pyromaniac to be your firefighter. Their brutality doesn't make us safer. It fuels the very extremism they claim to fight. And finally, they might say cutting ties is anti-Semitic. Let's be clear. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. We do not oppose Israel because of Judaism. We oppose Israel because of its government's war crimes. True allies hold each other accountable. Blind loyalty to genocide is not friendship, it's betrayal of our values, of international law, and of humanity itself. So I ask you, what do we stand for as a nation? If we believe in human rights, in the rule of law, in justice, then we must say no more blank checks for bombs, no more red carpets for war criminals, and no more complicity. Cutting ties isn't abandonment. It's accountability. And accountability is the first step towards peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And Prime to you, please. Don't forget to unmute.
Hello. So I'll keep my opening statement quite short and to the point. The U.S. should absolutely cut ties with Israel. Israel is a rogue state. Israel has proven itself to be an untrustworthy partner for like decades, beyond even the current conflict. They are a completely untrustworthy partner, and they inflame the region. So Israel makes the United States less safe. That goes against the conventional thinking here, right? At least the thinking that the establishment tries to push on to the people, that somehow Israel is some sort of bulwark against the dangerous savages. Honestly, savages is really what they mean when they're talking about our Arab friends. But no, Israel is the focal point of rage that you'll see within that region. And our support for it only makes us a target as well. So for that and a whole list of other reasons, not least of which, of course, is the genocide that's occurring, the U.S. should cut ties with Israel.
Perfect. Thank you, Prime. Tyler, to you.
Alrighty, the prompt here is, should the U.S. cut ties with Israel? And the answer is always and clearly, absolutely not. We're going to go into two breakdowns for my argument. First, reputational damage to the United States for keeping Israel an ally. And secondly, strategic advantage for keeping Israel an ally. So I think moving forward, we have the most technologically advanced nation pushing Western values more so than anyone that surrounds it. It's a no-brainer. But since this is still a debate, I guess that's too high of a bar to set. What we're going to see is you have to dozens of Arab nations are willing to come to the table if this new Trump deal happens that was just proposed. This new Trump deal to make Gaza great again is a shot in the foot to anybody that says we should pull away from Israel. It is going to stabilize the region more so than it's been stabilized in the last 200 years, long before Israel was incepted. So my first argument is going to be reputational damage to the United States. And here we're going to go through a lot of false claims like the famine in Gaza being caused by Israel, a genocide happening, occupation happening, murder, and all these things. We're going to go through and actually look at the facts of all these. We're going to look at how there's a massive double standard. That double standard is we need to take Hamas at face value. We need to quote their death tolls, even though they've been disproven multiple times. And everything Israel says is a lie because they've lied in the past. And it's just going to be a massive double standard that we're going to expose all night. If you're looking at both sides of the military conflict here, Israel is clearly the much more humane side. So Hamas backer and funder Iran, this is where we're going to start to move into strategy. Hamas backer and funder Iran, they have lied to us multiple times through the JCPOA. They were funding Hamas to the tunes of billions of dollars. They were paying martyr funds. They were killing our troops. They were kidnapping our people. And on top of that, they were aiding our worst enemies on the world stage, China and Russia. Number one import of energy to China comes from Iran. Number one weapons import to Russia comes from Iran. They are backing up the worst people on the world stage. If we abandon Israel, a nation 1/10 their size that destroyed them in a war, all we're doing is letting our adversaries get stronger. So we can point to the Abraham Accords now. Multiple nations, massive nations that have been calling for the death of Israel for almost its inception are now on board with trade, travel, regulating together, and many more are willing to come to the table if this Trump deal goes through and Israel leaves the nation. Saudi Arabia has been vocal about that. So we can talk about all that. We can talk about Trump's 20-point plan, but what I gather we're going to run into tonight is we're going to be debunking a lot of propaganda. So with the famine in particular, we see Hamas, it's been documented. Hamas steals hundreds of trucks of aid. They're hoarding it in multiple warehouses. We've seen what happens when Gazans break into that warehouse. They're executed on the street. It's all on video. we see that they take these goods that they steal from the international community, the UN, dropping them off, and they resell them. They're reselling them right now 100 times the rate of what they cost prior to the war. This is how a flour crisis happened. And guess what? It was default blamed on Israel, spread around for 2 weeks. It was Israel's fault that there wasn't flour. And then an investigation was done, and we found out it was Hamas overcharging their people by 120 times the rate of what flour normally costs in order to fund the war. So we're going to go through stuff like that. We're going to go through the 12 kids that we're claiming were all malnourished and being posted all over the internet, and how that was debunked because all of them were actually had sicknesses that made their bones pop out. And in most of the pictures, you could see their healthy families standing right next to them, fully fed and nourished. So it just, all of it is just complete propaganda. And when you hold both sides to the same standard, Israel clearly comes out as the good guys.
Perfect. Thank you, Tyler. And Gibbs, to you, please.
All right, just give me 1 second. All right. Good evening, my fellow Americans. First, thank you, Sarah, for having me on again. As for the topic tonight, many of you may know me, some may not. So without further ado, my name is Justin Admiral Gibbs. You can find me on every platform as Admiral Gibbs. One thing that I'm sure my opponents will bring up is that despite the fact that I am a patriot, I only care about what's best for me. Before we begin, I think it's important to clarify that neither myself nor my partner have ever been given any Jew gold. No one is paying us for our opinions. We truly only want what's best for the United States. The prompt is the U.S. should cut ties with Israel. As my partner has clearly laid out, the answer is a resounding no for a plethora of reasons. Some of these include Israel being our client state, technology, real-time experience, weakening of the axis of evil, liberal democracy, historical and religious reasons. Israel, for all intents and purposes, is our client state and one of only a few reliable partners in the region. They are a reliable economic partner and one of the largest producers of semiconductors outside of Taiwan. They consistently back us when we put forth resolutions to the UN and back us in condemning our adversarial powers. Which brings me to my next point. As I stated earlier, I am a patriot. Iran is part of the current axis of evil. Along with North Korea, they're the biggest state sponsors of terrorism globally. They fund and support groups directly with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, politically and strategically, as well as more tangibly with munitions, such as rockets and other munitions. Hamas is one of those groups. Hamas has no problem launching rockets from the roofs of schools, hospitals, and other apartment buildings. While Israel warns people to leave before they bomb buildings in order to reduce casualties and only destroy the infrastructure. Israel is also tied to our military-industrial complex. If you're an American, then you should be happy that Israel is our ally. Israel is one of the biggest buyers of our weaponry and even have their own variants of our weapons platforms. This is an economic boon as well as a benefit for our technological advancements in regards to national security as well as real-time experience fighting our enemies. I won't go into the specific technical names unless necessary and pressed by my opponents, and I have the sources with their actual technical names, but I'm going to refer to two platforms as I for Israeli variant going forward. The F-35I and the F-15I both have been built for specific missions with modern tech that have been tested in proxy wars repeatedly. Not only that, the current proposed Golden Dome is being based off the highly successful Iron Dome that we assisted Israel in building. America is safer from rockets due to the fact these evil countries keep trying to fire rockets at Israel and wipe the Jews out. And they have built one of the most prolific missile defense systems of all time, and they keep improving it. This experience has been invaluable to the United States. We have been able to see our upgraded platforms tested in real-time combat situations against our client states, against near-peer adversaries. Israel is also one of the only liberal democracies in the region. They accept most people into their country, allow them to become full citizens. The ethno-state claims are highly exaggerated. And even if they were true, how come the libs and lefties, like our opponents, always point to other racist ethno-states like the Nordic countries as ideal socialist models? The Hamas, the despicable terrorist organization, hates the LGBTQ community and has been known to stone gay men and women to death and throw them off buildings. Their backer, Iran, forces gay men to transition or chemically castrates them. If you're pro-LGBTQ, you can't be pro-Palestine, despite what many would have you believe. Right after Hamas is done committing the biggest Jewish genocide since the Holocaust, if they succeed, they will turn right around and wipe out the LGBTQ community. Why do my opponents here hate the LGBTQ community? That's what I want to know. Why do these people want these people murdered? Also, the Palestinians have no historical claim. The earliest people we can trace back to are the descendants of the Phoenicians, aka the Sea people from ancient records, who came in and wiped out the original inhabitants. But we're in turn conquered by the Israelites. As for the religious aspect, if you're a Christian, and I know many of you in the audience are, the Bible is quite clear about what happens to countries that oppose God's chosen people, the Jews. Israel is a Jewish nation. Our opponents will try to argue that they are against Zionism but are okay with Judaism. This is a perfidious and duplicitous deception to cover their hate of religion and their hate of the Jews, and by extension, their desire to weaken the great United States in order to implement a national socialist, a democratic socialist system. Don't let the leftists and Sharia law-loving Muslims convince you to abandon Israel. It's just the first step towards either a theocracy or something akin to a national socialist government. So I did it again. Democratic socialist government. Finally, the most American of reasons, we love Israel. Israel fucking wins wars. Why would we ever want to team up with a bunch of ignorant, women-hating camel herders who chant death to America every chance we get? God bless America. God bless Israel. Now into my opponent's cases. They didn't put forth anything of substance. As Tyler is going to get into, they put forth several examples of these people saying these kids were dying and then all sorts of other things. And then we find out later they're not dead. They come forward all the time. We know that they played duplicitous games with how they describe casualties. We know all these things. Hamas is a liar. Why would we trust terrorists? Why would we trust people that are backed by groups that chant death to America? I don't know. Maybe our opponents can enlighten us, but I doubt it.
Thank you, Gibbs. And as a kind reminder to our audience, we are going to get through the debate. We will move into closing statements. And then, of course, we will read and respond to your kind super chats. And, of course, your favorite portion. After that, we will move into open panel dumpster fire. So if you have something to say to any of the panelists, we will move into that portion a little later, and you'll be able to come on and tell them how you feel. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
I'm kind of curious. Do you guys think that there's a genocide going on in Gaza or in Palestine right now?
No.
Why not?
There is it's a gay genocide.
Why do you think it's not a genocide?
Well, genocide, unless you use a very broad definition of the term, expand it far past what the term actually means. Going off of Israel's numbers, only 2% of the nation has died in over 2 years of combat. Israel has been relocating millions of people all over to avoid combat. Hamas hasn't done that. They haven't relocated a single person. They actually threaten them with violence and tell them to stay in combat zones. So Israel has taken multiple actions. On top of that, the GHF was feeding up to 2 billion meals a day to a million people, and then relying on the UN and to get the rest. So all this was going on. It can't be a genocide if they're feeding them, providing them water, providing them electricity, providing them shelter, and keeping them out of harm's way of combat while their own government is seeking to see them dead.
Okay, so first things first, since you said a lot right there, I just want to make one thing clear. Genocide doesn't mean wiping out an entire population. It's talking about targeting an entire group of people for elimination, to exterminate them, essentially. And just because you move people, we have to remember something. Israel told people to go to Rafah. You know what they did afterwards? They bombed Rafah. They killed people
out of Rafah before that too, though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but no, that's fine. They killed people in Rafah, and let alone the fact that they've been very clear that they are not just killing these people. They're also ethnically cleansing, which means moving them from their houses and then occupying that land. That's ethnic cleansing. And I'm just kind of curious, like, how is it you can say that this is not a genocide where pretty much every human rights organization I listed has stated that this is 100% a genocide? Are you saying that you're correct and they are wrong?
Because most of
before you answer, Tyler, let me just ask you a question, if you don't mind. So you're against ethnic cleansing. What does it say in the Hamas charter about from the river to the sea and the wiping out of the Jews? Is that ethnic cleansing, or is that just outright Holocaust?
Well, I don't support Hamas, so your point is completely flat.
Well, is Hamas the leaders of the Palestinian groups that live in that area right now?
And I don't support Hamas. I'm talking about the people of Palestine.
Who are you supporting? Because the people of Palestine seem to support them, and that's their ruling government.
They don't all support Hamas.
They're interchangeable, aren't they? Are they not?
Hamas is still the most popular movement inside both the West Bank and Gaza.
So, you actually don't give a shit about ethnic cleansing. It's just you don't like the Jews. Got it. All right, go ahead, Tyler.
That's actually that's actually completely slanderous, and honestly, that's not a true argument.
No, it's a factual statement based on.
It's not a fact. Okay, sir, you need to understand something. There are Jews that are completely against the genocide. Are they anti-Semitic too?
Yeah, I mean, there are also Jews that were pro the genocide back in World War II. What does that have to do with anything?
No, those were Zionists, sir. There's a difference, actually.
Oh, I knew this was going to happen. That's why I said that in my opening. These guys are going to try to convince you it's Zionism and not Judaism that they don't like, but it's really Judaism that they hate. I got it.
Sure, it's based on history. It's based on history. Go ahead, Tyler.
Okay, so the ethnic cleansing claim, the plan that Israel agreed to, the Trump plan, says that nobody is being forced to leave the area. 1, and 2, Israel will not be an occupying force. They will completely leave Gaza after a certain point, and it'll be managed by a technocrat Arab state nation with the U.S. having a big seat at the table as well. So there's no ethnic cleansing going on. That claim that this is what Israel agreed to end the war is completely out the window, and they're getting all that land back. In fact, we're going to invest into it and rebuild it for them, not costing them anything, because the Palestinians that are there, as long as they lay down their arms and say they're not going to attack Israel anymore, are no longer a threat to Israel.
So I'm just kind of curious. You're saying that like we're just going to remove these people from their land, and I remember you actually mentioned this in a panel on Gibbs's panel of all things for 3 years, basically. How much is that going to cost exactly?
I don't know. The plan seems to be Trump wants to relocate, but he was talking earlier about relocating him temporarily in a different country and then letting him come back, but that doesn't seem to jive with the Arab nations. So what they're looking at right now is like they're doing when they went into Gaza City initially, they moved everybody to Rafah. Then they went into Rafah and moved 800,000 people out of Rafah before they bombed it. And then they moved them recently just out of Gaza City again. They've moved about 900,000 people, I think the count was yesterday, out of Gaza City back to the south where there's no more Hamas bases for them to bomb, and they're going to go into the main center of Hamas right now that's in Gaza City, something they've been avoiding. If you look at the way that it's the line is right now, there's a little hump around Gaza City. That's Hamas's stronghold where the hostages are being held that they've been avoiding.
So
anyway, I thought it ludicrous that you're sitting here arguing that they don't support Hamas after we saw October 7th, where they were, parading women they had raped to death and killed, and all these other people. They're literally all the cities. They look like the scene out of Star Wars: The End of Return of the Jedi, where they're sitting here celebrating, having parties, dancing. Even when they returned some of the hostages looking ragged and beaten down, these people were celebrating and spitting on them and throwing stuff on them. Like this is a group of people that have been supporting Hamas the whole time. They're one and the same, and even Hamas thinks they're one and the same. When they report casualties, they don't classify them as separate from war deaths or casualties of Hamas. They just classify everybody as a civilian. So even Hamas thinks they're one and the same. So you're arguing with what the Palestinians elected and put in power, and then you're arguing with Hamas and the Palestinians for what they classify as Palestine. So everything you're saying is not based in fact, Alex Kirsch, and I'm saying everything is factual based off their own reporting.
Actually, no, it's based upon reporting. The reporting I actually gave was based upon human rights organizations, especially Israeli organizations. Are you telling me that they're wrong?
I'm ready to get to those because one of them, Amnesty International in particular, is just one of the biggest ones claiming, first off, all of their claims were investigated by the Joe Biden administration in 2024. They found zero proof that there was actually anything concerning a war crime going on. They found no evidence of it, though they found the concerns concerning. But that being said, the Israeli wing of Amnesty International came out afterwards and after an internal review and said that a lot of their claims were not verified in fact, and some of them actually were pressing up against violating laws of defamation. The same thing happened with Amnesty International when they did some attacks on Ukraine, I think in 2022. They said something, they basically used Russian propaganda against Ukraine, and there was an internal review on Amnesty International, and a bunch of people got fired. It seems like Amnesty International and a lot of these aid groups are bought out by that Qatar money, which puts it about 20 times to the U.S. cycles what Israel puts in every year, and AIPAC, which is a U.S.-based firm as well.
Well, here's what I'm not understanding, though. What I'm hearing from both you and Gibbs is that for some reason, like if Hamas reports the numbers, they're complete bullshit. But for some reason, when Israel reports the internal investigations, those numbers are verified. It seems like you want to have them both ways. What's going on there?
Well, I would say that Israel hasn't been falsified on this specific topic enough for me to doubt their numbers. I got 10 examples of the Gaza Health Ministry flat out making things up. The Al-Shifa Hospital, the Witkoff massacre, all these things have been debunked after further investigation, or at least if it happened in this war, it hasn't been fully investigated yet, but there's enough evidence to conclusively say that Israel is providing a bunch more information. Witkoff massacre, we have 2 anonymous sources that talk to doctors versus 4 drone videos. So I would go with the videos over 2 anonymous sources that we don't even know the names of. So,
well, what about the Nassif Hospital that I actually brought up earlier, where they hit it not once but twice? I mean, these guys were not a threat to anybody. That's considered a war crime, sir.
I would have to look into that, but from what I have seen, every hospital that Israel has hit, they can show through satellite imagery and through tunnel mapping that they not only had bunkers and bases underneath them, but they were also linked to the mass tunnel system in Brun. There's an article I have in my citations of a children's hospital that was being used. The basement of it was hooked to the tunnel system, and it was being used to store weapons and rockets. If one of those rockets had just exploded, it would have killed all those kids above. And that's what they would use it for. It's been documented for years. They dug up their own water pipes, turned them into missiles. They were given giant hydroponic beds when Israel was forced to withdraw all the Jews out of that area, when they gave it to them after Oslo. They tore up water pipes to turn into bombs again, and tore up this giant hydroponic bed that could have provided food for their entire Gaza.
Okay, so first things first, sir, none of that is true when it comes to talk about the Nassif hospital, actually, because even Israel came out and says, oh, that was a mistake. We were not supposed to hit that hospital, but they didn't hit once. They hit it twice. So I fail to see like how there's tunnels and they say, oh, yeah, we did it on purpose. But then they say, oh, no, that was a complete accident. I'd like you to tell me, how is that possible? Because there was video footage of them actually evacuating people that were not a threat whatsoever. They were not an ongoing threat to the Israeli military whatsoever, and they still hit it not once but twice. Israel tried to say it was a mistake. These guys were aid workers and journalists. This is a war crime. Do you deny this?
Are you actually trying to sit here with a straight face and pretend that, okay, you might be able to find one example where Hamas was able to bamboozle people, but are you actually with a straight face trying to sit here and lie and tell us that Hamas isn't using people for human shields? We know for a fact one of these journalists you just mentioned was one of the people that was holding a hostage for Hamas. Yeah, we do know that. It's been verified several times.
What was the name of the journalist again?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm sure we can find it.
Of course you don't. That's convenient.
Listen, it's convenient. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to sit here and play Google games, but like we can find it in a second. I'm not a big deal. But we already know that's one of the things. We know these people have used civilians to hold their hostages for a while. It's been a well-known established fact. We know they've shot rockets from the top of schools. We know they've used hospitals as military bases. We know they dug up the water system for and power plant systems to make rockets. This is like not even a debate. We know they flew in and attacked the civilian festival on October 7th. That's not it for a debate. And then we know they celebrate and drag these bodies through the streets. And you're sitting here going, oh, that's a war crime. You know what's a war crime? Attacking a music festival. That's a war crime. And then now they're sitting here having to suffer the consequences because their elected government is taking an ass beating. I'm sorry. I'm not sympathetic for that.
Well, here's the let me clarify something real quick. So first things first, I denounced what happened on October 7th. It was definitely a war crime. Pretty much everybody across the country, across the world, even people that support Palestine say what happened on October 7th was a war crime. So first things first, I'm actually very consistent about this. And second, I want to bring up another point, and Prime, I promise I'll let you get in here as well. So it's so funny how like Gibbs talks about, oh, well, why would we support people that are against the LGBTQ plus community? It's kind of a fair point. It's interesting you bring that up because we're actually allied with a lot of other countries that are anti-LGBTQ plus, like for example, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates. So does this mean that we're suddenly going to start, bombing them or something like that? And look, we need to understand something, though. Human rights aren't exactly a menu item. You don't get to excuse a genocide because one side scores better on LGBTQ plus stuff. And we're simply talking about the fact that if you're upset, oh, I'm not going to side with people in Palestine because they're anti-LGBTQ plus, which you, of course, I don't know how you feel about the community. But the thing is, we're allied with other countries that also have horrendous LGBTQ plus violations, basically. So I don't know where you fall on that spectrum.
Well, I just want a quick point of clarification. I have two sources right here. One's the New York Times, known for being extremely conservative, according to, Schumer. I'll send it to Sarah if she wants to look at it. I have another one from CNN. Both of them are sitting here citing that it was a journalist that was sitting here hiding 3 Israeli hostages in their family home, and they were rescued by Israeli forces. Both and the hostages themselves testified to that, as well as the Israeli government. So yeah, it sounds like you're wrong or you're lying.
And but here's the thing: the journalist I brought up was not involved in that whatsoever. He was a Reuters journalist.
How convenient! It's real convenient.
I gave him a name
you brought up, but when I could actually name the specific journalist,
I did name a specific journalist.
To be able to pronounce his name.
That's the difference between you and me, though. I
will name it. His name is Abdullah Al-Jamal, right? A Palestinian journalist and Hamas operative who also moonlighted for Al Jazeera as well. He hid 3 hostages in his family home, and you were just saying, "Oh, these people are all journalists." No, this is exactly my point. Where Hamas is using civilian workers and civilians to sit here as human shields. That's what they're doing. They're despicable people. It's evil, and this is their elected government doing this.
Was Hossam al-Masri a Hamas operative, sir?
Abdullah Al-Jamal was the guy that I'm talking about.
Him. Sir,
I don't give
I
a
asked
shit
you-
about what you're talking about. I'm
I
talking
know
about
you
the
don't give a
journalist.
shit. That's
Yeah,
the
because you're
difference.
sitting here being dishonest. You're pointing to one
What?
journalist who didn't do this, and I'm pointing to a journalist that is a Hamas operative. That's one of the ones I'm talking about.
So,
And you're sitting
one
here going,
Hamas-
well, X didn't do this, so we should ignore Y. That's ridiculous. Like, are you kidding me? If I'm sitting here working for, like, I don't know, let's say I'm working for the Klan. And I work for the Klan, and I'm a journalist, and I don't know, Tyler works for the Klan, and he actually kills 3 people, but I don't do it. And all the Klan members go, oh, Gibbs didn't do any of this, so we should all just stop looking at journalists working for the Klan. Do you see how stupid that fucking sounds?
I see how the whole entire hypothetical scenario has nothing to do with this debate anyway. So, Prime, go ahead.
Well,
And jump
if you
in,
can't
buddy.
see how that hypothetical scenario has anything to do with this debate, then goddamn, you got 2 brain cells and they're both gasping for air.
Cope and seeds, sir. Go ahead, Prime.
Yeah, I'm coping to see it. Okay, yeah, that's me.
Before we move on, can I address your hospital question first? So I just looked it up. The IDF hit the hospital 2 times in August. Both times they said it was an intended target. What they apologized for were the 19 casualties that resulted. But they'd already raided that hospital twice previously. Once in February, the first raid, they found hundreds of Hamas inside of it and connections to the tunnels. So that hospital was being used as a military staging ground.
So again, why did they apologize if it was an intended target, though?
Because they killed 19 people. So they apologized to those 19 people and their families. And they killed the 19 civilians that were not the intended target.
Okay, so apologized is that, but it's still considered a war crime. Would you agree it's a war crime, sir?
No, if they're using it as military staging ground, they lost that right.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would you apologize for something that you did? That doesn't make any sense.
The war crime laws say is that if you use public infrastructure as a military staging ground, it becomes a viable target.
So that basically means any target, like for example, if let's say Hamas decides to launch a target and it's nearby, like where IDF might be used, would you say that was considered a legitimate target then, even if civilians get killed?
It depends on what they're shooting at. Like there's complexities to
what
the
you're
war. So if you're shooting at an administrative building that's in a civilian area, no, that's a war crime. But if you're shooting at a bunker or like a barracks or something like that, those generally have to be isolated.
A barracks, yes. A military structure, yes.
This is all written into the laws around war crimes, how far something has to be away from civilian to be a viable military staging ground and such. So it's all taken care of if you want to.
But sir, we need to be clear about something though. These guys were not a threat to anybody when they were hit. That's one thing I'm trying to make abundantly clear. They were evacuating people that were wounded out of that scenario. Were they a threat at that time? Yes or no?
Probably not. It doesn't matter if they're a threat at that time.
It does.
Are they a threat in the future?
Yeah, were they a threat in the past and they wanted terrorists?
If I look into a crystal ball,
hey, this guy murdered 6 people, but hey, don't worry about him now because he threw his gun in the trash.
We have no
He's at
proof
home
if they
smoking
murdered.
meth.
Well, it's funny how like you say, well, we don't know if they're going to murder people in the future, so let's just go ahead and kill them now. That's not you don't do stuff like that.
You know what's a good example of this? The guy that they let loose like 20 times or 16 times, then he slit the girl's throat on the
that has
train.
nothing to do with this debate,
That's
sir.
the exact same example. Hey, he's not a threat right now. He'll be fine. We'll just give him a letter.
First
This
things
is
first,
the kind of logic you're using.
That's a complete deflection away from this topic. Save deflection for the United States Field Artillery, sir. It doesn't suit you, okay? Go ahead, Prime.
I wanted to give Prime the opportunity to jump in. He's been pretty quiet.
I'm known for being quiet in debates, not making a splash. Gibbs will tell you that.
Definitely Zemo.
Yeah. So I don't care about any of this. Like none of it. I don't care about any of this at all. So the focus of this conversation, as I understood it, was all the reasons why the United States should cut off ties with Israel. And that's where I'm going to keep my focus. I wildly disagree with things that Tyler and Admiral Gibbs are saying. I know they have no evidence to back up the things they've been saying. But rather than focusing on this, right? Like I'd like to focus on, why should we separate ourselves from Israel? Well, Israel, as I said in my opening statement, is a not firebrand. It throws gasoline into the fire that is the Middle East, right? Israel is a target of aggression. Why? Because they're looked at as invaders, and the front, right? The front of Western imperialism, and I mean the idea goes back centuries, ever since the Crusades. right? Like that you would have some sort of Western outpost in these Muslim lands for, well, in this case, not Christendom, but to promote and secure the interests of the bigger powers, before just simply European powers, but now mostly American interests. This makes the world more dangerous for Americans. That's my concern, right? My friend Gibbs pretends to be MAGA, but seems to be MEGA, right? Seems to be make Israel great always, right? And above America. When our friend Gibbs brings up the chants, right? The Death to America chants. Well, a lot of those chants specifically are about America's support for Israel. Now, this is different when we're talking about like the administrations of these regimes compared to the people, right? So the administrations, right? The kings, the prime ministers, the presidents in the region, they have differing opinions, and those are buffeted by global trends and their own economic interests. And so you have so many of them signing on to the Abraham Accords, right? Who were willing to tie themselves to Israel. Those individuals were doing that, those regimes, because there were significant economic benefits to do so, right? It brings them closer to America. It ties them to in a positive way to a nuclear power within the region. That'd be Israel, right? They had a whole list of reasons as to why they would do that. But one of the reasons wasn't, right, settling the Palestinian question. That was ignored. And because of that, well, October 7th happened. That was in response to those nations seemingly abandoning the Palestinian cause. Now, again, the people didn't abandon them. The people stood with them, and the people, uphold their populations, want change, intervention, something from their leaders, but they're ignored. Something that we can understand here in the States. And though people don't want to discuss this, right? Osama bin Laden, 9/11 attacks, right? He releases a letter to the American people, which was printed in The Guardian. And part of those reasonings why was because of America's involvement with Israel. It wasn't the only reason. It's just one of the reasons. Now, I am not saying that we follow the demands of a terrorist. No, fuck him, and fuck his supporters. But this is just an example. Osama bin Laden was the one who was able to reach out and touch America, and ended up with dead Americans. What does Israel give us? Israel gives us nothing. Israel gives us only headaches. Israel gives us a bill, right? As they demand more weapons, more money from us, more protection, always. Israel gives us commands when it wants us to go fight a war for itself. So that's why I'm going to, that'll be my focus of the conversation for me. So if people want to respond to that, I'll continue on later.
I do want to make a quick response. I know Tyler is going to want to. See, yeah, this is a lie. This is a perfidious deception that the left is doing here when they say that if we just left these nations in the Middle East alone, they wouldn't do anything. Let's go back. Let's do a little history lesson. I don't know if y'all like history, but I fucking love history, right? I got a minor in it. I'm a big fan. We look to our founding fathers and all this good jazz. Let's look to one of our founding fathers. Thomas Jefferson asked the ambassador of Tripoli before we went and whooped their ass. I don't know if you know the Marine Corps fight song, but from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. When he asked the ambassador of Tripoli, who was a Muslim nation at the time, he asked them, "Why are you attacking our ships and enslaving our people?" And the ambassador told Thomas Jefferson and John Adams that the enslaving American slavers was justified by religious law. And they expanded this to merchants. So no, just leaving these countries alone doesn't mean that they're going to just not hate us. They hate us because we're not Muslim. We're infidels to them. They hate us. That's what they do. When they come over here, they practice taqiyya or whatever it is, where they lie in order to establish Muslim sanctuaries, and then they establish those and they expand on those and then try to implement Sharia law or get politicians elected that are going to push more Muslim-focused policies. We've seen this happen. We're already seeing it in Michigan. We're seeing this happen in New York. We're seeing this happen all over the place. We've seen it happen overseas. We're seeing it in real time in the UK. So what Prime is saying is not historically accurate. We know for a fact that they hate us because we're infidels, right? It's not because we support Israel. And in fact, at least the Jews, if y'all are going to sit here and go, oh, the Jews are evil, and the Jews are sending us all this money, at least we can work with them because they're a merchant group and they recognize money, as opposed to some religious fundamentalist bullshit where they're going to kill all the infidel that doesn't agree with them. The Jews aren't talking about killing all the infidel. They just want to have their homeland safe. But you know what groups are? The Arabs. They are sitting here saying they want to kill death to America, and it's not what Prime said. And we can look back all the way to 1786 for that proof.
So I would hold on, before we go there, I'd like to respond. I never said Jews are evil. So definitely don't put that in my mouth. I have nothing but respect for my Jewish brothers and sisters around the world and the Jewish tradition. Well, I respect the Jewish tradition as much as I respect any particular religious tradition, which is really not at all. But still, I treat it no differently from any other. I treat it no different from any other, right? Christendom or Islam or whatever, right? So it seems quite odd, right? So you're saying, Gibbs, buddy, right? Mm-hmm. You're saying that the individuals, right, like and the nations within that region are religious fanatics, being the Arabs, right? Are religious fanatics expresses themselves through their politics, through their foreign policy. And that is bad, which is why instead we should team up with Israel. Israel, who says that they were gifted this land. This land is destined to them because of some statements and a religious text, right? Israel, which is backed by in America, right, mostly by American evangelicals. Reason being an apocalyptic prophecy saying that if we gather the Muslims and we gather the Jews in one area, right, and they start a bit of a war, it'll wipe both sides out, and then our prophet will come back, right? Yeah. So religious fanaticism appears on both sides of this aisle, both sides of the world here. In this topic. So let's not pretend like we're any different, right? Yes, you'll find religious fanatics on the Islamic side. Absolutely. Yes,
but
you will.
It's not a fanatic,
right?
Prime. It's a mainline Islamic position to like implement taqiyya.
It's a mainline American position.
Well, yeah, sure. Right? I mean, if we want to talk about mainline American position, I agree. I agree. Manifest Destiny was based as fuck. We had a God-given right to conquer the rest of the United States. I like all these states being ours. That's cool. I agree. You're absolutely right. God gave us the right to be the fucking big swinging dicks of the world. I'm a big fan of that.
I'm not arguing. Thanks. I'm not arguing whether like the religious interpretation is correct or not, right? I don't care. I mean, like it does. Of course, it's not. But it's not worth my time to go over that. I'm simply stating that the religious fanaticism isn't a one-sided scenario, right? We understand this happens on both sides, right?
There's a difference.
It animates both sides.
Yeah, but one is an apostolizing religion, right? That's the Islam, right? They go and they preach the word and they try to convert, and if you don't convert, they force you to either pay a tax, or they sit here, subvert your government, or they sit here and try to take over your country, or they try to kill you, or like the gays. This is all the things we know they do. This is a thing they preach in their mosques. This is the thing that's in the Quran. I can point to specific portions of the Quran that say these things. It's not a question. Versus the Jews, they don't really apostolize. It's very hard to become a Jew if you're not already a Jew or from a Jewish family. This is a totally different situation. They want their one little state and they want to be left alone. And all the Arab countries keep attacking them. Yeah.
Gibbs. One.
Just like that's pretty small, right?
It's actually the state of Israel.
How much land mass do you think?
Hold I'll respond to you. One, Israel, yes, is about the state of New Jersey. At least that's what I've heard, right? And I believe that, right? But there's a greater Israel project. Israel wants to expand beyond its borders. I mean, that's what it's been doing with Palestine this entire time, and it wants to go into its neighboring countries, right? Lebanon being a big target, Syria being another target. Greater Israel is part of the plan, and this is not a secret. So let's push that aside, right?
I hope they do that.
But beyond, of course you do, right? But I'm not, of course. I'd be foolish to appeal to your sense of morality. So I'm not going to. But like, yes, as far as I know, Judaism doesn't like try to convert individuals, right? But as I was saying previously, it is the front, right? The Western front within the Middle East. It is a puppet state, let's say puppet state, I don't know, a client state, yes, client state of Western powers. And those Western powers tend to be Christian, or at least run by Christian authorities. And those, and Christianity, as hopefully you won't disagree, has no problem converting people by violence. A long history of converting individuals by violence. And so let's not pretend that Islam is some sort of unique, pernicious threat, right? It's not, right? It's simply another ideology, another reasoning that gives people some sort of ideological backing to their actions within the region. No different from anything else, right? But again, right, that's not the focus of this conversation. The focus of this conversation is why the United States should cut off ties with Israel. And I'm sure Tyler wants to speak, so I'll give him an opening here. And the reason is, at least the first reason that I'm putting forward here is, yes, because it inflames that region. They look at the Israel population as invaders, right? As part of a new crusade campaign, and they've got plenty of reasons to think that. But yeah, I'm sure Tyler wants to say something.
All right, Alex, first, could you check the private chat? I wanted to get those two names you brought up and make sure I address every point you got, because I don't have those in my notes, actually. For once, somebody over-prepped more than me on something. So, Prime. You started out by saying that you didn't care about maybe the first 45 minutes of what we were talking about. But unfortunately, in your open, you did mention ethnic cleansing, genocide, and I'm pretty sure you've mentioned occupation since then. And these are the things I'm directly disputing by showing you Israel's feeding people, relocating them out of harm's way, signed on to a deal where they're not going to be taking over that land at all. They're not going to have any say over it. It's going to be Arab nation. So all these claims of genocide, ethnic cleansing, wanting to occupy that land and take it over, Israel has already agreed to a deal that none of those things are going to happen. So at this point, those have been disproven in my mind based on what Israel is saying they want to do to conclude the war. It's going to be ruled by Arab state technocrats. Saudi Arabia is taking a leadership role in Gaza over, and they're pushing Israel out. And that's also the criteria for multiple nations to join the Israel Accords. If Israel leaves Gaza, the Abraham Accords. If Israel leaves Gaza, all these nations say they will sign on to the Abraham Accords as well. They want the war over as well. So I'm saying you don't care about it. I mean, I have almost 200 links in my citation document backing up all these things I'm saying. Alex hit me with a couple I wasn't expecting, so I'll get to those shortly. But if the foreign strategy, the foreign policy aspect of this, I'm the only one that's brought up why Israel is a positive or negative to the United States, and it's that we are stopping Iran, who is one of the major backers of China and Russia. They're helping them fight Ukraine right now by selling them drones, selling them drone technology. The number 1 and 2 drones used by Russia in the war with Ukraine since it started come from Iran. Now, they're building them locally. About 80% have been built in Russia, but they're still sending chips up. They're still sending parts up. Russia's just manufacturing them there because they can get them to the front faster. So those are good reasons. But also, like, if you made the point that the UAE and all these other nations signed on to the Abraham Accords because it was good for them. They made money off of it. They got rich off of it. But then you're saying it's not profitable for us to do anything with Israel. You're saying that you said at one point the UAE signed on because it was better for them economically. They made a bunch of money and they were closer to the U.S. That's what you said.
I didn't bring up the UAE. I didn't say it wasn't profitable for us. I
You
didn't
said
say
they
any
made
of
a
that.
bunch. Well, you said they made a bunch of money. I'm just saying, if it's profitable for them to work with Israel, to have relations with Israel, why isn't it not profitable for us?
I didn't say that, but I didn't say that.
Okay, well, I'll move on to the next point. My bad. I might have misunderstood you then. So, Israel was granted. You say Israel took this land because of religious doctrine. What actually happened is Israel was granted this land. There was a shared land promise that was given to them. What happened after that is about 2 years of terror attacks against the Jews from the Palestinians. So the UN passed a resolution to give Israel about 60% of that contested land and give Gazans about 40% of it. Israel accepted and began to move forward with what the UN set out. The Gazans instead protested, rioted, and then 5 nations attacked Israel. So the response from one side from the UN's resolution was, okay, we'll just go build our own thing. And the other side was, they all need to die. So I would say Israel has really a pretty good claim to that land because of what happened under the UN and these nations that keep attacking them. In the deal that Trump's proposing, Israel would back out of most of the land they've taken in the Gaza war here and also give them back land from previous wars that they won when Arab nations attacked Israel, which happens every single time Israel is attacked. In this instance, 6 nations coordinated behind Iran, funded by Qatar, funded by Iran, coordinated 6 proxy states, not nations. Only 2 of them were Lebanon and Iraq, I think. But all attacked Israel at one time in order to wipe it out. Gaza was just one. Lebanon, the very next day, was firing rockets at the top 20% of Israel, forced them to evacuate their entire population, all while breaking a UN treaty, while the UN was standing there watching them. The only time the UN spoke up was when Israel started bombing them back while they were at the Litani River, a 19-mile strip between Israel and Lebanon. It's supposed to be a peace zone. Hezbollah was in there shooting rockets. Israel went in, shot back. The UN said, "You're shooting at us. How can you shoot at us?" While they're standing there watching Hezbollah violate this peace deal. So it's completely one-sided. All these foreign bodies that oversee this shit are completely biased. We can go through the UN as well, because we already started with Amnesty International and the investigation completely debunking their claims of war crimes and genocide. But last point I got for Gibbs here, when you were bringing up your different nations, France actually sat out of the war on terror, if I'm not mistaken. We had to change the name from French fries to freedom fries. We threw out French as mustard. If that's the case, if they didn't actually intervene in the Middle East, why are they so riddled with terror attacks right now too? So it kind of just completely throws out the window the idea that they're only attacking us because we're involved in their countries, because France wasn't. So
I'd like to step in if I can get a chance. So first things first, to address all the points that Gibbs make, dude, there was somewhat straw man in there. I'm afraid that's just going to spontaneously combust, because at no point did Prime and I ever say anything negative about the Jewish people. We were very abundantly clear about that, but instead you're just going for the throat punch, which is completely unfounded. So one thing I would like to ask you and Tyler, though, okay, what actually constitutes something as a genocide in accordance to Article 2 of the United Nations or the Geneva Conventions?
I'm sorry, what was it again?
What would you say constitutes a genocide in accordance with Article 2 of the Geneva Conventions? What would you say constitutes that?
I would just use your definition from earlier, the targeted attack to attempt to wipe out or ethnically cleanse a mass group of people.
Well, ethnically cleanse and genocide are 2 different terms, but ethnically cleanse basically means to remove people from one location and basically take their land. So I'm talking about genocide specifically because this is very, very important, actually. So, I mean, I'm not asking for a full-on definition, but what do you think would classify something as a genocide, essentially?
Like it's more about the intent to wipe out an entire group of people based on their immutable characteristics or religion.
Well, the entire population doesn't have to be wiped out and for it to be considered genocide.
Yeah,
I mean,
just an attempt to.
Well, the attempt, yes. I mean, would you say the Bosnian Serbian genocide, would you say that's a genocide?
I don't know enough about every world genocide to answer that. I prefer Israel.
Okay, that's completely fair. Okay, I'll give you a good example. This is relevant to the topic of discussion because you had General Radko Mladic, who literally went into a town. I can't pronounce it because I'm really, really terrible at pronouncing names like that. But he literally lined up entire people, military age males from 12 to 77, and he executed all of them. That was considered a genocide. There are similar things going on like that. If the UN and the Geneva Conventions considers that a genocide, and they call this a genocide as well, like, how is it that they could be possibly wrong about this? I mean, this is what I don't understand. And one more thing, honestly, how many terrorists or how many Hamas do you think Israel has killed compared to how many civilians?
So I'll answer the genocide one first. The UN did not officially say this. I think 60 to 80 UN states said this, if I'm not mistaken. The ICJ, the only body with authority over Israel, has not said there's a genocide going on. They warned them that some of their actions, if true, could constitute as one, but they have never declared a genocide going on. The ICC has. Israel's not a member of the ICC. Who gives a shit? Amnesty International has, and a couple other human rights organizations. Investigation was done showing that there was no evidence to back their claims. In terms of declaring it a genocide, I can show you like what China's been doing. Iran's been doing, Russia's been doing. If we look at resolutions, 87% of the resolutions that have been put against any nation in the world have been against Israel since 2006, where we have Russia moving into 4 different countries and bombing civilians, and they have like 2 resolutions against them at all. So unprovoked, they didn't get an October 7th to move into Georgia or to move into Ukraine. So like the fact that the UN is doing this, the fact that UNRWA is completely overrun, 13% of higher educators in UNRWA were teaching Hamas to hundreds of thousands, Hamas propaganda to hundreds of thousands of students. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean all of them became child militants. We only know about 100,000 child militants that have come out of that so far. So, 400,000 are still not proven to be, but UNRWA, again, also is holding hostages that have been released from Israel are saying they were held in UNRWA tents, UNRWA buildings. We've also seen UNRWA people getting out of UN cars. There's videos on Twitter. I have them linked in my account. People getting out of UNRWA cars and shooting Gazans. They were members of Hamas that were shooting Gazans. The reason they were doing that, those Gazans accepted Israeli food. That to me, there's not a genocide going on.
Yeah. So,
well, I did get to the second point though. Like, how many? Sorry, Prime. How many Hamas have been killed compared to how many civilians?
Well, I think it's interesting, Alex, that you're saying this, right? Like, I just want to focus on this genocide and the ratios, right? I guess Prime would probably argue that we committed a genocide in Afghanistan because our kill-death ratio was like 1 to 1,000 fucking militants in Afghanistan.
Would I argue that?
I don't know. I don't know. I was giving you. Well, you might not. I mean, you might not argue that we did it. But when we talk about ratio, I know you just don't like wars. But when we talk about, I'm not bad faith in you. I didn't mean it like that. I apologize.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. So when I'm sitting here going, hey, when we're talking about ratios, just because Hamas is bad at war and they're sitting here classifying every person that dies as a civilian doesn't mean it's unfair and they're sitting here committing genocide. You yourself know that Israel's way more militarily powerful than Hamas. And if they wanted to, they could just wipe the whole area off the face of the earth and just pave it over and start rebuilding. There's no question. Not a good argument. Well, hold on. It is a good argument because they could do this. They could do this and they don't do it. Instead, what they do is provide like a knock method where they bomb an area, but they bomb it in the air and then they allow people to leave and then they bomb the building and get the infrastructure out, knowing this is going to allow Hamas leadership to escape. They do this all the time. It's a known and documented thing they do. They've sitting here and taken major steps whenever they have found people that have committed war crimes. The Israelis have prosecuted them. And not only that, when we're sitting here looking, nobody has been judged and watched as closely as Israel has. And this is a good point Tyler brought up with how nobody's going after Russia. Nobody's going after what's happening to Uyghur Muslims in China. Nobody's going after all these other countries. No one gave a shit about Rwanda. No one cares what's happening in Rwanda right now with the area, with the Congo. No one cares. Israel's the most watched country in the world. And if they wanted to, they could actually be committing a genocide and wiping these people out. Instead, they're taking steps. But it's hard when you have a terrorist organization that got elected as a government and they're using human shields and civilian infrastructure in order to launch rockets and attack these people. Whenever you're hiding in hospitals, schools, and churches and shit, and you're fighting and you go, they're not going to attack us here. And if they do, they're so evil. Well, guess what? You're lucky that that it's not the United States from World War II, because we would have just bombed the church and we would have laughed while we were doing it. And guess what? Now we're over here going, oh, look, poor Israel's so mean because they decided to kill the terrorist hiding in the civilian house. It's ridiculous that you're going to sit here and try to use this argument and say it's not relevant when I say Israel could just wipe the people off the earth, because they could do this and they're choosing not to.
It's funny how the reason why I brought this up, and I still haven't had my answer question, but we'll kind of bypass it because I'm just going to say that they don't know the answer to this question. But anyway,
you don't know the answer to that question.
Well, I do know the answer to the question.
No, you don't, because they classify civilians as combat.
I can answer it. I can answer it. So.
Go ahead, Tyler.
All right, so it depends on who you're asking. If you ask the Gaza Health Ministry, they're going to tell you about 64,000 people have died since the war started. And then they'll tell you combatant-wise, there was a hacked Israeli database that was confirmed combatants. It was about 9,600, I think it was, or maybe 8,900, somewhere in that vicinity. So they're saying it's about 1 to 6, whereas Israel's saying they've only killed about 40,000 people, and that database was not the complete data set. It was just one type of person that they've gone after, which were the confirmed. They still have a lot of people that they think are, they just don't have the necessarily investigation and intelligence. And they're saying 20,000 out of 40,000. So depending on who you ask, it's either 1 to 2 or 1 to 6. Urban warfare, though, is a little bit different. In urban warfare, you could easily see 10 to 1. And it would be
considering I've actually been in urban warfare, I can actually tell you that without a doubt, because the thing is, like, when it comes down to Israel, is like they've completely destroyed entire sections of the city. Like, we're talking like reduced to complete rubble. It's like millions upon millions of pounds of rubble. So this whole argument about, oh, well, they could go in and just wipe, well, they've pretty much wiped out entire sections of city. And once again, I've already brought up the fact that they tell the people to go to Rafah. And what did they do to Rafah? They bombed it. There were people that were actually being treated in tents and they bombed them. There were people being burned alive based upon this. And let on the fact that I do want to address this whole speculation about Hamas stealing aid. Actually, there's actually no proof of this. There's 156 different investigations and 156 different shipments coming into there. And they actually, the UN has never been proven that said Hamas has stole this. As a matter of fact, apparently the Israeli government by Netanyahu was apparently hiring people to come over and steal the aid from these different convoys. Let alone the fact that you talk about they're feeding 2 million meals a day. You actually need like at least 10 times as much in order to feed the amount of people that's needed in this region, let alone the fact there was actually a lieutenant colonel that's a retired Green Beret that was part of, you know, the whole Gaza humanitarian fund, said that he has never seen such cruelty. And he's seen the Taliban, ISIS. He's seen all these different all these different terrorist groups commit acts of cruelty, which I can definitely say without a doubt, they are cruel people. But he has never seen such acts of cruelty where they're actually shooting at people for sport. Once again, a war crime. These are completely undeniable, essentially. You can't sit here and tell me, oh, well, you know, they're the most moral army. How can they be the most moral army? We're not allowing press to come in when they're killing all the journalists, essentially. Okay, so Gibbs brings up one journalist is holding people hostage. Okay, that guy's a son of a bitch. I'm willing to concede that argument. But I'm simply talking about the fact that there are journalists that have died consistently. They've been massacred.
There's no evidence that the journalists held hostages. There's no evidence. Anyway, Israel alleges that journalists held hostages in Gaza without providing evidence. A CNN article. They haven't actually provided evidence. Like this is just a claim that they've made it. And Israel does this all the goddamn time, right? They make these claims. They don't back it up by anything. They're written down, right, by the State Department here, and then blasted out as if they have any credibility back with them. But no, there is no evidence that this took place. But sorry, I'll let you finish your point. Then I'll jump in.
I kind of lost my train of thought, so you're good. It's fine.
Okay. So then back to it. Tyler talks about the number of UN resolutions against Israel versus the number of resolutions against anyone else. Now I've never actually looked into this, but let's say that's about right. Well, then that makes sense, right? That Israel would have a whole raft of resolutions against it. Well, Israel's a rogue state. Israel flouts international law constantly, right? Not the only one, that's true, right? Others do so as well. But Israel has been consistently doing it for decades. Israel has no chill when it comes to following the rules, right? And the reason why it doesn't face penalties is because Big Daddy United States will use its veto power on the Security Council to protect Israel from all these things, right? So Israel with its illegal settlements, right? Israel, with not complying with rulings from the ICJ. Israel, who has its leadership, is wanted, right? Is wanted by the International Criminal Court. So we understand why Israel tends to be the focus, right? It's not everyone, not because the world wants to be big meanies to Israel, and not because they're just innocent little lambs, right? And they just can't get a break. No, Israel is a threat to the region. Israel, again, inflames tensions, right? So that's why Israel tends to get that focus. Also, yeah, of course, Israel has bombed 6 of his neighbors. Let's not forget that, right? Israel is a belligerent, violent nation that keeps bombing everything around it, right? Israel has bombed, let me pull up the list here, but it's bombed Syria, it's bombed Lebanon, it's bombed Yemen, it's bombed Iran, let's not forget, during the peace process. And it's bombed. There's another one here that I'm missing. I'll pull up in a second. But also Palestine, certainly. So Israel has proven that it'll be a bully within that region, right? Safe and secure, that it is backed by a superpower. Israel also Iraq, I believe. Israel wants to have the United States fight all its wars for it, right? Up leading to the start of the Iraq War, Netanyahu, right, was all too happy to make the case for U.S. involvement, right? All too happy to talk about supposed WMDs, right? And then, of course, once that was done, once their regional rival was taken out, well, then it moves on to Iran. Well, we just got to, right? Existential threat, right? Israel's on the front lines of fighting it, but we just need your help, America. Go fight our enemies for us, right? Donald Trump, right, who I thought my good friend Gibbs backed, right? I thought he is a loyal supporter, but Donald Trump, do you remember in his first term, had the option of bombing Iran, right? Literally the planes were heading towards Iran, right? They were heading towards, and Donald Trump called him back. Well, wow. Well, thank you, sir, Donald Trump, president, for choosing peace, right? Like this is the story is oftentimes repeated by our Republican friends because they want to make the case that Donald Trump is an anti-war presidency. Now, this is a laughable statement, but still, this is one of their cornerstone pieces that Donald Trump did not want to engage. Well, Israel saw that, recognized that, and decided to force his hand. And so Israel goes, inflames tensions with Iran. Israel says when there's a peace process going on, right, we'll slaughter the negotiators, right? Quite a statement there. And we'll begin a bombing campaign. And then I guess the U.S. will have to just go along with it, right? So Israel leads our leaders, right, Biden and Trump, by the nose, right? And I guess Admiral Gibbs is just okay with that. Admiral Gibbs is okay with Netanyahu giving the orders and America being its bitch. But if you aren't, dear audience members, then maybe you should support the U.S. breaking ties with Israel.
I mean, that's ludicrous. That's absolutely ludicrous. They're using our weapon systems. Those are our weapon systems. We're not their bitch. They're our bitch. You can sit here and try to use this talking point. If push came to shove, they only exist because we allow them to. There's a reason why they're using the F-35I and the F-15I and all these other things because, we're training these people.
Hey, Gibbs, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Then I'll send it back to you. Right, Gibbs, you said they only exist because we allow them to, or something along those lines.
Yeah, every country exists because we allow them to, because we're the big daddies.
Hold on. So, but
yeah,
okay,
stay with me. We have 11
so
super
that
carriers.
part's okay. That part's not true. But hold on. But you were talking. Hold on a second, friend. But like you're talking about like our support for Israel in terms of their like our military support, right? What would happen if we cut off that military support? What do you think?
Well, based off how things have gone previously and how inept and corrupt the Arab militaries are, they would probably still be beating that ass. I mean, I don't have any doubt about that. Lebanon doesn't have a functioning government most of the time. They recently, just now, after 3 years, were able to get a government together to clear off the trash from the street. So I think they can handle Lebanon. And then Lebanon's got rid of Hezbollah now that Iran is weaker than it's ever been. Syria is in disarray, and the Druze people are coming to Israel, asking Israel for help. So yeah, I think they'd be fine. I think they'd be fine now.
Do you remember the short 12-day war between Israel and Iran, or whatever you want to call it, conflict, right?
Sure.
But you remember that, right? That when America got dragged in like Israel's bitch.
See, that was us coming to our allies' help. And also, you're getting to test out a new bunker buster bomb. So double win right there.
I'm going to give you something to actually argue with me about, though.
Sure.
But Gibbs, do you remember the reporting around Israel's defenses, right? How they were being exhausted. I forget which, because Israel has like a triple layer defense system, right? Like David Sling and then Iron Dome and like whatever, right? There's a whole they're all like 4 different types of missiles, right? That they're going to send out. Well, one of them, I think this is for the more long range ones, but I could be wrong. I'm sorry. They were talking about like how Israel was running out of those missiles. Those were coming from the U.S., right? Like you said,
you're right.
Right? They're a client state, right? And they buy those from us, but they literally could not fill those as fast, right? Like, or it was not at all, right? Like they came from the U.S., right? So they cost an exorbitant amount of money, and they take forever to build.
Okay.
They're
buying these from the U.S., right?
Yeah. They buy those.
I just want to thank Prime. Prime just gave me one of the best points, and I actually posted this in the open. Thank you so much, Prime. You gave away the game. Here's exactly why. One, like I said earlier, we're getting real world experience. We're seeing the drone warfare that Iran's using. We're seeing the problem. They're sitting here attacking the missile defense system. We're seeing how we need to build our missile defense system to anticipate drones. That's a net win. 2, we got to use it when we talked about the Iran bomb that we sent. It's not that they were a bitch. It was that, hey, Israel whooped their ass so bad using, guess what, the F-35I and the F-15I. If they open up corridors, we got to see real world, real time, near peer adversary combat with air to air systems and create air superiority. That's something we're going to need to know. We're seeing updated tech. That's fantastic. And then we got to test out our new bunker busters and used the B1 that we're replacing with the B-21. And we saw how far advanced we are with the Iranians' new Russian built radar defense systems. And we saw they couldn't even see us. They didn't even know we were there and who bombed them until we got back here to the U.S. safe and sound. So yeah, that's all good. And then finally, I think the biggest thing that you gave me as a big win when you said this was, they have to buy it from us and it's expensive, each one of these items. Hell yeah. Guess what? Guess who builds those things here in America? Americans build those things when they're working for Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works, Northrop Grumman. All those missiles they're building, all those defense systems are built by Americans. And guess what? They're using that Jew gold to pay for it, and it's coming over here and it's becoming American gold. Okay. God bless America. We are capitalists and we're selling the missiles to them. And guess what? Why do you want Americans to be out of their jobs? Typical leftists wanting Americans to have to live off welfare instead of to have high-paying jobs in the military, industrial complex related industries.
I would never call it. I won't ever call it Jew gold. Yeah. Right? That's his term. Yeah. Not my term, okay, right? So when people are going to type their letters, when they go on Twitter, right, type their messages, I'll make sure either Admiral Gibbs said that, not me.
Yeah, they give us the money, baby. Let's go.
Hey, Gibbs, like, I didn't.
Do you think that buying weapons is bad for the economy?
Gibbs, I wasn't making an argument that it was bad for our economy.
Well, the argument is whether we should cut ties with Israel, and if it's good for the economy, that's a big point in our favor.
Listen, I was simply making an argument about Israel's ability to actually defend itself without America's support. And I think actually, from all the things that you're saying, that you actually agree with me, right? That like these defense systems that Israel relies on, right? Yeah, those are American-made defense systems. That's the point that I was trying to make, right? I wasn't trying to hide the ball with you here, right? I'm agreeing with you. That yes, those are American-made defense.
But that doesn't help your point.
Well, it actually kind of does. Well, Gibbs, it actually kind of does, because here's the thing: like, we send them $3.8 billion a year. Do you know what actually Israel can actually do? Because we actually help support their military. They're actually able to afford things like healthcare for all their, all the citizens in their country. They can actually afford good college in their country, something that we can't even do in this country. So just think about like what we could actually do if we cut financial ties with Israel. We could actually take the time to actually invest. I mean, you love America, right? Couldn't we use that $3.8 billion to create a healthcare system in this country that's actually functional? I mean, wouldn't that be beneficial?
Fuck no. One, healthcare is evil. Like that is the way you do it.
Healthcare is evil?
Taxing
Wow.
Americans. Hold on, taxing
Why do you
Americans.
hate America?
Yeah, why?
Man,
No, I
Gibbs,
don't.
why
What
do you
I
hate
hate,
America?
what I hate is this duplicitous.
Why do you hate America,
Hold on,
Gibbs?
this is a duplicitous bait and switch. What you're doing right here. This is crazy. What you want, instead of us getting real time info with military combat, right? Seeing exactly what the real time is. You want to weaken America. You want to weaken one of our strongest allies, and you're going to sit here and say, "Oh, we're going to implement healthcare here," which we're not. But if we did, it would be evil because we're sitting here taxing Americans and saying, "Hey, I can get rail cocaine, and I can fuck hookers, and I can have AIDS, and I can all these things due to my own poor decisions." And then guess what? You're going to reach into Tyler's pocket and you're going to force him to pay for it. That's fucking evil. People should take their own accountability.
I
That's
do
what's
all
running.
that.
Yeah. Well, I listen. You don't, but I do. But here's the next thing. And
But
this, like I
Gibbs.
said, you're arguing. Hey, guess what? We don't like these American jobs. We don't like the military industrial complex, which provides thousands and thousands of jobs. It's one of our biggest industries. And you're saying, fuck you to all those workers. Find something else to do.
Gibbs,
We don't
Gibbs,
care
hold
about
on.
you.
Gibbs, hold on, one second.
Don't tell me I hate America when you're putting
Gibbs.
forth policies that fuck
Gibbs,
America in the
you just
ass
said-
with no lube.
Gibbs, you said that, like, hey, what you don't want, right, is someone to reach into, I believe you said Tyler's pocket, right, and get him to pay. I thought you said Tyler, but maybe you didn't say.
Yeah,
Tyler.
He said Tyler.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you said.
Stay out of my pockets.
Yeah,
God damn it.
You said
Unless you're
you
pulling his pocket.
want them to reach into Tyler's pocket and to do something to apply that to healthcare, right? Like taxation. Basically, shout out to our libertarian friends saying like taxation is theft. That it's being used by for things, you know, other than what you may specifically desire. Well, like Israel is the biggest recipient of aid, of foreign aid, period, right? Israel received billions in foreign aid, always, right? Like, why do you want to support? My understanding is that that you are against aid in general, but by aid, right? That means donated, right? Not even bought, right? But donated military hardware. Right, we'll send them over. Direct support, right? Us building systems. Now, some of those systems might need ongoing maintenance, and maybe then they might buy something. But for the most part, billions and billions and billions of military aid simply goes to Israel, and we don't get anything back. Are you for that? Are you for your taxpayer?
That's not true at all. This is actually a misnomer. The country that receives the most aid is Ukraine. They get 17 billion. They got 17 billion in 2023.
No, I mean overall.
I have the source, by the way. You don't have the source, but I do. And here's what's crazy about that is the military. Israel is the biggest provider of military aid from us. However, once again, a lot of that aid comes with restrictions or stipulations that they end up having to pay us back, or they have to buy these items. This is something so yeah, it's aid, but it's aid that's paying American taxpayers, and we get that money back. Unlike a lot of these countries, Israel actually pays us back. That's what's crazy here. You're sitting here going, "Oh, well, it's aid, so fuck them." No. I'm sitting here saying I want Americans to have more jobs, and you just don't want Americans working. I want our enemies weaker. Iran's our enemy. Iraq used to be our enemy. Syria was our enemy. Syria's gone now. Now they get control. Lebanon was our enemy. You guess what? The Houthis our enemy, and guess what? Israel's beating all their asses, and we aren't having to send U.S. troops over there. Why do you want U.S. troops to have to go over there and die? Because eventually they are. As I showed you earlier with historical context,
Tyler wants
since
military troops over there.
1786, they have been trying to attack Americans, and it's not going to change anytime soon.
Actually, Tyler wants military troops over there. He actually made that position abundantly clear on your panel back in
Sure,
February.
he could make that argument.
Yeah,
I'm okay with American
we're
empire as
arguing
well.
about.
That's not
We're
what we're
not
talking
arguing
about.
my personal stances. That's
No. It's not a personal stance. It's an argument they actually made, though. But here's the thing that's most interesting about this is because Gibbs has been very much against us sending any kind of Ukraine aid, essentially, but he's perfectly okay with
true
this.
at all.
Sir, you made that. I've heard you say it on panels multiple times.
That's fake news. You're lying about me. I'm not going to let you sit here and lie about me when I've sat here. You can go on lots of panels. I'm the only Republican I know that has sat here and backed U.S. aid to Ukraine. In fact, I said we can crank it up. You can ask Prime multiple times on his panel. So right now, Prime can tell you that I have backed U.S. aid to Ukraine a lot because it funds our military industrial complex. So stop fucking lying, you sack of shit. I don't want to hear that I said something when I didn't say it, when I have 3 people on this panel that can verbatim say what I see. If anybody's saying fake news, it's you.
Anyway, as I was saying, sir.
Yeah,
anyway,
keep lying. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm lying, even though I've actually got all the facts on my side. But anyway,
Yeah, you're
as
fast like I said
Let
something I
me-
didn't
Let
say.
me just add in here. If
Go
you're
ahead.
saying that he said this on multiple panels outside of this debate right now, if the claim's not being made here now, then it's really not accountable to the debate.
Well,
in and
his
of
own
itself.
partner can vouch for my claim that I've had backed fucking sending lots of money and weapons to Ukraine many times.
Anyway, as I was saying though, like when it comes down to when it comes down to Ukraine though, like the money that we send to Ukraine is actually being tracked. When it comes down to the money that we send to Israel, it's not being tracked. Essentially, it's actually a little bit harder to track stuff, you know. But again, I keep up bringing up this fact though, is the fact that with Israel, right? How is it that we're going to continue to support a country that is not allowing journalists to go into the countries to actually document what is going on? They claim they're the most moral military in the entire world, but yet they're not allowing journalists in to come in. They're basically saying it. Oh, Tyler, go ahead. Since you want to jump in.
I was going to address that. Just finish your point.
No. Go ahead. I mean, you seem unless you want to finish chewing.
Well,
I mean,
before you do that, then I
don't want the man to choke. I mean, I'm trying to be considerate here. So
before you do that, right? Let me address the point that our friend Gibbs made. Right. Once again, Israel has received the most foreign spending. Ukraine got 78.3 billion in spending from the United States, right? Israel has recently gotten around 21.6. I think that number has grown since this article was written, right? But since World War II, Israel has been the largest recipient of U.S. foreign aid. The country has accepted more than 300 billion since 1946, according to the Council on Foreign Relations, with more than 220 billion in the figure in military aid. So yes, it has been Israel. Like recently, Ukraine has gotten a lot more money. That's certainly the case, as far as I can tell. But Israel is the largest recipient.
Yeah, and I fully supporting Ukraine because Ukraine was actually invaded by Russia, and I fully support that. And here's the thing: like when it comes down to the whole concept of the military-industrial complex, like here's the thing: it's a very complicated subject essentially, because a lot of the funding we actually send over there to like places like Ukraine or Israel is actually stuff that we've used before that we don't actually need anymore, especially in Ukraine. That's like the biggest concept that I think people need to understand about this. But again, I really want to kind of get back to this when I asked earlier, when it comes down to like what actually makes something a genocide, and like how does like what's happening in Gaza not constitute as a genocide? I'd like to get back to that.
Can I got a lot of notes for things we've already discussed. Can I cap these off before we move on to the next thing?
How much is it? Because I don't want to be a gift.
Go ahead, do your thing, Tyler. It's your turn to speak.
It's fine.
I'll go.
You should get a chance.
I'll go.
Tyler's pretty fast.
If you want to stop me, just stop me and we'll discuss that. So talking about aid, actually Prime basically said I was going to do $317.9 billion adjusted for inflation, about 220 not adjusted for inflation. 35% of that goes to non-military things. The military things we give them are strictly defensive. They are not allowed to use that money offensively. Though money is fungible, the same way Iran wasn't allowed to use that $6 billion Obama gave it for the JCPOA, and they used that to fund terror. They just found more money to fund terrorism, I think about $4 billion. So Blinken, I want to contest your claim that there's no proof that Hamas was stealing aid, because Tony Blinken went over to Iran 11 times in the 12 months between the war starting and them leaving office. In those trips, the number one message he was pushing with them was that they need to make sure aid is going in. Israel was saying this aid is being stolen. They were showing proof. They've showed a ton of proof. They put out a ton of evidence showing this. While Tony Blinken was there, a UN convoy of trucks went in and Hamas hijacked it right in front of our Secretary of the State in the Biden administration. I have the link in my citation document where this shit fucking happened. It's crazy. They ended up getting the aid back, but the fact that Hamas has so brazen that they stole it in front of Tony Blinken, who was here to oversee it. On top of that, the tunnel system is completely done from international aid, cement used to build bomb shelters, food put in for the Gazan people. Hamas took all that, built their terror tunnel system. On top of that, they've also been stealing this US aid. The BBC was who did the report showing that they have warehouses packed full of food. They execute anyone that breaks into them that's starving, and they upsell things at 100 times the rate. This is the BBC, not a really far right-wing outlet. So it's well been proven that Hamas is not only stealing this aid, but using it to fund the war effort, since Iran is kind of having some of their own issues right now.
Okay, so quick question about the aid bit. Okay, do you know who's actually been funneling aid into like before the whole like October 7th kicked off, do you know who actually was funneling aid to make sure it got pushed through?
Oh, I want to say it was the UN, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't have that in front of me.
Qatar asked Israel, should we continue to fund in towards, Gaza, Palestine, to the Hamas? And Israel said yes. They actually funded this. They actually were okay with funding in towards this. So basically, they were funding what happened on October the 7th, essentially. So what's up with that?
So let's discuss this aid situation, right? One Google search, right? New York Times from July 26, 2025. No proof Hamas routinely stole UN aid, Israeli military officials say. For nearly 2 years, read this very quickly. For nearly 2 years, Israel has accused Hamas of stealing aid provided by the United Nations and other international organizations. The government has used the claim as its main rationale for restricting food from entering Gaza because Israel restricts food from going into Gaza. But the Israeli military never found proof that the Palestinian military group had routinely, systematically stolen aid from the United Nations, the biggest supplier of emergency assistance to Gaza for most of the war, according to 2 senior Israeli military officials and 2 other Israelis involved in the matter.
I have 6 different citations in here.
Why don't you bring up the citations?
Multiple of them are videos as well. The BBC article. I mean, I would bring them up. I want to move on. I have like 5 other points I want to get to. I don't want to get bogged down in a citation.
No. You tell me to stop you whenever. Right.
Yeah,
so
I just
give me those
citations. Just post the citations. Let them go through it. Then you can go.
Yeah, if they're posted, you can go through it. But that being said, I'm not going to get bogged down on that. I got more.
Yeah, because you oftentimes lying about your.
There's been no lies that you found. Instead,
I literally found lies the last time we had
get to you because
remember that, right?
Your argument.
You lied about your citation.
No, I did not. You were.
Yes, you did.
You
had to walk it back.
Pardon me, gentlemen. Pardon me. That's this point. The citation. I'm assuming you've already dropped them in the private chat. If not, you will.
I have.
They are available for you, Prime,
They're
to
not
go
here.
through.
I told you.
Well, he's got the big Google
There's a
Doc
document
up at the very top.
right at the top. Click on it. There's 200 citations in there.
Oh, no. I'm not going to go through your 200 citations. Find me the citations.
No, I'm not going to do your debate prep for you.
So hold on.
If you don't know something, it's your job to look this shit up.
Let me talk. No, I can't. He gives a whole list of citations, right? No, it's not my job.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I'm not going to make an entire debate about citations. Tyler, if you have an idea of what the articles are called, I will go find them while you guys continue on.
Just search BBC and you'll find it in there. It's a BBC doc. There's only like 5 from BBC.
Okay, and this is referring to the food, correct?
It's referring to the flour.
I will go find it and I will drop those specific links back in the private chat, and you gentlemen can move on until then.
So getting on to Prime's argument tonight, the first 45 minutes, we argued about the claims of genocide, famine, ethnic cleansing, and occupation, and all of those claims were debunked. He didn't speak for any of that. The first time he spoke, he said, I don't care about any of that. He doesn't actually care to hear that his claims were debunked because it's already a belief in his head. It kind of leads you down the route to the Gibbs strategy of, is there an ulterior motive based on group discrimination here? Because there's no logical explanation for it, since again, his points were debunked here. Now, there was a 5-minute Trump rant as well. I hope you charge rent for that headspace, because that was a little bit embarrassing as well. But your entire argument tonight has been, we're going to be Israel's bitch and ignoring all the proof contrary. So I'm going to go into a little bit of the proof for here. When the UN did nothing when Russia attacked multiple nations unprovoked, the UN did nothing for these camps that China set up to re-educate Muslims. They did nothing when Hamas and Hezbollah violated UN peace deals and attacked Israel unprovoked. But they put 87% of resolutions that they passed against Israel. So what you're saying is, Israel's just bad. They're just extra bad. But examples of people doing worse aren't being punished. If it wasn't a clear bias, then you'd at least see those nations being punished as well. But it's not even brought up. There's no resolutions. It's not put to a vote. All the enemies of Israel make up 4% of those resolutions over that 20-year period. Israel makes up 87% of them. It's clear as day to anyone who doesn't have the massive double standard. And then going to the citation point, you were reading one small citation looking for a point that was on a different one. I linked you like 6. I know that a lot of articles and news confuse you if you don't read past the headline very often, but you were debunked to that. You got schooled in that one. You're getting smacked around here as well.
Okay, I gotta. Let me.
Hold on,
Basically,
hold on.
let me.
Let me deal with it, please.
I'll go after you. Then.
Sure. Right.
I'll go after Alex.
So I'm still waiting for
They're being
proof, right?
I've been dropping them backstage for you. There's 2 links so far.
Okay, I'll take a look at these, right? And well, hold on, we have to assume. And Sarah, if you could go into his document for him and make sure these are the ones he's talking about, right? Did you go into his document?
Yes,
and look,
that's where
okay,
I'm
great.
pulling these.
Oh,
from.
okay, great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Then I'll look through that in a second.
I hope he doesn't.
I think she might have found something else when she Googled BBC. Just saying.
I thought that's what he was implying, that she was going. It's okay, fair enough. It's okay.
That took me too long.
You're throwing me off here, so okay, fair enough. So Tyler, right, being the desperate individual that he is, right, wants to now throw across words like or imply anti-Semitism, right? It's too much of a coward to say otherwise, right? But he wants to imply anti-Semitism. Well, understand this. I won't ever be intimidated by such accusations, right? And I don't have to worry about disproving it. I'm just going to stick to the facts like I always do, right? And embarrass Tyler like I did last time so badly that he didn't want to ever come back to the Reverie again because he got beat so bad, right? We all remember that. Any case,
kick me off.
Any case, I didn't kick you off. Let me kick you off. You were there.
You did. You said, be a man. I'm going to force you off my panel. When it ended, you never invited me back. So you're just lying.
No, I did invite you back. Look at our DMs. I did invite you back.
Gentlemen, I'm going to remind you. I'm going to remind you of something that I specifically told you backstage regarding any personal shit, personal abuse, whatever. Stays the fuck off my screen. Stay on topic and get to the point. I don't want to hear about any other bitch modes from any other streams. Thank you.
Looking at my DMs, I did invite you again. You didn't come back. But in any case, so back to your nonsense, right? One, claims of anti-Semitism. These are used as distractions, right? They are used just personal attacks. Then he talks about, hey, how the UN hasn't put sanctions against Russia, and wow, that might be, but they have taken action against Israel. Well, Russia is on the Security Council. Russia has veto power, right? And when the UN tries to take action against any of the Security Council members, the permanent members, they just veto it. They veto it every time, right? And if it's against one of their allies, then they'll veto it in. Like I said previously, U.S. protects Israel, right? So when these things come up, these sanctions come up, well, they're just going to do the exact same thing. They're going to deny it. It's not evidence of bias by the United Nations, right? The entire world anti-Semitic too, right? Again, the lies are endless, right? And the obfuscation is endless when it comes to this individual, Tyler. But simply look it up. Right, stick to the facts and don't worry about specious claims of bigotry. Alex, I'm sorry, I've been interrupting you.
It's okay, it's fine. So I just want to ask my opponents simple questions. These are yes or no questions, okay? And I want you to tell me if these are wrong, yes or no, okay? Do you think it's wrong to kill certain members of a certain ethnic group? Yes or no?
Vague.
Well, it's a simple yes or no question.
Circumstantially, yes, and circumstantially, no.
Thank you. Okay, Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is some ticky-tack word game bullshit. So
it's not ticky-tack. It's specific. Okay, how about causing serious bodily or mental harm to specific groups of people?
I mean, this is the most vague bullshit that I've ever heard.
Sir,
like, just get to your point. Just get to your point. Like, we're not playing this game.
I'm sorry. This is not a game. Actually, it's actually relevant to the argument.
It's
okay.
a game.
Okay, you can think it's a game, but this is not a game, sir. You're probably just saying this for clicks, but this is very serious. Okay,
no, I'm just saying this is
okay. How about deliberately infecting convictions of life, basically destroying schools, hospitals, things like that? Is that like
we've already covered this? They're hiding in the. They literally we have tons of evidence that they're sitting here putting missile launchers in schools. Like, what are you talking about?
Calm down, sweetheart. It's okay.
Listen. Calm down, sweetheart. Listen, I'm not going to be calm because you're sitting here doing this bullshit. Yeah, listen, you can keep trying to shush me, but you're just wearing a jacket. jackass. Whenever I've already gone through and Tyler's gone through and we've talked about specifics where they have tunnels underneath. Yeah, cool. If I say in a vacuum bombing a hospital, yeah, that's bad. But if you have bombs and weapons and guns and you're sniping at people out of a hospital, no, then it's not bad if you get bombed.
Hey,
it's all circumstantial. Like, give me a fucking break, bro.
Be nicer to Alex because he's actually arguing substance instead of just saying I don't care and ignoring all the 45 minutes of his argument getting destroyed.
No, it's just bad faith is what this is.
It's not bad faith. It's actually very specific, honestly. And
okay, go ahead. We'll continue.
Anyway, imposing measures to prevent births of people, is that wrong? Yes or no?
I guess no if you're a leftist because you believe that it's okay for them to fucking stop Down syndrome kids from being born in some countries.
Okay, that's not my argument. Okay, that's straw man.
It's convenient when it's circumstance something else, isn't it? Though,
anyway, how about forcibly transferring children to another group of people? Is that wrong?
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess like the Iranians forcibly transition gay men and to women because they don't believe in it, or they forcibly throw people off the top of a building.
What?
Like, you see how I can play this game? Like
transition.
Jesus Christ!
I said transferring, not trans. Oh
hey, well, you know, I'm just doing the word game here. He's doing.
Okay, sir, you're not listening. Okay, these are
because it's stupid what you're doing.
Okay, it's stupid. Okay, this is the Article 2 indicating what genocide actually looks like. And if you would have said yes to any of these, that's what genocide basically is. And if you said
nobody
no,
said yes.
That's because you're being bad faith right now. You're just coping.
No, we know your game,
sir. This is not a game, actually. I know
it is a game.
Sir, this is just a game for you, but I'm actually asking specific questions.
This is a game that you're doing because you're sitting there. Once again, you asked the hospital thing, knowing it's specifically Article 2. But, guess what? I don't think Article 2 is sitting there covering when people are using it, specifically hospitals and schools, as missile launching sites and then not letting kids leave or people in the hospital leave.
Okay, are all hospitals being used as missile launching sites? Yes or no?
So if Israel destroyed every single hospital in all of Gaza and every one of them, every single one. Even in the Red Cross camps, they destroyed all the Red Cross camps. Every medical facility that exists. No, they have not destroyed every single medical facility. Oh, every single one in the red.
I didn't say destroy every single. They've destroyed medical sites. They've actually destroyed people that are actually going in to rescue. Like they've destroyed medical facilities. They destroyed I talked about Rafah, and I was like, oh well, what about this one time? Like you're just fucking flying all over the goddamn place and shit like that, and you're not letting people.
No, I'm talking about verifiable things, and you're sitting here playing word games.
Sir, I'm not playing word games. I'm asking you the criteria according to the Geneva Conventions, and you're.
And I'm asking you, do we have examples of this?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Do we have examples?
Oh my god!
Do we have examples? I don't know about the flashy suit is. I mean, listen. If you come on a late night debate show, maybe dress up some. But here's what I'm saying. Whenever you are sitting here talking about all these things, Geneva Convention, why don't we talk about how we do have evidence they launch missiles from schools? We do have evidence that they build tunnels under hospitals. We do have evidence they use civilian structures as bases. So when you're sitting here saying, oh, do these apply to the Geneva Convention? Well, I would argue, no, they don't, because those would be valid military targets.
Okay, I asked you this very specific question. Are all
do you agree that those things have happened? That they had used as missile launchers?
Yes, I can agree that happened.
Oh, cool. Then you agree that what your whole point is about the Geneva Convention doesn't even matter.
Gibbs, are all hospitals in Gaza or Palestine being used as missile launch sites? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, they are.
They're not. They are not.
Well, it's not just missile launch sites; it's military staging grounds. So
they're not all being used like that.
Every house. They destroyed every hospital in Gaza, and then the UN
70%. 70% of hospitals all across Palestine have been destroyed.
So not every one of them has been destroyed. So you lied there once again.
I didn't lie. I said no.
Unbelievable.
Hold on a second. Wait. Stop. I did not lie.
Unbelievable.
No, sir. I did not lie about it.
You just said everyone was destroyed when I asked you straight up.
Okay, sir. I did not. No. First things first. I didn't say not all of them have been destroyed. I said that medical sites, and I've said that places like Rafah, where people have been evacuated to, have been destroyed, which you have not countered with essentially. Instead, you're just sitting there flying off the fucking handles, talking about, they're all being used. You're talking like Alex Jones right now. Oh my god, they're all being used as
it's not Alex Jones. We have confirmed reports from multiple parties on both sides.
All hospital. I asked you a specific question. You still haven't answered it. Are all hospitals in Gaza being used as missile launch sites or military targets?
It looks like no, based off your own logic, because 30% haven't been destroyed. So 70% have been used by it if they've been destroyed. Wow, cool.
Wait,
thank you for telling me I'm right.
Where's your proof?
You're the one who just gave it to me.
Sir, 70% of hospitals have been destroyed. Are they all hostile
All
targets.
70? I'm going to argue, yeah, all 70% of those were probably
Where is
hostile
your
party.
proof? I would love to see your numbers.
Where's your proof that it's not? We have proof that many
You
of them
can't
have
prove a
been.
negative, sir.
I
What do you-
can't. Hold
you
on.
got
I
in
can
mind?
prove. I can prove a substantial number of them were used as staging grounds.
Okay,
I can prove
substantial-
a
I asked you
substantial
all-
number of them. Hold on. I can prove a substantial number of them were doing this. And this is why I asked you of all of them. And when you said yes, guess what? And then you find out there's 30% that were. What it looks like to me, whenever you have a small country like Gaza, or a small area that's really, really small, smaller than even the size of New Jersey, and you have very few of these, and guess what? Oh, hey, 70% are being used as military staging grounds. That's within the realm of possibility to me, especially when especially when we have substantial evidence that is what. No, it's not a straw man. You keep saying straw man, but here, okay, well, you don't know what a straw man is. When I can give specific examples from multiple sources of them having underground tunnels, of weapons being stored there, of shot callers being there, and I can point to a numerous example, and you can't tell me exactly how many of that 70% weren't doing that. Yeah, you can't prove a negative, but I can prove a positive, and that a substantial number have been confirmed to have been, and that's why those 30% that haven't been destroyed because they weren't fucking military operations, unlike the other ones.
Even though there's actually no proof to any of that whatsoever, honestly.
Okay.
If you want to talk about like one or two hospitals, okay, fine, I accept this because
how many hospitals do you think are in Gaza, the Gaza area?
I don't know.
Is there 2,000? Is there 100?
No, there's
6.
not a few thousand. There's not
How
even.
many?
There's not even 6,000.
36. Oh, so 36. So a relatively small number of hospitals could be destroyed, and that would equal 70%. A relatively small number of hospitals in military zones where we have evidence of them using them as staging grounds. Yeah, thank you for proving my point once again.
Actually, no, I didn't prove your point, actually. Because I made this abundantly clear that, like, especially like when it comes to the Nasser hospital, where the journalist I actually brought up, where he was bombed, where they blew him up, they blew him and aid workers being blown up, but they actually wasn't being used as a military location, and they killed these guys. Essentially, I mean, you still have an answer to that. You say, "Oh, well, they apologized for that." And one,
no,
you answered to it. But the thing is, like, it wasn't being, it wasn't actually being used as a military target. They were actually evacuating people out of there.
They raided that hospital 2 times prior because Hamas.
But it wasn't being used as an active target. That's the difference.
No, this is what's funny. He's actually lying again, because once again, this is from the NGO Monitor. This is going to be directly quoting Hamas. This is Hamas saying this, explicitly states that healthcare facilities in Gaza are not neutral spaces, but instead play a critical role in Hamas's network. Hamas officials expressed alarm at the prospect of hostile parties gathering intelligence at medical facilities, since these are places that serve the wounded and operation facilities, and hold sensitive positions in defense of the resistance. And they are places where are gathered during times of escalation. One more. In addition, they describe medical facilities as places gathering for many commanders of the movement, i.e. Hamas and the government, in times of escalation. So Hamas is specifically stating they don't consider them to be neutral grounds, and that's from the NGO Monitor, who's a unbiased reporting organization. And I think that you could go, well, cool, but they're the ruling body. And when we're talking about a war and whether or not we should support Israel or cut ties, guess what? I'm not going to fault Israel for fighting a war against a group that's hiding in hospitals, and we have evidence. And so when I have evidence from Hamas themselves, you, sir, are either lying or ignorant. And guess what? It seems like probably both. So I'm just saying, it's pretty clear that you don't know what you're talking about. And when we get back to the further subject of whether we should cut ties to Israel, we can look at examples where these other people have gone. In Jordan's one of our most powerful allies in the region, right? Guess what? They took in a ton of Palestinian refugees, and they almost got overthrown. Jordan's one of our own allies against Iran, against Iraq beforehand, against Syria. And guess what? Syria is the weakest it's ever been. Israel's claiming land there, defending minorities like the Druze from Al-Qaeda back and former ISIS groups. We have, Iraq was a client state, basically, Iran, but now they're back to being in our good graces because Iran's the weakest it's ever been. And Iran's the weakest it's ever been because Israel whooped that ass. And guess what? Iran's part of the axis of evil with our adversarial powers, Russia, China, and North Korea, and potentially a couple other countries. And guess what? Whenever one of them takes such a beating and they back all of Israel's enemies, guess what? I'm not going to go team Iran and team whatever. I'm going to go, hell yeah, keep up the good work, Israel, because they're taking out the people that hate us.
Okay, that was all just a big old gish gallop that had absolutely
nothing to do with the topic. Listen, maybe you should follow a line of thought then.
I was following, but it had first things first. Okay, you've had your little spiel, but
I know this is your first time debating, but try to follow along.
Okay, sir, you and I have debated before. This is not the first.
I guess it was so bad I didn't remember it, but go ahead.
Yeah, okay. You didn't. Okay, maybe you just don't have very good memory. But first things first, okay. When it comes down to Israel, like we're talking about, like Israel, like when I talk about cutting ties with Israel, we're talking about like them actually not just the fact that they're committing a genocide, which I actually has abundantly clear and proven that they're committing genocide because of every organization that's out there, like whether it's human rights organizations, even Israel, even Israeli generals admit that they're committing genocide. But that doesn't matter to Gibbs. He doesn't give a shit about facts. He just was, let's see what Hamas has to say. But
I just listed facts.
Okay,
I
sir,
just listed a report from an unbiased, monitored organization. Did I do that or did I not?
Okay, now it's my turn to speak. Okay, you can hush now. Okay,
Well,
so
don't
anyway,
say lies.
I'm not saying lies.
You just said I didn't say facts. I just said facts.
No. Okay, sir. Did Israel have Israeli generals come out and said that what's happening right now in Gaza and Palestine is a genocide? Yes or no?
I don't fucking know I don't know every
of course
but I do. I tell you what I do know. I tell you what I do know. Hamas, the group that you just backed, just said Hamas is sitting here saying Hamas is saying they don't consider their sites neutral. So when you're sitting here, why would hold on? You tell me if a military is fighting another military force and one military says this is not a neutral site, why would the other military respect that and say, oh, we play by one rule and they play by another? Why would they do that? That's just stupidity. You got an answer for that or no?
No. First things first.
No, you don't have an answer. I got it.
Sir, okay, Gibbs, I'm trying to answer a question, but if you just shut up for a second, okay? I don't support Hamas, but the thing is, you don't justify one action with what another action of another group is doing. I don't support Hamas, but the thing is, I don't
fight someone if they don't attack the target. If Hamas is using that for a military gathering place,
so it's okay. If Israel performs act of war, that's basically a war crime. That's okay for you because Hamas does it, right?
That's not. Bro, okay, listen.
I asked you a question, yes or no. Just answer the fucking question.
Yeah, it's a dumb question, and this is why
it's not a dumb question. It's consistency,
which is real simple. It's real simple.
Okay, you're trying to strong man me and saying that I support Hamas, which I don't support.
One military is fighting another military.
Answer
one military is fighting. Well, you brought up the hospitals, and we're talking about the hospitals, right? Yeah, cool. So if one person is a military group and they're fighting another military group, and one military group says, oh, hospitals are neutral ground, and the other military group says, fuck no, we're putting our commanders there, is the other military group just going to leave them alone, or should they actually be able to fight without their hands tied?
Well, first things first, as somebody that's actually been in a situation like this, there has to be confirmed targets, essentially. That's the difference in this situation.
You were in the Israeli military?
I wasn't in the Israeli military.
So then you don't know what the combat doctrine is. Cool, thanks. All right, cool.
Sir, I was actually in the military. Were you in the military?
No, I wasn't, but that doesn't matter because once again,
really?
I'm not claiming to know Israeli combat doctrine. Do you know Israeli combat?
Okay, strong man
you don't. So you're a strong man argument. Just because you were a private in the army doesn't mean you know all the same as the generals know.
Stop.
That's ludicrous.
Sir, this is not Israeli doctrine. This is in the Geneva Conventions, actually. You need to understand.
So you're admitting you don't know what the Israeli doctrine is. You're just making shit up.
It's not an Israeli doctrine, sir. It's Geneva Conventions.
And when one group's not following the Geneva Convention, what the fuck do you do?
And I've already made this abundantly clear, actually.
You fight with your hands tied and let them kill your people? Yeah, cool. Good.
Yeah. Nice straw man argument. I didn't make that argument, but you keep on just like no, that's not the argument I'm making. Actually, I said the targets have to be confirmed, which they actually haven't been confirmed except by the Israeli military, but they haven't released any of the findings in the
Israeli military. Okay, of course, that's a big caveat right there.
And again, why is it the Israeli military isn't letting journalists from the outside come in to view the combat zone? Essentially. I want to give this.
Do we let journalists in all combat zones?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Was there journalists on that beat?
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I do remember telling you to keep the interruptions to a minimum.
I'm sorry,
I can't
Sarah.
hear you on that point. Chill it down a little bit. Take it level down, just a nudge. You're so close to the tail end of this. I can taste it, but let's actually get through it.
Okay, so I got the answer to that one for you. Israel is letting journalists into the war zone. They're not letting journalists into the war zone without IDF accompanying them. They do about 10 to 20 tours per year around different parts of non-combatant areas of Gaza. They've been letting them in. Opposing journalists, they've been letting Al Jazeera in. It was funded by Qatar. That's extremely anti-Israel. They're letting their opposition in. What Hamas does is kills anybody that isn't Hamas sanctioned and it's a reporter. That's why they have to have an IDF escort, because Hamas has been murdering all journalists. On top of that, you said Israel's been killing journalists. 30 of the journalists that have died entered Israel on October 7th with Hamas. I think it was 32. I have to check the document to get the exact number. 32 journalists entered Israel on that attack. So these journalists are Hamas approved, Hamas affiliated. We have multiple news organizations like the AP was covering up that they were actually getting news from known members of Hamas. So they ended up firing a bunch of U.S. News companies ended up firing all their journalists out of the Gaza region because they were all Hamas. Like this happened a few years ago. It's all in the document as well.
Okay, Israel is not allowed independent journalists to freely enter Gaza since the war began. The Foreign Press Association petitioned Israel's Supreme Court for access. The court rejected it, leaving the access at the army's discretion, essentially. So, no, that's not true. Go ahead, Prime.
Yeah. So again, what Tyler wants to do is obfuscate, right? He's got a long list of random links, guys, and somewhere deep in there, right, might be the information you're looking for. But Tyler, right, being the coward that he is, doesn't actually want to provide it to you. Okay, right. So I looked through the links that Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Was so kind to provide, right? Because she did the work that Tyler was too lazy or too duplicitous not to do, right? So anyway, I looked through his links, and here is some choice quotes from that, right? So he talks about the BBC article. Okay. They're sort of like not bury the headline, no proof is provided within any of these articles. Not that I've seen. If I missed it, I do apologize, right? BBC article says, Jonathan Whitehall, the head of the UN's humanitarian office for the occupied Palestinian territories, also said there was no evidence that Hamas was delivering aid coordinated through credible humanitarian channels. He said the real theft of relief goods since the beginning of the war has been carried out by criminal gangs, which the Israeli army, quote unquote, allowed to operate in proximity to the Kerem Shalom crossing point in Gaza, end quote. Which is that claim is something that Alex made quite a bit ago. Yeah, it's gangs allowed by Israel, sometimes paid by Israel. These gangs are the ones who are stealing. There's no evidence that Hamas specifically is stealing. Times of Israel. In this article, Blinken makes the claim as well, right? Basically, he takes Israel's word and he makes a claim that Hamas is stealing that aid, right? But later on in the article, it says in February, the U.S. diplomat who was then involved in humanitarian assistance for Gaza denied allegations that Hamas stole aid and commercial shipments into the enclave, saying that no Israeli official had presented him or the Biden administration with quote unquote specific evidence of diversion of theft of assistance, right? Remember, these are the links that Tyler has provided, right? Once again, very familiar. We're going down this road with him again. But the next line, right, I'll acknowledge this. In the next line, he says, at the same time, the same official, he acknowledged that Hamas has used other aid delivery channels to, quote unquote, shape where and to whom assistance goes. At least I didn't see. If I missed it, I do apologize. It doesn't state what those delivery channels were. Like, are these aid trucks? It seems to be not aid trucks, something else. What delivery channels? I don't know, but whatever. And our friend, our friend Sarah, right, provided another link, right? And this is from the MR Online. And it says, just so you understand where Blinken is coming from, first paragraph. From the very beginning of Israel's assault on the Gaza Strip, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken had his hands on the steering wheel. After October 7th, Blinken was the first senior U.S. official to arrive in Israel on October 11th, right? I'm going with a very simple and clear message. The United States has Israel's back, Blinken reportedly said boarding the plane. And that had never changed, not in any time during the assault. The United States, right, the State Department, which Blinken was the head of, had Israel's back the entire time. So when the State Department simply repeats, again, without providing any proof, if I missed it, I do apologize, right? Tyler was too duplicitous to actually point out in his document where I should be looking at. But no evidence actually provided. Israel simply states it, and then the State Department repeats it. But when you talk to actual State Department officials, right, when there's actual reporting from people below the executive level, they're like, yeah, no evidence was provided ever, right? New York Times reporting, no evidence provided, right? By Israeli officials saying there was no evidence we provided. So once again, still looking for that proof.
Okay, well, Isaac, as I said, I provided 8 citations on this. You went into the BBC document that was talking about Hamas reselling flour and looked for proof of trucks being stolen. I just posted 4 more in there that show proof of trucks being stolen by Hamas. If you go into one citation to look for 18 different claims that I made in a document that has 200 citations in it, you're not going to find them all. No, hold on. I'll let you get your whole spiel up. Hold on, you made 3 claims there. You went through one document or looking for something that wasn't in that document. You can look at my shit, man. I have 2 lines of writing and then a citation under it. Then 2 more lines of writing and then a citation. It's very broken down so that even somebody that just reads headlines like you can understand. But there's 8 sources all backing what I claim in different various ways. Each of them is well broken down. Sarah was nice enough to grab you 2 of them, but I have multiple more that I just posted in chat for you.
Yeah. So once again, Tyler hides within his document rather than
I hide behind my facts.
Well, it's like hold on. Without providing the links, right? He says, "Well, why didn't you look through all my links?" And now afterwards, after I've gone through it, he says I can't read past the headlines. I actually did. I literally read through his documents, right? Read through the articles provided, pulled out the quotes, right? That directly contradict his point. Right, but he says I can't view it. Now he's actually done the work, right? Thank you for providing some links. I'm going to look through these other articles, right? And again, I'm going to look for evidence that Hamas has been stealing the aid, which is the thing that I'm responding to, right? I didn't respond to 3 other points or 18 points, right? Simply that 1 point. Simply 1 point, because Tyler, you gish gallop all around. You throw out all kinds of crazy.
Well, you're doing your research.
And then you just say that yes, it's somewhere in the document, right? Somewhere within my Google Doc, right? You might find evidence of that, and then take your time and look through that and get back to me and whenever you.
Hey, man, if you care more,
I'll do it.
Hold on, Tyler.
No problem. Don't worry. I'm going to go through it again because I know you're a liar.
Well, while you do that, while you do that,
if you actually cared, you know this shit.
I won't provide it. You liar.
Well, while y'all do that, y'all go about that. I just want to remind everybody of what the prompt was, which is whether or not the U.S. should cut ties with Israel, and that they are taking the affirmative on this, right? And the arguments they've made have been, Hamas did X, Y, Z bad, Hamas did whatever, and they haven't really fucking given us any argument as to why that would be beneficial for us to cut ties with Israel, except for one, which is, the Muslims will like us more, which I proved dating all the way back to 1786. They don't give 2 fucks about that, and they're going to come for us anyway. So the point that I'm making here with this current statement is to echo my words of Prime for the first 45 minutes when he was a little bit quieter than I anticipated was I don't give a shit about any of this because, hey, guess what? It doesn't fucking matter to the overall debate, the prompt. We're the neg. All we have to do is prove that, hey, it's better not to cut sides, and they've given you one benefit, and we've given you about 50 fucking different benefits, and I've gone from the important, like regional benefits, the multipolarity, hey, they actually are tied to us economically, the technology advances, all the way down to, I know Prime's going to hate this because he hates religion, all the way down to if you're a Christian, you should be supporting Israel. I've given a litany of reasons to support Israel, and what I would like to call what's happening right now is a country ass whooping because they're not sitting here even defending the prompt. They're just saying Israel bad.
So was that it? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Prime.
So do you remember this like bait and switch, Alex? Right. So I start saying, hey, why don't we just focus on the focus on the prompt, right? Hey, about should we cut off aid to Israel, right? And then they say, well, you ignored our 45 minutes of throwing out literally no evidence that the genocide isn't happening, right? You didn't deal with any of those claims, right? It must show that you're wrong, right? Then I engage with one of their claims, right? And then as soon as I do that, then I was like, well, actually, I don't care about this anymore, right? That case that I was making for 45 minutes that you had dismissed, that you tried to move us past, right? Well, now I don't want to do that anymore. Instead, I actually want to get back to the topic. Okay, nice try, Gibbs, right? Gibbs, I can do it any which way, right? I can provide you reasons why the United States should cut off the aid. I got a whole list of those reasons. That's not an issue, right? We can do either one. It's just that we got limited time here. And again, Tyler, right, being the coward that he is, wants to hide behind a wall of links, right, within a document that he demands that you look through, rather than actually just providing the links, right? He demands that you do that work, and so I'm just trying to track down all the constant bad faith in this particular individual.
So the
Right,
prompt,
I'm working on that right now.
Hold on, the prompt here is: should we cut ties with Israel? Not is Prime's vagina hurting, and we're going to hear him make ad homs for 45 minutes. So the fact that you're taking this massive L and all you can do is insult me, insult Gibbs, and rant about Trump tells me that you are extremely upset right now. This is what
I don't think Prime's insulted me.
We haven't even mentioned Trump, actually. That's the
of course, Gibbs. Of course, I haven't insulted you.
We haven't mentioned
right.
Trump,
I was a coward, and I have insulted him.
Here's the thing.
Let's do this. Let's do this because we are at the tail end, and you guys are starting to get into more rowdy functions about the meta of the conversation. So let's go ahead and we'll move into closing statements, and that way, when you guys get to open panel, I'm not going to be as frustrated. Gibbs, would you like to kick us off with your closing statement?
Sure. Yeah, I would love to. Thank you so much. Yeah, once again, thanks for having me. Thank you, Alex and Prime, for debating with me tonight, and thank you, Tyler, for being my partner. I look forward to the open. Yeah. So generally, I would say, despite some, perfidious lies and maybe unsupported evidence, once again, the prompt, we're the neg. All you have to do as the neg on a debate is to disprove or cast enough doubt and aspersion onto what they're saying. We provided a litany of reasons why we should continue to support Israel. It's all the way down to whenever they talk about aid. I've gone into detail about how we get paid back from a lot of this. Our technology improves. We're seeing real tangible results right now with both the F-15I and the F-35I, and we're seeing how they're being used in real-world combat systems against a near-peer in an adversary. We're seeing with the Iron Dome, they brought up how much expensive it was for all these missiles. Well, who makes those missiles? We do. That's American jobs, benefits right there. Guess what? We're selling that to them. We're getting more tech. We're getting real-time, real-world experience against fighting other people at a smaller scale than we would have to. These are all benefits. We can talk about the semiconductors. They're the second biggest semiconductor person after Taiwan. There's a ton of other reasons. Saudi Arabia is normalizing relations now with Israel. Israel's sitting here. They're the ones who were attacked. We're sitting here pro-Ukraine. I'm pro-Ukraine because, I think Russia's the evil empire, and they invaded. But guess what? All of a sudden, Hamas invades Israel, and it's lordy. And like I said, if we go back all historically, everything Prime said and Alex said about, the Muslim countries would leave us alone, I can go back all the way throughout time. There's a reason why all these people, all these religious groups have been fighting forever. It's because they all want to dominate the other. And guess what? It's not going to stop just because we stop supporting Israel. That's a lie. Everybody with a half a brain knows that. It's all crazy talk. And once again, I would just like to point out, we're the only ones. We provided a bunch of reasons. We're the only ones, Tyler and I, and the only thing they've come up with, Israel bad, Israel mean. And guess what? Even when they talk about all these genocide things, it becomes questionable. Well, guess what? Of 36 hospitals, 70% were destroyed. And arguably, we have evidence that most of those were used by military operations. And guess who gave us that evidence? Hamas gave us that evidence. So Hamas is telling you they're doing it. I'm just saying, it seems like their argument needs to be with the leaders of the Palestinian people in that region, not with Israel. Back Israel. Somebody of the Zionist movement, send me some money. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you, Gibbs. And Tyler, to you.
So being the internet version of Iron Dome here, I want to say I think Gibbs and I did a very great job refuting a lot of these half claims that were made tonight. So looking at each of the two individuals here, I want to restate the prompt. It's, should we cut ties with Israel? Not who's a coward, who's a hypocrite, and is Trump doing something he didn't run on? These were arguments that were made for about 15 minutes of, I guess we all get about 40 minutes of talking time, and then about 10 minutes dispelling anti-Semitism. That's cheap bait. That's a debate tactic. The fact that somebody spent that much time dispelling it tells me that maybe it meant a little more to them than they're putting on, but it's a cheap debate tactic to waste your time, and you just bit that bait because you're emotional. You're emotional. You don't have facts on your side. So we started out with about 45 minutes just disputing the claims of genocide, famine, occupation. All of those are completely refuted based on the plan that Israel has accepted to end the war. These things are gone. I had a ton of unchallenged claims, like the 12 kids that they were saying were dying of famine. It turns out they all had illnesses that were exposing their bones. I made a bunch of claims about Israel stealing aid. Somebody looked at the wrong citation and said, well, it's not in that one, so I guess it doesn't exist. And we went on that for 10 minutes as well. But most of my points were left on the table. Alex, I will give you credit for at least trying to address these things straight up. You did go into genocide. I will say Gibbs was right. Your questionnaire leading us down the context-free questions really didn't do much for me, but at least you tried to address it. So also, I want to get back to what I said about the news. There are 10 to 20 tours of every news outlet that applies going into Gaza every year. It's up to the military. That's what the courts decided. It's up to the military. They need to have a military escort to enter a war zone that's under Israel's control. There's nothing crazy about that. The United States does the same thing. You're not allowed to just walk into a war zone unannounced. You have to have a military escort. And that's all this is. They are still letting 10 to 20 tours in a year. This is it's in my doc as well. So if you didn't do the debate prep enough to not know, again, most of these facts that I'm telling you, then really you gotta ask, why are you even in a debate about this if you don't care enough to research the topic at all? It's not my job to educate you mid-debate because you couldn't lift a finger because you don't actually care as much as you let on for clicks. So I will say, I think that the argument here in terms of backing Israel is they beat Iran. Iran is the funder of drones to Russia, is the funder of energy to China. Keeping them completely limited has been a massive net positive. They're not going to just go away. The people that call us the great Satan in Iran aren't just going to forgive us if we don't back Israel, because nations that aren't backing Israel and declaring for a Palestinian state still see Islamic radical terrorism more often than the United States does. It's not about us intervening in the Middle East. It never has been, because if it was, they'd be going after Russia the same way, who intervened before us. We stepped in there after the USSR went in. So we can say all you want about all these standards and what we've talked about here, but at the end of the day, I think Gibbs and I did a fantastic job at refuting that. He did the narratives and I did the point by point on the facts. And then if you just watch this over and look how many things I claimed that never got addressed, there's no way that you could say that we lost this. It's just 90% of my points were just unmet. So have at it.
Thank you, Tyler. And Prime, to you, please.
Thank you for having me, Sarah. It was awfully kind of you to invite me, so I appreciate it. I appreciate my fellow participants, except for Tyler, who's a fucking coward, right? So Tyler, throws out throws out an implication of bigotry, and then when you try to respond to that. He says, now you're emotional for responding to my character attack. That's okay, right? Tyler, the liar, right, says that I didn't invite him back after the last time I beat his ass in a debate, right, on this very subject. I can provide you screenshots showing I actually did invite him back. He was too much of a coward to show up again. That's okay, all right? But getting back to the points at hand, so Tyler did make a whole list of points, but as we've shown specifically, we're talking about Hamas stealing aid convoys, right? When you actually push them, when you actually say, hey, well, let's see the evidence that you provide, all right, that you have available. He doesn't actually want to provide that, right? He wants to hide behind, right? We've seen this before with Tyler, right? He provides links that don't actually say what he says they do, right? You just take the time, do the debate, and go through it, right? Obviously, you wouldn't know what those links are beforehand, so how could you prepare without knowing his own links previously? But it's whatever, right? Still, and actually discussing this, yes, going to the topic at hand, which I wanted to focus on. They wanted to talk about the genocide. I didn't want to at the start, and then they criticized me for it. It's okay. But, discussing that, yeah, Israel is a rogue nation. Like I said previously, that wasn't addressed. One of my points wasn't addressed. I guess that means I win. Israel is a rogue nation. Israel attacks its neighbors, right? Another point that I made, but it wasn't addressed. So I guess I win. Israel paints a target on America's back. Another point I made, but it wasn't addressed. I guess I win. That's how debates work. Israel makes the world more dangerous for Americans. Israel is a money sink, right? As I said previously, a point that was addressed and proven correct was that Israel is the biggest recipient of American military aid. It's a hog, and it's completely unwarranted. It provides us with literally nothing, right? Unless you think, like my friend Gibbs does, and I acknowledge that, that in itself is a means to an end, right? Or justification of the means would be to provide some jobs within the defense industry. But I think lots of other people don't, right? If you think that we could use that money, that $300 billion, right, in your neighborhoods, in your communities, then you agree with me, right? That aid belongs, that money belongs to Americans. Certainly not a country that lead us into the Iraq War. Another claim that I made that wasn't addressed. I guess I win. So I appreciate everyone here. Again, against Tyler, I don't appreciate cowards. But shout out to everyone else. I'll stick around if people want to say something to me. But thank you, Sarah. Sorry. Final. I never shot myself out. Prime Kai, PRIMECAYS. I should have done this before. Gibbs did this. I didn't previously. But at Prime Kai, as spelled on the screen, on YouTube and Twitch. If you like me, come hit me up. Right. We have panels. We'll have a panel on Monday. Right. Our friend Gibbs will be there, right, Gibbs?
Yes, I'll be there this time for sure.
He'll be there. We have a lot of fun. Come signing up. You won't see Tyler because he's too much of a coward to show up again. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Prime. And Alex, to you.
All right. So first things first, Sarah, thank you so much for accepting this prompt. I do appreciate it. And I want to thank all the panelists. Prime, thank you so much for being my partner. And thank you to Tyler and Gibbs for taking part in this debate. So, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's debate was never about just choosing between Israel and Hamas. It was about choosing between complicity and conscience. It was about deciding whether a nation that claims to stand for human rights will keep funding a war machine that has turned Gaza into a graveyard, which is true. Now, I've heard my opponents talk about self-defense, security, terrorism, the military-industrial complex, but those words crumble against the reality that every humanitarian organization on earth, like the United Nations, the Amnesty International, Doctors Without Borders, Human Rights Watch, UNICEF, Save the Children, even B'Tselem, which is an Israeli organization, has called what's happening in Gaza a crime against humanity, and in many reports, a genocide. Now, I tried to bring up genocide, but certain panelists said, "Oh, well, this is such a stupid word game," but it was actually consistent. Now, we have watched in real time as neighborhoods became craters, as aid convoys were bombed, as hospitals were shelled, and as parents buried their children in plastic bags because there were no coffins left over. That's not self-defense. That is considered annihilation. Now, once again, we are paying for it. $3.8 billion every year, which I actually brought up that we could actually take that funding and put it towards the American public, but that was mocked and laughed at out of the room, essentially. So much for pro-America. More than we give to any other nation on earth. Money that could build schools here at home instead builds blockades abroad. Money that buys bombs instead of bread. We trade with dozens of allies without funding their armies. The UK, Japan, Germany, Canada, France, South Korea. Yet Israel alone receives this blank check. Now, why is that? Now, my opponents will ask, but what about Hamas? I condemn Hamas. I condemned it throughout this debate, and I condemn every act of terror they've committed. But condemning Hamas does not mean excusing genocide. Both can be wrong at the same time. And when Israel uses the language of defense to justify the starvation of 2 million people, when its own defense minister said, no electricity, no food, no fuel, that's not defense. That's actually deliberate cruelty. They tell you that the famine isn't real, yet the World Food Program and UNICEF confirm that children are dying of hunger in northern Gaza. They'll tell you it's Hamas stealing aid, but even U.S. intelligence, our U.S. intelligence agency, admits there's no verified evidence of systemic theft from Hamas. Just aid convoys blocked and bombed. They call it relocation, but the Geneva Convention calls it what it is, forced displacement. When a people are starved, displaced, and slaughtered, the vocabulary doesn't matter. The outcome does, which we have actually seen. Cutting ties with Israel isn't abandoning an ally, it's abandoning the hypocrisy. True friendship doesn't mean silence, it means accountability. We cut ties with apartheid South Africa, not because we hated its people, but because we loved justice more than comfort. We said, never again. Are we going to let never again become just just this one time, essentially. Now, some warn that if we stop funding Israel, Iran or China might fill the gap, but refusing to bankroll atrocities isn't surrender. It's leadership. We don't outcompete authoritarian regimes by imitating them. We lead by example. If, and I remember Tyler bringing this up, if China's persecution of Uyghur Muslims disqualifies them from rebuilding Gaza, then Israel's actions disqualify it from destroying it, essentially. The U.S. has made mistakes, Iraq and Afghanistan, and those scars should have taught us that endless wars and occupation never bring peace. They only create the next generation of extremists. If you learn from those mistakes, then we must act differently now. Tonight, I'm not asking for vengeance. I'm asking for values, for us to stop writing checks with our conscience and calling it foreign policy. Because every bomb we fund, every blockade we defend, every child we starve, that's not Israel's moral failure alone. That is also ours. Ladies and gentlemen, history is watching. Every generation is judged by the genocide and ignored. Let's make sure ours isn't this one. It's time to say enough. No more blank checks. No more excuses. No more complicity. Vote for the motion. Cut ties with Israel because the price of silence is measured in lives, and we've already paid too many. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. And of course, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for the open panel dumpster fire. So if anyone would like to jump on and continue on asking the participants more questions and starting their own war here on this screen, you're more than welcome to start hopping backstage to begin to sit back there for that. All right. And Mama Tomato, of course, got her membership on compliments of Chef Dylan. Thank you so kindly. P. Fletch says to remember to tip your hostess. Yes, please. And thank you. Powder Dusty says Lord Admiral Gibbs looks dapper this evening. No homo.
I saw when it came up. I appreciate Dusty, but lots of homo. How you doing? I'm just kidding.
Well, then when
you
you
do look good.
When you added the cat in, it was like giving Dr. Evil vibes.
That's what I was
Because you're
going for.
sitting there in your chair and you're just like caressing your kitty cat.
I was going for the Bond villain, you know.
It worked
What was
out
what was
very well.
the corporate one? The Czar, the Elon Musk before Elon Musk was a thing. Y'all remember him? I can't remember. Moonraker's bad guy. Whatever.
Fair enough. Oh, excuse me. Kokomo sends 15 for Nyx. Some of you have seen my post recently. Nyx had surgery number 1 on her right knee just recently. And just in the final week of her recovery, she blew out her left knee. So now she will be getting surgery on her left knee. It is a common thing that happens. So it was just kind of bound. We were just a matter of waiting for that left side to go. But thank you for all of the donations that are coming in for her. Steve says, just because. Thank you so kindly. Old School getting his new membership. Welcome to the club, my friend. Daniel says, praise Jesus, heal Nyx. Thank you. And Old School says, donation to heal a pet. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, to you guys. Vincent says, we should, although that community aren't all aligned politically, they are almost all Zionist. LGBTs like Dave Rubin and Peter Thiel to religious like Ben Shapiro, and they don't like Jesus. Any thoughts?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Cool.
You don't-
I don't really under.
Okay.
I don't know what to
said we
say to
should-
that, honestly. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that either. I'm looking confused.
Sorry, I'm a little confused. Sorry, like by this. Could you help me out with this?
Are they like saying that they're the Illuminati? Is that what they're saying? Or
the Illuminati's sitting here, like it's like I don't know how to answer that, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm a little confused.
Yeah, LGBT. Like, okay, so like gay people, like Dave Rubin, Peter Thiel, it's religious like Ben Shapiro, and they don't like Jesus. Like, I don't know. Is Dave Rubin a Christian? I think he is. Peter Thiel, I don't. Might be the Antichrist, but I don't. Ben Shapiro is Jewish, but I don't think he hates Jesus. But
I couldn't care less whether they hated Jesus or not. Honestly, that I have no idea what that has to do with anything. Honestly,
Yeah, thank you for supporting Sarah. I do.
Yeah,
appreciate you doing
absolutely.
that.
Yes. Keep
I'm
sending money
I'm
to Sarah,
not
please.
He's
confused.
got more. He's got more. So he says their intentions are clear: restore Holy Land, build the third temple to bring the coming of their Messiah. They have openly said this. They are ruining the West, destroying Christianity.
Who is
Maybe
that?
they're making a statement about American evangelicals, who I think they're doing exactly that.
He's talking about
through
Zionists.
I mean, yeah, but no, they're Christian Zionists as well, right?
Oh, wow.
So yeah, maybe. But again, maybe he's talking about Jewish Zionists. If he is, then I apologize. But if you're talking about Christian Zionists, well, then I would agree that narrowly here that they are being destructive towards the West because now they tied us to this barbaric country that is starting these wars, starting these conflicts with the idea that it'll start a larger incident that will bring Jesus back, in a sea of Jewish and Muslim blood, which I am not in support.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick. I mean, I'm not sure. I kind of agree. Like maybe that's his assessment that Prod said. It's either that or it's the real far one, which is that he wants the return of King Baldwin, and he thinks there's a third option, and that's crusade, and we should just make it a new Christian empire under the Americas and conquer the region instead of letting these groups have it. That could be what he might be saying. I'm not sure. He's been a little bit confusing in both messages I've read so far, but if you want to do the American crusade, I'm on board with the new American empire taking over the world. So come to the team empire, I guess.
I think it's more questioning the Judeo-Christian bond that exists and saying that the Judeo-Christian bond of Zionism is what's destroying Christianity in the West. And I mean, that's part of being Christian, man. We were talking about this in the group chat, the Old Testament, the guy whose donkey yelled at him. What was the name of it?
Balaam.
Yeah, the king told him to curse
Israel.
Yeah, the king of Moab told him to curse Israel. Then God stopped his donkey and yelled at him through the donkey's mouth and told him basically, like, you'll only go and do this if you praise Israel because those are my chosen people and blah, blah, blah. So Christians have a lot of theology that ties them to Judaism as well. So I thought that was already answered, but I don't know. I think that tie is great.
Was the donkey's name Eeyore by chance?
I'm not religious at all. I just kind of.
Me neither. So I'm just curious.
That's funny though.
All right. Perfect. Doobie, hi Doobie, says, how dare they hate us for testing our missiles on their families? Any thoughts?
I mean, I agree with my friend Doobie. I don't see why Gardens get so upset, right? When 2,000 pound bombs made by America, provided by them, my friend Gibbs is excited by that thought. Drops down on them, right? Like, why are they upset when we, not just the Gazans, but like the people in the region where Israel starts firing at their nations, right? Being the bully that they are. And their families get wiped out, right? In southern Lebanon, in Syria, in Iran, right? Again, during peace negotiations in quotes, right? Why do these people get upset? I don't understand it. But I mean, they should be testing grounds for Western imperial might. And again, my friend Gibbs agrees.
I think that Tyler said it best though earlier, is that these are defensive weapons we sell to Israel. But like, I think that how dare they hate us for testing our missiles? Doobie, I'm so glad you articulated that point, because if I was an Israeli and I was having rockets shot at me by Hezbollah and Hamas daily, and maybe having to worry about Syria coming in every once in a while and the groups there attack me, I would also probably hate them for testing missiles on my family. That's why we wanted the Iron Dome built. I mean, I think that's a very good point you make, Doobie.
The point is, like, who's invading who right now? Is it Israel invading into Gaza, or is Gaza invading into Israel?
Well, October 7th will be an invasion into Israel. Thanks. So, thanks.
Establishment of deterrence.
Okay, well, first things first. I've already denounced October the 7th, but the fact of the matter is that Israel is invading into Gaza. True or false?
Well, yeah, they're going to take out the government body
that is no longer defensive.
It's no longer defensive for their attack. It's the fault of this war is on Hamas. Every single dead body is on Hamas, and if Hamas surrendered and put down their arms and it took full for their actions on October 7th, this war would stop tomorrow, as the peace deal that Israel agreed to. That does not include genocide, ethnic cleansing, or occupation from Israel. All these things are dispelled by what's actually written.
Well, even though Ben Gvir and Smotrich have actually made this abundantly clear, they don't even give a shit about the hostages. They've actually just want a scorched earth, and that's exactly what's happening. Like, that's why I brought up the fact that they like destroyed entire city blocks.
It's not.
No, we can deal with Tyler's claim directly, right? So Tyler's talking about within the peace deal, the 20-point plan that Donald Trump put out. That this shows that Israel never wanted one, to ethnically cleanse, right? Sorry, what was the other claim that you made? One, they don't want to ethnically cleanse. It also
genocide, occupation, ethnic cleansing.
Well, they're kind of all the same thing. For our purposes, right?
Yeah,
for our purposes now. So I would say that we've seen literally the ethnic cleansing happening like within the conflict, and that like they pushed everyone out of northern Gaza into southern Gaza, right, to be safe, right, to safe zones that they keep bombing nonstop. I'd say that yes, Israel quote unquote agreed to this plan, but Israel has agreed to a bunch of other plans in the past, and they have broken those deals, most famously under the Trump administration, where Trump, to his credit, helped institute a ceasefire, right? Who broke that? Israel broke that. Israel cannot be trusted. Israel is a rogue state, again, that doesn't care about international law and doesn't care about the agreements that it goes against. And then Netanyahu said in statement afterwards, right? So then this is a common tactic, Israeli tactic, from the officials, right? Is that they say one thing to the English audience, and then in Hebrew they say like literally the exact opposite. And so, like the Gaza deal requires a security buffer, right? That in the third stage, the forces will be pushed back, right? They'll have a small security buffer in Gaza, but IDF will leave. But Netanyahu says, no, we're not going to leave. Netanyahu talks about how this is a coup for them, and they're just going to ignore all these things. And I wouldn't be surprised, because once again, they keep breaking their word.
All right. And I've got two that came in on the Buy Me a Coffee app. Harry Ludwig sends $5 just to show support. Thank you so kindly. And Adam sent $5 to say, y'all just mop the floors with these Zionists. It's hilarious watching them cope as if they came even close to winning. Israel is a terrorist state, and y'all have no evidence for any of your points. Any
I mean,
watch it. All I'm gonna say is watch it back, because I saw the.
Yeah, I that's fine. I feel like, this is it's funny, the no evidence thing that keeps coming up. Like, we can argue about different facts. This is kind of why when I brought up evidence, and I don't think anybody really disputed the evidence I brought up. It was all specifically from sources we all agree on. Like, I picked what was the one earlier, the NGO, whatever organization that monitors rights, and then that was quoting Hamas's direct comments and direct things, direct charters and all these different things. And like, it's whenever we provide specific evidence, then someone comes in with a dumbass comment like that, after Tyler, I know that Prime takes issues with his thousands of quotes, and citations or whatever. I'm a little bit in between. I think that, we can have some quotes, we have some not, but I don't think that you can say the guy that dropped 200 fucking citations isn't providing evidence, and then the other guy, whenever he pretty much posted, I said sources that no one really disputed, they just disputed, what that meant. I don't think that's also not a specific source. So sorry, but you're wrong.
All right. And then Vincent says, Gibbs, name one name one war they helped us on. Name one thing they shared with us. There is a list of things they stole from us, though, and wars they didn't help us in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue specifically they were going and coming helping us in other wars. They're a country the size of New Jersey. I mean, how much can they really do? And they don't have the imperialist background that, say, like the UK does, where they conquered half the world being a country the size of New Jersey. I will say that their benefits, they do have boots on the ground with us. We've been trained with them several times. We've done all sorts of missions with them. We have a technological trade with them. We have them in our F-35 and F-15 programs. They have their own variants that we've now copied some stuff from and are building more advanced stuff. They've also allowed us to build better drone defense tech, since the Iranians love drones, as we see the Iranian drones, as Tyler mentioned, being used extensively in Ukraine. Honestly, this is a sad take that I'm about to say, because lots of people are dying, but the U.S. is now much more prepared to defend itself than it was 5 years ago, because of both the Israel conflicts and the wars in Ukraine, because we're getting real-world, near-peer combat experience without us actually having to fight. This is all beneficial to us in the long run in regards to wars. So, yeah, I would say that, yeah, maybe they haven't fought directly with us in the war, but indirectly they've helped us more than maybe some of our partners, like, Tyler mentioned France, who originally wasn't involved in the war on terror. Then after they had their own terror incidents, suddenly started getting involved in Mali and Malta and all sorts of these other countries, like all over Africa. And there's a reason now why they pulled out and they've had to let Rwanda take over their contracts as a security thing. And this is the same kind of situation we have here with Israel. It's, we're getting our proxy nation to fight the battles for us, so we don't have to.
Well, it's amazing how he brings this up, because the fact that, like, he's talking about, like, how Israel has never actually supported us, even though Israel said, oh, well, this country, like, they talk about, like, how Iran was, like, 2 weeks away from building a nuclear warhead. They said that for, like, 20 plus years, and it was never true, actually. So the fact of the matter is, like, that they've never actually supported us in any wars, essentially. So that kind of goes out the window. There are smaller countries, like, I'm not talking like smaller in size, but like probably like smaller military size. Like Estonia actually supported us in the war in Iraq. I know, because I spoke with many members of the Estonian military. They would actually travel in and out of our FOBs at times. Like, the thing is, like, Israel has never actually supported us in any of our campaigns, but they've actually, like, tried to incite us into getting into conflicts. I mean, they've talked about, like, how Iran is, like, the biggest threat to us, but yet Iran is nowhere near a threat to the United States. Yeah, they've had proxies, but so is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is like one of the largest terror groups, essentially, for Wahhabic terrorism, essentially. Iran, I'm not saying I like Iran. I think the Iranian government is terrible. They've done horrible things. Thing is, like, Benjamin Netanyahu has said for decades how they are this close to building a nuclear warhead, when that's actually never truth. And actually, Iran was actually following the JCPOA until Trump pulls out of the JCPOA. And this is my first time mentioning Trump tonight. Thank you very much. But, like, he pulls out of it, then they started enriching Iran, and they started, like, breaking this whole idea. So, like, this whole concept, like, Israel's our greatest friend, is like, that we can say this, but the fact of the matter is, like, they say they're the greatest democracy essentially out there, but, like, a democracy doesn't actually suppress people. A democracy actually supports entire civilian populations, essentially.
So I'd like to ask Tyler a question. This is a thing that I forgot when we were talking about the 20-point peace plan and Israel's acceptance of it, right? So in the peace plan, it says that, I think it's point 19, if I'm remembering correctly. But it talks about how, please, go look it up. But it talks about how, once this plan is underway, right, we will begin, negotiations for Palestinian statehood, which we acknowledge that is a goal of the Palestinian people, right? Is it? You have said that Israel accepting, quote unquote, accepting this plan is proof that there is a shift in policy. So, is it your belief that this shows that now Israel is open to Palestinian statehood? That this is they've changed course, and now Palestinian statehood is actually on the table. Is that your belief?
No, that's not my belief. My belief is that has always been Israel's policy for the last 60 years, them participating in the Oslo Accords, them allowing the election of Hamas in the first place, and several other instances prove that they've always pushed for some sort of statehood. And if you look at the polling for the last 40 years out of Israel, the majority of the country, including the right wing, not the far right wing, that's Ben Gvir's party, but I have another point for you, Alex, on that later. Other than them, most of Israel wants these people to have statehood. Right now, even, they still say Israel, the two-state solution is the best solution, but Hamas has to be removed from power first. And America agrees on that. There should be no deal until Hamas is removed from power. So until the people that are responsible for the terror attack against Israel, where they targeted civilians, unlike what Israel does, they intentionally targeted civilians, kidnapped, sexually assaulted, beat. They took a 9-month-old boy, strangled him to death, and paraded him through the streets to hundreds of cheering people. Until that entity is removed from power, the two-state solution cannot happen. And as far as occupation goes, Israel has said multiple times the reason they pulled out in 2005 is because they did not want to do occupation. They withdrew, I think, 8,000 or 5,000 Jewish people that lived in Gaza, took them with them, said, you're coming with us, ethnically cleansed its own people out of Gaza and said, you know what, just take it. We're just going to put this limiting barrier on it. As terrorist attacks ramped up, that barrier got more and more, and then we got cookies being banned to punish them. I'm not going to say every action Israel did was good, and there were no cookie rockets. Destiny made that up. But like at the end of the day, statehood, two-state solution, and sovereignty for Palestine have always been on the table.
Okay, one second. Times of Israel. Knesset votes overwhelmingly against Palestinian statehood days before PM's U.S. trip, right? The Knesset late Wednesday voted overwhelmingly to pass a resolution rejecting the establishment of a Palestinian state. The resolution was co-sponsored by parties in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition, together with right-wing parties from the opposition, and even received support from Benny Gantz's centrist National Unity Party.
Yep. Until Hamas is removed from power, yes.
And until Hamas is removed from power, indeed, right? Yeah. So I would say that the all signals from Israel, right, consistently is that one, we will say to our American allies, right, and to the world in general, that the two-state solution is on the table, right? As they are making that utterly impossible. So one, they vote against a Palestinian statehood directly, right? Directly. But then a defender says, well, it's just to Hamas. This person, then we can talk about that. But at the same time, right, in the West Bank, what are they doing? They're making the E1 settlement, right, which is acknowledged by Israeli officials, by the international community, right? This E1 settlement is a crossing a red line, because what it does, it splits up the West Bank, so it can't be you couldn't have any sort of contiguous jurisdiction. Right, so that ends the two-state solution, which is why American presidents have stopped Israel for decades from actually building this project. Right, so it is another evidence, another piece of evidence that Israel never actually wanted a two-state solution, along with the rest of its outposts, right, and settlements within the West Bank. Right, they were slowly choking off that possibility, but under the Trump administration, it's being ramped right up.
Well, I would argue that they had the right to take over Gaza since 1949, when they forced Egypt out of the land that was holding it in martial law at the time. And since then, they have had the right to remove mostly refugees. By definition, a refugee is not on land that belongs to them. They have had the land rights to Gaza that they won in a war that they did not start. So they could have kicked them out at any time. But their actions, Oslo was not just words, it was actions. They removed all the Jews from Gaza, withdrew the army, and said, you guys can have your own election. It's not going to be complete statehood yet, but it's a very large set of steps leading up to that. And this was in 2005.
Well, I need to, but like, Sarah, before you move on to the next super chat, we need to understand something really, really clearly, though, because like, just because they withdrew from Gaza doesn't mean that they actually didn't like release their grip from that area, because they actually control the borders into Gaza, all but one of the land crosses into Gaza. They basically, Israel has still complete full control. They control all the airspace, they control all the maritime access, they control all the economics and supplies going into Gaza. This is 100% factual. So honestly, they didn't withdraw from anything essentially. And once again, because the fact of the matter is like I brought up this point and it never actually got addressed, was the fact that when Qatar approached Israel about sending aid into Palestine, essentially, the Israeli government said, yes, keep sending it through into there, essentially, which is a really, really important point there, because I can all say this without a doubt. I think it's just because Benjamin Netanyahu wanted these things. The guy's already corrupt as shit. I mean, the guy is like already facing serious corruption charges, essentially. And like, this is just adding to it. I mean, like, that's something we never got into about all the war crimes that Netanyahu is actually complicit in, essentially. So, but go ahead, Sarah.
Well, I did, of course, say that he was wanted by International Criminal Court.
You did, but
war criminal.
It never
got into it, though.
Yeah, it never got into it, though. So.
All right, and I'm going to try to move along a little bit faster. We do have a full backstage back there waiting to come on. Doobie says, quick reminder that Israel's internal numbers leaked last month, and they listed an 83% civilian death rate as of May, with only 8,900 Hamas killed out of 53,000 total confirmed deaths.
Neither of those
Tyler,
numbers
you're
are
shaking
correct.
your head.
So
how are they not correct?
Because the 62,000 is actually what the number is. You got it wrong. It's 62,000. That comes from Gaza's health ministry.
That's even worse.
Which includes things like El Shifa Hospital and the Witkoff massacre that have been debunked. Those numbers are not true. They are adding to them with things that they blame Israel for that we know Israel did not do. When that IJF rocket landed in the parking lot of El Shifa Hospital, Hamas or Gaza Health Ministry reported 470 people died. That was not true. It was debunked like 2 days later. That's still in the death tolls, as well as the Witkoff massacre, which was 2 anonymous sources versus 4 Israeli recordings. One was a drone strike of the actual shootings that were going on, which Doobie said was fake. Israel doctored the tape when I debated him on this, and he took a big L. So on the 89,000, I brought that up earlier. That's a hacked database. Those are only Israel's already responded to this. They said those are only some of the people. Those are the ones they have confirmed. They have a whole nother data set of people that they think are Hamas actors that they have some proof of, but it's not enough to definitively say. And that's why they say 20,000. So what he's doing is accepting Hamas's numbers at face value and say we can't trust Israel because they've lied in the past, despite the fact that Hamas lies more.
It's interesting that you bring this up because the fact of the matter is like every single time, like Pierce Morgan, a guy that initially was in full support of Israel, actually talked about this topic. He actually brought in members of the Israeli government, and even they couldn't tell you. They could tell you how many Hamas they've killed, but they couldn't tell you how many innocent civilians have been killed essentially in this conflict essentially.
Yeah.
And that to me, that's troubling, honestly. How is it that the Israeli government is so 100% sure that they've killed so many Hamas, but they have no idea how many innocent civilians have killed? And like, here's the thing, everybody likes to break the fact, oh, well, that's collateral damage. It's so amazing how like we just like downgrade people that have been killed that had nothing to do with October the 7th. Like the people I brought at the very beginning of the debate, which never got addressed, honestly, they had nothing to do with October 7th, but they are just pretty much cast off the side and pretty much said, oh, well, Hamas did this. And I made it abundantly clear, I denounce everything Hamas did, but yet we're talking about the tens of thousands of people that have been brutally murdered by the Israeli government, and we're passing this off as nothing. That's shocking to me.
That's the thing is Hamas is the government of Gaza. You can't just denounce them and then that suddenly means that their actions don't exist. That suddenly means context doesn't exist anymore. Just denouncing the governing body and the most popular government force in Gaza doesn't suddenly make their actions go away. It doesn't suddenly make Israel's war of deterrence, which they're fighting right now, an invasion and occupation. That's the point, is when you're saying you denounce them, suddenly that makes you think you can get rid of all the context that led up to the point where Israel's actions, which are justified because this is not a war they started. They are removing a terrorist entity that wants to wipe them off the map and try to from power. That's absolutely fine. Any other country would do the same thing.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up context. Oh, sorry. If you want to move on, then I'll let you.
Actually, there was another super chat that came in that follows up with that, so we'll get back to it here shortly. Anthony says, having grifted in a minute for the dog surgery fund. Hope all is well. Thank you so much.
Support the dogs. Support the dogs.
Support the doggo, especially this clumsy.
Support the doggo. I fucking love this. This is great.
She's such a klutz. It's like hilarious. And I have all like hardwood floors, so she just slides over everything and just makes a ruckus of
Love
everything.
dogs.
Artie coming in. It's funny because my other dog's name is RT, so I call Art RT. She's just gonna have to deal with that. But thank you, Artie, for the doggo and getting her own new membership. Welcome to the club again. Texas says Jeff's popped in for a sec. Saw dog surgery fun. So sorry. Hope this helps and hope your doggy recovers fast and it goes smoothly. Yes, I will be running this grift all month. Okay, just so you all know, it's very expensive. Doobie says with the Big Ten, Tyler did a great job demonstrating he is exactly what Prime said he is when he admitted to using dishonest anti-Semitism claims as a debate tactic, debunked by his own sources repeatedly. And I'll hand this over to you, Tyler, if you want to respond.
We've already been through this. I made multiple claims. I linked 8 sources, and one was used to try to find all the claims I made. I'm pretty sure if you
I went through 3 of those sources.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure everything I said there is backed up.
Yeah, so but they weren't. You can go through those sources and prove that they are.
This. My documents posted.
You post links, but
well, it was pretty easy to go through it. Just Control F my way through. I mean, I think I grabbed the right stuff. I may not have, but I was just looking for BBC.
But see, Sarah, it's not your job to do that. When you make a claim and you say, "Oh, you have a source," fair enough, right?
What I'm saying is for you. I mean, Tyler, you could have directed him, pretty easily because you could have controlled F and then found him. But either way,
but it's a derailment tactic, like asking a pop.
It's either way, gentlemen. The information is available. Nobody's being bad faith. It's just, you might just have to go on a hunt.
Bad faith.
I would have just. The thing is, like, these guys have accused us multiple times of anti-Semitism when neither myself or Prime said anything anti-Semitic. We just simply pointed out like the horrible things that the Israeli government has done. Essentially, I mean, I'm just saying
it derails people. I never said it to you. I was alluding to it for Prime. I didn't want to outright say it because I don't believe it. It was a debate tactic. Don't take that personally.
I don't take it personally. But anyway, go ahead.
And Old School says Prime case is wrong. Less than half of Israel supporting evangelicals support Israel because they believe it will result in Jesus's return. Ooh, hallelujah.
Wrong. Less than half of Israel supporting evangelical support Israel because they believe. Well, that's okay, but it doesn't matter if it's less than half. I'm saying that is one of their driving. I don't know the exact numbers. Let's say this individual is correct. Thank you for giving $5 to Sarah, right? So, like, it is a major driving force. Like whatever. I didn't say it was the only reason, right? Evangelicals are part of the imperialist nation of the United States, right? And evangelicals see the advantages that Gibbs sees in supporting Israel, right? A lot of them have the same reasons. Evangelicals aren't just one thing. They aren't just a religion, right? So they see the money that is there to be made, right? They see the resources there to be pillaged within the Middle East, right? So those might be other reasons why they support, not just mindlessly because of their religion, but some of them mindlessly because of their religion.
All right. And Anthony sends not 10, not 20, but 30 to say for the goal. Thank you so much for finishing that off for us. And Kokomo gifts out 5 Raging Tomato memberships.
Nice.
Because Kokomo promised if we finish the dono goal, they would gift membership. So thank you. And here is where we bring the thing back from earlier. Doobie says, Tyler is lying again. I didn't say the video was fake. I said it didn't show Hamas stealing aid or firing at civilians, which is what Tyler claimed it showed. It was a
video of an Israel-funded gang. Yeah. Which is exactly what our friends like Alex said, right? Which exactly is one of his Tyler's sources says exactly that, right? I literally quoted. I can read it to you again. Don't worry, I will read it to you again because I'm just so giving, right? So in February, Times of Israel, in February, the U.S. diplomat who was then involved in humanitarian assistance for Gaza denied allegations that Hamas stole aid and commercial shipments into the enclave, saying that no Israeli official had presented him or the Biden administration with specific evidence of. Actually, this is in the BBC one. This is the other one. Sorry, Jonathan. This is another one. Sorry, Jonathan Whitall, the head of the UN's humanitarian office for the occupied Palestinian territories, also said there was no evidence that Hamas was diverting aid coordinated through credible humanitarian channels. He said the real theft of relief goods since the beginning of the war had been carried out by criminal gangs, which the Israeli army, quote unquote, allowed to operate in proximity to the Karem Shalom crossing point in Gaza, end quote. Yeah, that was in his sources.
Okay. And last one, and then we'll move into open panel. Anthony says, I know they said they delivered pamphlets for the kids and family, but wouldn't that give time for Hamas to evacuate and beat the whole purpose of what they're doing?
Yeah, I kind of alluded to that earlier with what they call like the door knock, where they'll drop the big stone or big like dud bomb on the thing or blow it up above the
You
apartment
mean
building. to let these people-
the first tap, like the
tap,
roof
the
knockers
double
or
tap.
something?
Yeah. So like
Double
I
tap is
alluded,
something slightly different, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I might have misspoke with the exact term. You know, I am not actually still in Valor. My name is not because I was in the military. For the record, it was. I always think this is funny because it's a Star Wars reference, but and it's from like when I was 2014. When I was not 2014, when I was 14, and I made the name. But what I do know is that Israel does seem to have a kind of like restrained system, and in this case, what they do is they know Hamas is going to get out probably, but they destroy the infrastructure in order to punish Hamas and deny them from being able to use it in the future. And it's better to let the civilians go. But that's just being a proof of them being a moral actor and a moral, conscious defender of their people against an evil terrorist organization backed by the king of the axis of evil, or the religious prophet of the axis of evil. That'd be Iran.
So Gibbs, I want to ask you a question. Was Hind Rajab a member of Hamas?
I mean, I think they were the same group as Bofas.
Both of these nuts? Yeah, nice try.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, I asked you.
Got it.
Yeah, you got it too. Okay, so anyways, like you're not gonna get past this. Okay, so I asked you a very specific question. Was she a member of Hamas?
Who? I mean, I don't know this person. I'm not familiar with.
I made it my own scene. Were you not fucking listening?
Yeah, I mean, I did listen, but that's been 2.5 hours ago. So
okay,
I mean,
she was a 5-year-old girl. Okay, sir, she was a 5-year-old girl. Her family was escaping from an area that Israel told them to escape to, and then Israel opened fire and they destroyed her entire car. She called emergency services, and then they came towards the car, and then they ended up killing her. I mean, was she a member of Hamas?
Yeah, I mean, this is the same kind of problem I have right here. Like when you're doing this,
okay.
Hold on. Yeah, whatever. What about the 17-year-old girl? What about the 17-year-old girl who was raped to death and walked around all of the city, Gaza City, and these people? Oh, you don't support it, and you don't understand why they would go to war. Guess what? Sometimes children die in war. It's a sad case, but if I was attacked unprovoked and had my, people, some of my children killed while they're at a festival, guess what? I'm sorry. I'm not going to say
combat scenario.
Cool. I'm not. Yeah, but sure. I think we can all empathize with you. If you go to war, casualties happen.
That's the difference between you and me, because I've actually been in a similar scenario.
Yeah,
and you haven't. The thing is,
so you're saying civilian casualties don't happen?
No.
Oh, so they do happen.
No,
we're arguing about justification for a war.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, shut the fuck up. Seriously. Okay, at no point was Hind Rajab or her family a threat to anybody, but yet Israel still opened fire.
No, what point was those people at that festival a threat to anybody? No, were the people at the festival a threat to somebody? No, who were they? Were the people at the festival a threat to anybody?
Shh, sweetheart, it's okay.
Okay, sweetheart. Okay, sweetheart. Oh, yeah, you just look
okay.
broody doing that. Okay, nobody's buying your tough man act.
Okay,
you keep trying. You just
listen,
look gay.
you're the one wearing the purple suit. What are you talking about? So
I mean, I know, and I'm still twice as manly as you are. That's crazy.
Dude,
but the point I'm making
you're
is
twice the size of me. That doesn't make you twice as manly.
Hey, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, it does. I can lift more. I can fuck more.
Okay, you freeze twice as much as I do too. So honestly, anyway, as I was saying,
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah, get nailed across. Anyway, get owned, bitch. Okay. Anyway,
I was saying, the only thing you're owning is your pathetic takes, and they're sad. They're pathetic. Bro, you're so derailed that you're talking about my weight. You're not even able to make a point. What's crazy is you just admitted that civilian casualties happen, and then you don't care about these poor children that were attacked at this festival. It's crazy. It's crazy. One's bad, the other's good. This is why I said you were anti-Semitic, because you don't care about those poor Jews.
Oh, anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah, that's what you're exhibiting. You only care about one side.
We're gonna make an anti-Semitic argument.
Well, listen. You're doing the Richard Spitzer thing, where you hide behind the words and you actually don't want to say it with shit. That's what's crazy.
Straw man fucking argument.
You're always over here crying about one child, but you don't give two fucks about that 17-year-old girl that was raped to death. Oh, well, cool. And then you can't explain why a country would want to go to war when something like that happened on their turf. Crazy, so bad fake. Yeah, listen, quit with your fake morality. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Just go play the Wolf Small Island.
That's actually real size right there, the violin.
Can I jump in?
Everybody ready to put their dicks away?
I wanted to just answer the super
No,
chat.
we haven't
My
got
dick's
yet.
too big to be
Oh,
put
okay.
away. but
Now
I
it's put
will
away,
endeavor.
Sarah. It's
I'll
put
try.
away, Sarah.
Israel
It's put away.
doesn't do no knock bombs and pamphlets, but they also sometimes call the owners of the homes, and they've released dozens of tapes where they call somebody that owns the building that they're going to bomb maybe a week down the road, and they say, "Bomb us, we're ready to die for Allah." The reason that they have these is because Iran has a martyr fund. They pay hundreds of millions of dollars every year to families who lose somebody for the cause, usually for a PR pushing that we're being genocided. They'll pay that family off, so you have incentive to go and die unarmed for the cause.
Oh my God!
It's already been investigated. Martyr funds exist. How much you guys didn't know tonight? You should really be a little bit more.
Okay, but first things first, I brought up Hind Rajab for a very specific reason, because they were actually escaping from a region that like Israel's getting ready to bomb, and then they were shot to pieces. Like there was 300 bullets that went into their car, and then the fact that like this 5-year-old girl that Gibbs doesn't seem to give a flying fuck about, she was calling saying, "Oh my God, the Israeli military and the tanks are coming towards us," and they shot that car full of more fucking holes. But Gibbs doesn't give a shit because, oh my God, I'm gonna tie my little fucking heartstrings and pretend to give a shit about other fucking people. Essentially,
I haven't made that argument. Once again, you're putting words in my mouth and you're lying.
I'm putting
once again. Yes, sir, you are. Yeah, you are absolutely. I am going to respond to this. You're
hold
putting
on.
words in my mouth. I never once have made a moralistic argument. Secondly, why would anybody take your version of the truth when right here on this panel I called you out for lying about what I was saying, and Prime, your own partner, has admitted that I was taking the stance that I had the whole time about Ukraine. You just literally make shit up to win an argument, which is sad because you're literally lying about me, and now you're sitting here lying about the story. I don't know. You're even lying about casualties happening. You're just dishonest and you're being bad faith.
Okay, you can actually.
We literally have evidence in this panel where you lied about my stance, and now you're lying about my stance again.
Sweetheart.
Because you can't.
Plus-size gentleman with
stop lying about what my stances are, because you can't actually beat something on the principles and the grounds of the actual subject. I mean, that's cool.
In order to grow the fuck out, okay?
Oh yeah, that's a good one, man. Yeah.
All right, that was fun, but we did have to move on. All right, so everyone who is new, there are some new people backstage, I believe. So don't worry, you will find your time up on screen because people get booted here very, very, very fast. And I will leave it to the chat to do so. For a measly $10, you can boot anyone on the bottom half of the panel, any of the 4 original panelists, including Prime, Alex, Tyler, and Gibbs.
I'm safe!
They are safe. They are. They have immunity up here on this panel as of this evening, so you can't boot them. They can be up here and Spurg all night long. You can put them in a speed date though, so they're not far away from crazy stuff. But once somebody gets booted from the panel, somebody else in line backstage comes up. And if you really, 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 really want someone up on screen, you have to boot someone, and that's fair game too. Or if you are sitting backstage and you really, really, really want on screen, you can pay $10 and go ahead and take your place. All right. Everyone knows my rules here. Keep your interruptions to a minimum. If you're all screaming over each other, I will put you in an embarrassing speed date with sexy, sensual music and make you very, very, very uncomfortable. And the crowd absolutely loves it. Outside of that, I am going to go ahead and kick off the gauntlet. So be prepared. We'll start moving over there shortly. Kay, why don't you go ahead and kick us off?
Hi. I don't exactly have anything off the top of my head to kick us off with.
All right.
You look great today, Kay.
Thank you.
You look lovely, Kay.
Yeah, hey, Kay, do you want to talk about the bravery of somebody that fell out of the ugly tree and got hit by a bag of dicks for looks, talking about other people's appearances? Can we talk about that for a second? I think that one's really impressive.
I'd rather talk to you, Gibbs, about something.
All right.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about dicks at all.
So here we go.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. That's why I guess we're not talking Dallas.
Yeah,
All right,
so just a quick
Yay!
for the affirmative side, there's a little note for you guys that I didn't hear brought up. Just really quick, we give Israel 3.8 billion, but it's far more fucked than that because they actually put it in treasuries. So we actually paid them interest on this. It's not really aid so much as it's taxpayer funded loan to ourselves at a loss. But anyway, going back to you, Gibbs, you and Tyler both mentioned Christians have an obligation to support Israel. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would argue that there's a substantial amount of text biblically that would argue that. Yeah, God.
Okay. So I have
those are chosen people, and that we should ally ourselves with them as Christians.
Yeah. I'm familiar with that. Okay. So just want to get the confirmation. I have a very good reason for why Christian Americans should actually cut ties with Israel. Israel has what's called the Temple Institute. It's heavily funded by Israel state. One of the prime directives of the Temple Institute is to rebuild a third temple. Okay. When this happens, they're going to name their Messiah. By definition, when they do this, this person will be Antichrist. Maybe not the Antichrist, but Antichrist in nature. So why should Christians support a Zionist state that's going to name the Antichrist?
What?
I mean, I'm a little. Okay, wait, just rephrase.
I know it's a lot. I know you never heard this before. You've never been challenged on this, but please try to keep up.
It's not that. I'm just trying to like figure out. Are you arguing? No, this is hilarious. We got two doctors of religion, but I have
stop obfuscating and answer the question, please.
Oh, listen, hold on, Papa. You asked me a question. I'm gonna answer however goddamn well. Please.
Get there.
Secondly, listen.
Elmer Fudd up there.
Yeah, I know. It's very Elmer Fudd.
I can even tell you why you believe.
I love how when I get asked questions and I can't even answer them. That's the crazy part. But
no, you just can't answer. That's it.
No, here's the argument. I guess I'm asking just for clarification. Are you asking if they're going to make? You're just saying they're going to make a Antichrist or like not necessarily the Antichrist. Like you're arguing
they're going to name their Messiah. By definition, they reject Jesus Christ as the Messiah. So by definition, it will be the Antichrist. Why should Christians?
Yeah, that would be arguably something that in Revelations would come true whenever he rides a little swine into the temple and all this other shit.
You're not answering the question. This is a great obfuscation, but you're not answering the question.
I mean, are you arguing that every Israeli that lives in Israel is somehow
I'll give you Temple Institute? What do you think the percentage is?
Like, hold on. Do you think every American is working in Bohemian Grove with the people that?
Yeah, great obfuscation.
No, it's a good question because that's kind of what you're doing.
No, yeah, you've been doing this all night. Just what about
Islam? Hold on. You just compared the entire country of Israel because they have a group called the Temple Institute. Yeah, the Temple Institute. You're saying all of those people, all of Israel, because you have
they're
some
funded
people
by the state of Israel.
Yeah, they're cool. They're funded. They're a group of people funded by the state of Israel. We have thousands of programs here in the United States funded by the government. Some of them we like.
That's great. Whataboutism.
Hold on. No. This is equivalency. I know that's confusing for someone that's
it's whataboutism. It's whataboutism.
Debate, but hold on.
Whataboutism. No one's nailed you to whataboutism the whole debate.
Cool, that's fine. You can talk about whataboutism you want. But it's clear you don't understand it.
So okay, great. You can't explain. I'll actually explain to you. I'll actually explain to you why you believe.
No, I don't need you to explain.
I'll explain to you why you believe this because you don't understand. You don't understand church history. You don't understand Christians.
Question. So the equivalent here thing is we have NGOs. We have all these different things that are funded by the U.S. government, right? We have different organizations. They're funded. It's simple, right? So we can have an organization say, like, I don't know.
That's great. Whataboutism? You're not answering the question.
Let me finish. Jesus Christ.
Are you going to land the plane here?
I am. I would if you just would stop interrupting. I know you have the attention span of a goldfish, but
no, you're not answering the question.
I'm sitting here saying, hey, are you? Oh, no. Let me explain why you're so stupid, okay? Let me just explain.
I'm stupid now, yeah.
It is. You are stupid because
I'm stupid. You can't answer the question.
A false currency.
I'm stupid. You can't answer the question.
A government like the United States is funding an organization.
I'll go ahead and filibuster.
I'm going to finish my sentence. It's funding an organization which, like, say, I don't put trans in a library. Would you say, everybody in the United States is now supporting?
I didn't say that.
Putting the I know you're not saying that. Because that is what you're saying with the equivalent.
No, I didn't. That's not
what about it.
Tell me my question back to me. Tell me my question back to me.
They're funding the
You don't know, do you? You don't know it.
Hold on.
Tell me my question back to me.
The Trans Institute.
Tell me my question back to me. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, do you?
Finish my point is a bad debate. Everybody sees through it. So if
I
fund an organization,
everybody sees how much of a joke you are, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you do whataboutism and obfuscation and try to win some kind of debate, and it's clearly not working. You look like an idiot.
That it somehow represents. No, you look like an idiot because you're sitting here trying to say whataboutism when I'm explaining basic, simple governmental process. If a government can fund a private organization or a public organization, that doesn't reflect the views of the government necessarily. For example, there are organizations right now in the United States
It's still
that are funded by
Great
the U.S.
whataboutism.
government.
Great
Hold on,
whataboutism.
hold on.
Great
Doge
whataboutism.
is literally designed to get red
Great
organizations that
Great
one
whataboutism.
side doesn't like.
Great
No,
whataboutism.
it's listen. You keep
Your blood
saying
pressure's
that,
gonna
but
get
you
up,
don't
man. You gotta
understand.
calm down.
My blood pressure's fine. I'm low. It's good. Fantastic. Thanks.
Yeah, I highly doubt that.
But here's the best part about this is once again, you keep saying what about it? But if the government right now, we have Doge going in there and gutting organizations.
What the hell does this have to do with my question?
I'm trying to explain it. Gutting organizations that they don't agree
You're going
with.
on a tirade about something that's not even related to what we're talking
I will
about.
listen. We'll follow. I know this is a complex thought process for you. So we have one right here in the U.S. We have organizations funded by the government that we
Yeah,
don't necessarily
U.S. has
agree
organizations.
with.
Great.
Cool. Okay, cool. And do you agree? So since we have Doge, I think it'd be pretty obvious that not every organization is one that all the people want funded. One half put Trump in there to get rid of those funded. Okay, cool. Now let's look at Israel. Israel has an organization, the Temple Institute, and you're arguing that, because they have this organization, somehow we should not support Israel because one organization funded by their government is somehow trying to put forth the Antichrist.
It's a Christian
whenever there's
interest.
hundreds and hundreds of other organizations.
Christian
fund,
interest.
and those are fine, and they're
Okay.
fine.
Are
And
you
don't
done?
have a problem with that. No,
Can I have a turn?
It's really
Can I have a turn?
stupid. It's really
Can I have a
stupid.
turn? You done?
I'm
You
glad
done?
that- do you understand why this is?
Can I have a turn now that you're done? Okay,
Yeah.
you done?
Do you understand why this is not a what about?
No, I'm not. You're just what about is about.
Oh, so okay, you don't
Yeah,
understand.
you're just a bunch of nonsense. You
It's
named a bunch of U.S.
equivalency.
NGOs, and it has nothing to do with my question. It has nothing to do with my questions.
It's good for
Okay, so here we go. Now, I'll tell you exactly why you and many people
Let's hear the
believe
conspiracy
that this, we should support Israel, Christians. It's the evangelical crowd, okay? The reason they believe this is because there's a guy named John Darper came over to the U.S. in the early 20th century, and he broke away from the Church of England, and he decided to bring a new framework called dispensationalism. This infected the evangelical crowd, and it basically taught them that there's a such thing as magic Jew blood. This was never believed. It's a heresy. It was never believed by any Christians before that. Most Christians worldwide don't believe this. They recognize it as a heresy. The Catholics don't believe this. The Orthodox don't believe this. No one believes this outside the evangelicals, and they're the ones that believe this. And they actually work with the Temple Institute. And the reason they work with the Temple Institute is because they believe on their side that, yes, once the third temple is rebuilt, Armageddon will come. So that's a great. Oh, and by the way, these people have
by
fucking
the way,
nukes.
and here's the craziest part. I also know the guy down here in Texas that sold the red heifers to him, bro.
Yeah, what does
And
it
this
have
is just
anything to do with what I
this is
said?
just crackpot
You don't know
conspiracy
church
theory.
history,
Bro,
sir.
this-
You don't know
yeah,
what the
I do
fuck
know
you're
church
talking
history.
about.
I
No,
have
you
two
don't.
doctors in
You
this shit.
clearly
You got
don't.
zero, bro.
You
You
clearly
got-
well then you clearly need to go get a
Yeah,
refund
you know what else
from
was
wherever you
crazy?
got them from.
You know what
because
else
the
is
computer's not
crazy,
working.
Papa?
You don't know
what
what the
else is
fuck you're
crazy?
talking about.
Let me tell you something. What else is crazy? This guy right here, sitting here, got all that rant talking about, and his biggest quote was "magic Jew blood," and he's talking about me talking about what about is talking about somebody from the 1920s.
That's what it is, right?
It's crazy.
That's what
bro.
it is. They're
It's the
the
magic
chosen
Jew blood.
people.
The
Somehow they're chosen
Jews are
people. They're somehow
It's
the chosen
crazy,
people
bro.
still, even though
Wow, this
only
is wild
a
shit, bro.
small
Like,
vocal minority believes
you're
this
right.
in the
I should have
U.S.
just let you speak because you sound fucking insane. Like
No, because you're getting
that's what
cooked,
shit-
and you
this
realize
is-
you can't. You
Yeah,
think
nobody got.
you
The
really
only person that got
do
cooked
this.
here was our.
Don't ever bring this shit up again because there's gonna be somebody
Yeah,
out like
don't
me out
ever
there
bring up-
that actually
yeah.
knows church
Oh,
history and is gonna
yeah.
nail your ass to the
Like
wall like I
you.
just did.
Yeah, I mean the only person that got nailed in the hole was your credibility. That's
Can
what
I take a crack at the question as well? Because it was both of us here.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Let me take
No,
a
I
crack.
want to hear what Tyler. I want to hear him explain.
Well,
this.
I'm
Go
an
ahead.
atheist. I'm still learning. I'm doing a lot to learn religion. I do a panel on Sundays for it. So
All right.
don't make fun of me if I say something a little stupid.
No, it's
This
fine,
is
it's fine.
not my area of expertise.
No, you've been more cordial than the buffoon over here. So go ahead.
So what I'm reading here is that the Jewish Messiah, the Jews don't see the Messiah as a holy figure. They just
They see him as a political figure.
as a peaceful figure that's just going to come and reunite it. So in essence, the way you're using Antichrist means it's something antithetical. It's not antithetical to Christ. It's more just different.
No. They reject. Okay, so here's the thing. They
Oh,
reject
Tyler.
Jesus as as Messiah.
There's
And
only a dead
when
end
they-
down this road, buddy.
When
The
they
Antichrist is Satan, though, isn't it?
say again.
Effigy
Yeah,
is right.
the Antichrist is supposed to be Satan, and the Jews would not.
No. There's many
that's-
antichrists.
Yeah, that's
There's
one.
many
All right,
antichrists.
then
That's one thing he's right
And
about.
I'm pigeonholing the definition of Antichrist.
That's why when I said it, I didn't say he wouldn't be the Antichrist. He would be Antichrist in spirit.
Yeah,
By
all of his
definition.
conspiracy theory, that was the only
Your
correct
partner
thing.
Gibbs doesn't know much about the actual.
Yeah,
No, he doesn't know what the
so
fuck he's talking about.
Yeah,
He just
don't
says
follow him
shit.
down that road.
Yes, these guys definitely know much more.
And he just got fucking cooked, and he had to do
Yeah,
whataboutisms
yeah,
and
bro,
obfuscate
Magic
to
Jew
try
blood
to
is what
try to
cooked
come
me.
up
You're
with
right.
some
That
other.
was Magic
Refute
Jew
it.
blood.
Refute
Yeah.
it. Refute it.
Yeah,
Instead of obfuscating, refute it.
I don't think I need to refute.
Oh,
the
you don't
idea
need
that
to.
there's no
Yeah.
such thing as
Yeah.
magic
Okay.
blue
Shut the
blood.
fuck up.
I think that speaks for itself.
Would
Yes,
Muhammad
telling you
be
shut the fuck up is
Antichrist?
good.
Would
The
Antichrist-
Very proud of you.
Tyler, what?
Pardon me,
Muhammad
gentlemen.
be
I'm
an
going to take a
Antichrist?
moment because when you all start talking over each other, I start talking money. And Alex, who
Money.
is one of our prime panelists this evening, sends the big 20 just to say thank you again, Sarah, for this debate. Yeah, Alex came to me with this prompt, and I was more than happy to oblige. So thank
Sarah, I
you.
would love to be on this prompt.
and
Me too.
thank you for everyone who it took a little search and find to find someone, or to piece together the panel. But
Oh man, I wish I'd have known that. Oh,
Gibbs,
man.
Gibbs was a really good helper on this for sure. And just as a reminder, top dollars backstage. So is Silver Eagle, Reverend Russ, Zers, Ed Doobie, and now Jason. So if you want to see, did somebody leave? No. So if you want to see any of them up on screen, you know what you have to do. Also, I will be shutting down the Tomato in 2 minutes. So if you're watching over on the Tomato side, I'll be dropping the link to move over to the Gauntlet. You can continue watching Open Panel Dumpster Fire over there. And outside of that, I leave the floor open.
Tyler,
Alex, I have to thank you. You gave us Antichrist and Magic Jew Blood.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
I did
so
what?
funny.
No. That was Mo. Ask you a question about some
No, I know that, but he created.
Tyler did get his answer though in the back
He
chat.
made the prompt. He made the prompt that brought us to this moment. That's what.
I got you.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
That's fair.
Oh,
You made the dumbass statement. Yeah, you're right.
Apparently, I'm gone.
Yeah,
For
yes, sir.
Doobie.
We'll
I would have
put you
loved to.
back
I
in
would have
line.
loved to have been up here with
Hey,
Doobie.
Gibbs.
But, oh well.
I'm here for you. What you got for me?
Hey Gibbs, let me ask you a question about a whole bunch of dumbass shit you said during this debate, bro.
Let's hear it.
Did you know that is multiple videos of Jewish people? Because they're not the Jews. And if you read the Bible, the Bible or the Quran, it tells you this specifically, multiple places. But I'm gonna just give you a pass on that because I ain't here to talk religion doctrine, right?
Okay.
Did you know that there is massive videos of them spitting on Christians? I know you didn't know that.
I've been spitting on Christians. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
yes,
seen videos
yes.
of all sorts of people spitting on all sorts of people.
Nah,
Most of them are in
that's
Pornhub, but that's neither here nor there.
Listen,
So he hasn't seen it.
And
Well,
I'm officially
Listen,
shutting down
yeah.
the Tomato side now. Catch the raid over to the Gauntlet or click the link I've dropped in the chat. Thank you.
Have you
Go ahead,
have
back to
you ever read the 1917 Balfour Declaration, where they went in and killed aborted 750,000 Palestinians the same way they did to the Native Americans here in America, bro? That itself is a war crime, bro. So the foundation of your nation is based on the war crime, bro.
Who committed that war?
Do we at least agree there?
What's the
There was
question?
no war.
Yeah, I like. Are you arguing? Well, they didn't get created till the 50s or the 40s or late 40s, whenever they were given that land, right? Because they were controlled by the UK after World War II. You know, and then they gave the land, you know, as reparations basically for the Holocaust.
I asked you one question. I need a yes or a no answer, sir. We can expound into it later. I need a yes or a no. Let your yes be a yes and your no be a no. Have you ever heard of the,
Yeah, I mean, I would say no. They were not built on a genocide, unless you're talking about the genocide of the Jews by the Nazis.
Let me ask you the question first.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the Balfour Declaration of 1917? Yes or no? That's all I need. Yes
I
or
am
no?
aware of the Balfour Declaration of
All right,
1917.
now during that Balfour Declaration, they went in there. The United States and Great Britain went in there and genocided 750,000. You can't argue with the number because that's been verified. Like it's a known fact, right? Now, with this being clarified and understood, if you have heard of this, that means the creation of your nation was founded on genocide. Ain't no if, and, or but around that. Like, that's just what it is. Now, I heard you and the other goofy who was your debate partner up here earlier.
That's you, Tyler.
He's still right there. Tyler said something about genocide. So leading to the question about genocide. Now, if that's what they doing right now is not a genocide, because they ain't aborting all of them, and they had the means to abort all of them, as you say, because I could read you the definition of genocide right here, sir. It don't say nothing about all of them. It say in whole or in part. I would argue that the 300,000 number that they got right now, that even Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper or whatever they propaganda machine is over there, they confirmed this to be true. This ain't numbers I'm pulling out my ass or I'm getting it from Hamas, that bullshit that y'all tried to pull earlier. Like, no, bro, like this is actual factualist. You can prove this. So
can I just ask you a quick question?
Can you just let him answer? Because you just keep going on and on. You talk so slow.
I'm just real quick question. Who controlled Israel during World War II?
If this is not a genocide, what they're doing now, then clearly with the mustache man,
what year
was
did
a genocide
Israel become a country?
because it's still Jewish people living. So we can't move the goalpost for genocide. If it was a genocide for them and it's still Jewish people running around, then how the fuck is this not a genocide when it's still Palestinians running around?
Can I distill that? Can I distill that for you for Gibbs? Just my understanding, and if you can tell me if I'm wrong, oh hell no, right? I don't want to get your words incorrect. You're saying because the claim was made previously back in the debate that Israel hasn't wiped out all the Palestinians, right? And so how could it be a genocide? And you're making a claim that during the Holocaust, right? Lots of people were killed, but they didn't kill all the Jews, right? Yes. Like survivors from that area, specifically that European area, are still around, right? Yes. And so wouldn't that still be a genocide, even if they didn't actually finish the job? I think that's the question.
No, it's very fair because like they tried to bring that up earlier. They said, "Oh well, if they was committing genocide, they would have wiped out all the Palestinian people," which is a bad argument, honestly. And I made that. No, I didn't say
I didn't even say what you're saying. It's a point in the favor of them being humane and moral actors that they're not doing this.
No, that's not what you said.
That's what I said. You just didn't listen.
No. If Israel wanted to commit a genocide, they would wipe out all the Palestinians. You said that.
Actually, those are once again words on now. I literally said word for word. It is a point in their favor towards the idea that they're not committing genocide. And secondly, to your point, Mr. Oh hell nah.
You're lying.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I verbatim said this. We can watch. I'm sure we can rewatch the tape. I definitely made this very clear.
Don't worry, I'm going to clip this.
Good, you can clip it. Them having the ability to, and them not doing so, is a point in their favor. I didn't say it proves it. It's more like circumstantial evidence than anything, but it does help assist in building a case towards.
You said if they were committing genocide, if they could easily walk in and exterminate all Palestinians, that's what you said. They could easily go in and do that.
They could easily walk in and exterminate all Palestinians. Yes, I did say that. That is true.
So what are you arguing then? We said that.
Well, let me explain why you're confused. Once again, I said
I'm not confused.
Again, well, hold on, because you clearly are. I said they have the capability to wipe these people out. It is a point in their favor.
What are the Nazis against the Jews?
Oh my God! And thank you for building my case because the Nazis
genocide. Goddammit!
Hold on. The Nazis were actively trying. Hold on. The Nazis were actively trying to eliminate all of them, and they just didn't succeed. Israel right now. Hold on. Israel right now is basically they have the ability to do so, and they're choosing not to. You see the difference? It's called. It's very simple. It's a point in their favor that if they have the capability to glass the whole region and they choose not to kill all these people, hey, it's probably goes, I had to figure that they're not actually genociding these people.
I would argue the speed of the genocide shouldn't matter.
In the end,
I'm gonna step away. Pardon me for just a moment. I'm gonna say it again. Pardon me for just a moment. Shout out to Dana sending the Cash App with the big 5, saying many thanks for the topic tonight. Alex and Prime win. Thank you, Dana, for sending love. I'm gonna step away for 2 minutes. Effigy, can you take over again, as you usually do?
I'll try.
Somewhat well.
Thank you, Evgie.
Doobie, I'd like you to go ahead and open up since somebody bought
Okay.
you up, and you have a $10 credit. So if anybody tries to boot you again, that's going to have to be more than 10. All right, I'll be right back.
Immunity.
I'll answer your question after he's done now, Hal.
Hey, listen.
Sure.
Well, I just wanted to address something Tyler said earlier, because Tyler likes to lie a lot, unfortunately, which is what Prime and I found repeatedly. So he said that I said that a video that Israel put out was fake, right? It was like an AI video or whatever the fuck. The reality is, this video was what Israel claimed was Hamas firing at civilians who are gathering aid from this one of these GHF sites, right? I think that's what they're called, like Gaza Health, whatever the fuck sites. That the U.S. has set up in Gaza with cooperating with this private company. So there was footage of people being shot going to these sites by the IDF. These people are claiming they're shot by the IDF by tanks. The father said they saw their sons like being split in half by tanks right in front of them. Right? Israel says no, actually that was Hamas, and they put up this video to defend that, to support that. And it turned out not only did that video not show Hamas shooting at civilians. Right, the video wasn't even Hamas. It was an Israel fund. It was one of these Israel-funded gangs that Israel's been funding for over a year, and there's tons of reporting on this. And it was from days prior, so it had nothing to do with that massacre, right? That they were supposed to be showing evidence that they didn't do, right? And then they just say, okay, we're going to look into this, and then it goes nowhere, right? Like, so Tyler's saying that I said the video is fake is not true. What I said is that it didn't show what he claimed it said and what Israel claimed it said.
Okay, so. First off, I guess I'll address. I'll get you second. No hell no. So what Doobie's saying here, this investigation that Israel is still denying against, he said, she said, we're accepting one side at face value, and the other side we're calling liars at face value, just because we're picking the side we like more. But one side saying X and the other saying Y. What the claim actually was that the convoy delivering food shot at people. This firefight took place miles away from the convoy. Israel actually did shoot at Palestinians. This was after they were done handing out food. They shot warning shots at Palestinians. This is what Prime got very confused by. If you want to watch the stream, I can link it in chat. It was about an hour of him trying to figure out this very basic concept with multiple people on the panel trying to explain it to him that agreed with him. So we went into Israel shooting at Palestinians. Then they gave a drone video that they still to this day stand by. There's been no actual proof that this came from another day. It's just an unverified claim. And that wasn't brought up. What was brought up was Doobie going through the video frame by frame and saying, that guy, it didn't look like he got shot. No, that's not what happened.
No, okay, now you're lying again. You're lying again.
Goes down, again. You can say I'm lying.
Okay, pull up. Okay, we can
you
go to the video right now. Like
a body
doesn't show anything.
He didn't shoot
the video doesn't show a single person got shot. You're lying. You're just lying again. I don't know why the fuck you lie so much. If you're confident about your position, why the fuck do you lie so much?
Okay, remember, I actually brought up a retired.
What I said wasn't a person getting shot. Was
lying.
Something on the floor that like shifts against the ground.
Remember,
like a person.
One at a time. One at a time.
It was verified later that wasn't a person.
Get over it, dude.
Okay, you're just going to repeat that it took an L when you got caught. Yeah, I'm emotional.
You're calling me a liar
because you lying constantly to defend fucking genocide. Like, why do you feel so
Okay, if you're done making your point, stop trying to dunk. If you're done making your point, Doobie, shut the fuck up. Stop trying to dunk.
Doobie, yeah, you made your point.
I'm responding to this fucking idiot.
Let me respond to your points now, because you didn't even know that the Biden administration did an investigation. I still have all those DMs, and when I proved it to you, you didn't know the Biden administration did an investigation into allegations of war crimes. This is part of our ongoing argument. We've done this debate 3 times now. Once was in text. I still have those.
Are you talking? Wait, hold on. Are you talking about the DMs?
Let me talk.
No, wait, hold on. I need to give you context because you're lying again. You're lying again.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I need you to listen to my voice. Okay, listen. If I start talking, you shut the fuck up. That's how this works. It's pretty simple. Alex, can you confirm? Is that a credit for Doobie?
It's a credit for Doobie.
Okay, so Doobie, you got another 10, so you got a $20 credit. So if somebody wants to boot, it's going to take a full 30 to get you out of here. Okay, let's go one at a time. Let's try to play this game nicely. Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is like we're sitting here talking about like how like I actually brought up during the debate, as a matter of fact, a retired lieutenant colonel that was a member of the Green Berets, a very prestigious member of the U.S. Special Forces, was a part of the Gaza Humanitarian Fund. Yeah, he actually saw what was going on.
And I they brought shot and killed little Amir.
Oh, hell no. I'm sorry. Yes, you and I are in agreement here. But he saw the acts of cruelty perpetrated by the Israeli military, essentially. And like, this is not up for debate, essentially. If you're going to tell me that this man that has actually served this country, the United States, go America, as Gibbs claims, he claims go America, essentially. But this man that has actually served this country as a lieutenant colonel in the Green Berets, which is a very prestigious part of the special operations community, is lying. But yet, like, every other humanitarian organization has proved what's going on. Like, I would love to hear, like, why is it that, like, what do they have to gain by lying based upon this? Like, they are seeing this. There's video evidence of them shooting at people, getting aid, and they are being picked off one at a time by Israeli Defense Forces. I mean, this is not up for fucking debate. What is it?
Well, let me ask you a question. What would they gain from it? I don't know. You lied about me this entire time about what my positions are and what you see me say on other panels.
Put the personal grievances aside.
So no. So why would we trust any kind of lie? Like, anything you say is a factual, true story. Like, come on, bro. Like, you've lost all credibility here.
Come on, bro. I mean, seriously, that's not a good argument. I want you to refute what I said. What I said.
I feel like I did refute it because
you didn't refute.
Now,
okay.
As for what
are you saying a Green Beret is a liar?
Do you think that? Okay, fine. Would you say that? Cool. I could mention somebody. It's what was a former Navy SEAL, Jesse Ventura. He said all sorts of wild shit. Do I think Jesse Ventura lies?
We're not talking about Jesse Ventura.
Sure. Did this guy lie? I don't fucking know. I don't know enough about this guy. But like, it doesn't. Just the idea that a service member would lie isn't too hard of a concept to fathom when you've lied about me this whole time, and your partner admits that. Well,
you are deflecting away from the discussion. I asked a very specific question, and you are deflecting away from this. We're talking about.
To be clear, Gibbs, what I said is that he didn't that he got it wrong. I don't know if he lied. I can't say if he lied.
Sure. Okay, I will grant you that. But yeah, he's definitely got that wrong. But it seems duplicitous whenever
going back to what
you say on multiple
panels. What
Doobie
was saying, right? They were having Doobie and Tyler were having a back and forth, right? Tyler brought up the last debate we had where we had a very long conversation, and it was during, so give people context, right? This was just at the start where the GHF was being implemented, right? And we were examining evidence of, if I'm remembering, hopefully this is the correct stream, but we were examining evidence, to about the massacres that had been happening, and Tyler was denying it. Tyler says apparently I was confused during that stream. Hey Tyler, do you remember, like, in case since you remember this stream so correctly? Hey, do you remember when after you had presented your sources that made a claim, and I went through the sources line by line, it said that claim wasn't there, that you had to take it back. You said, "Oh, I was incorrect. The sources I provided didn't actually say the things that I said they did." Do you remember that part?
Vaguely, I don't remember backing down off the point. I just vaguely the source, but no.
No, you don't remember.
I don't remember, but
you see that DB. He wants to. Yeah.
I just provided you the wrong source. Did I provide you with the correct source?
No, you didn't provide me the right source.
What was the claim?
No, you didn't.
What was the claim we were disputing?
It was. I don't remember the exact claim. I don't want to give misinformation here.
Are you talking about the articles?
No, not these articles. This is a previous article. My point is that what Tyler does, and he did it to this time as well, right? Is he tries to provide you a wall of links, right? Rather than like specifically going into the links. Because Tyler, right, pretends like he's done so much research, right? And he understands his sources so well. So you ask him, hey, provide me the source, and where in the source does it say the thing that you say does, right? Now instead he wants to just provide you a list of links that says, well, you have to go through them all. You do go through them all. They don't provide the information. He goes, I guess it was a mistake, right? After he spends like hours lying about it. So like I said,
can't tell me what Tyler's we were talking about. You can't tell me what we were talking about, because what I brought up when I was speaking was the exact thing we were talking about, where you went into one citation looking for multiple.
I went through multiple citations.
No, I just let you do. Hey! I just let you do your little emotional. Hey!
You just lied. You just lied right now.
I just let you do your little emotional rant because you took another L again, like for the 5th time in a row. But I remember the exact claims you were making. There were 2 shooting incidents, and you thought it was one, and you could not figure out. Ali explained it to you. Fabian explained it to you. I explained it to you. And you could not figure out that we were talking about 2 separate instances and spent an hour reading. And you said, it's not in this source. And I probably just said, okay, here it's in this source because Israel provided video of it. The convoy never shot anybody that day.
I remember this. That was reminding me about the number. No, I remember.
Hold on. I'm not finished yet. So the shifting goalpost and Doobie explaining himself, the actual claim was that the food distribution shot at civilians and killed them. And then that turned into an armed group. They're claiming with no evidence that an armed group that Israel gave weapons to rebel against Hamas did it. That's
that's not true. You're lying again.
It was
what
not
the fuck Israel. That's what I said earlier. That is not at all what my claim was. It's not what Prime was saying.
That was the argument. You guys were attacking Israel.
No, that is not
and now
true.
It's a third party.
What we told you is we gave you multiple sources that day that we went through.
What is even the point of arguing individual things when the proportionality is so out of whack?
They were fired out with fucking tanks. Hamas doesn't have tanks.
It's my turn to talk. You guys start talking over each other. I start talking money. It's my favorite part. Rocky Shepherd. Hello, Rocky. How are you tonight? Says Zionism is based on false eschatology.
Eschatology. That's what it is.
Thank you. Of dispensationalism and futurism. Anybody have a thought to add to that?
Based.
Someone define those words for me.
So I did want to follow up with this. So Mo actually did kind of bring this up earlier, right? It's a false understanding of the scriptures, right? And I wanted to go to a kind of a higher point to this. And I wanted to ask a question of Gibbs and Tyler. Do you really believe that the United States is going to be able to stop the wars in the Middle East?
Yes, I do.
Oh my God. Okay. That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah, that's part of my entire worldview. I'm left center.
Bro, since the beginning of time, these things have been happening.
Okay.
You're gonna come in with your big old.
Mr. Hackeye, can I ask you a question?
Since U.S. hegemony has taken over, we've seen a more peaceful world in the last few years than we have in its existence. So yes, I do think that.
Brian, you were asking a question.
Yeah, sure. I just want to ask a question to Clay. Hello, hi, nice to meet you. So I guess I would agree that the United States can't simply keep peace by putting troops on the ground, right? But would you say that the United States does have influence, right? So the United States can impose sanctions on a nation, right? The United States can blockade a nation if it wants. The United States has a lot of ability, especially I would say on its ally, Israel. Would you at least say that it has a lot of influence in the region, especially its allies?
Yeah, it does. I believe that we can make some pretty good trade deals. But as far as stopping these squabbles and century-long wars, it's just not going to happen. Actually, I wanted to hear Gibbs's answer more than anything.
So just to clarify your question, so I don't get it wrong, is will we be the ones to stop the wars? No, I don't think.
In the Middle East.
Not in the current system that we're running. I think that this is going to sound like kind of a reach around, but I promise it's not with our Urbo existing. I think. Yeah, I know, right? Not while Urbo exists, which if y'all don't know what Urbo is, the international rules-based order. I don't believe Urbo actually works, however, or exists even really. But if that's still around, no, we will not be the one because we're going to always have a client state. We're always going to leave, and every time we leave. Now, if we move on to actual empire building, where all sorts of crazy shit's on the table, we're retaking over countries and conquering, maybe we can do it. I'd say 50-50, but it depends on what government's doing that, how they implement culturally. I think quite a few. I feel like there's plenty of examples in history of religious groups that have been fighting, being conquered by a bigger empire, and then both those groups being subservient or subsumed by the empire. So I think that it is possible. I just don't think we will do it, not in our lifetime at least.
Can I answer Hell No's question before we go to the next one? I feel rude that I didn't get to him.
Go ahead.
All right. So you asked about the genocide question a while ago. I have it written down so I didn't forget it. You're saying that just because the majority of Palestinians are alive doesn't mean a genocide's happening. Alex and I
let me clarify my question before you get into that. All right. the clarification
Question does
is
not need clarification.
now. Listen, if what happened in World War II is a genocide, by definition, this would be a genocide. Because the definition of genocide, nowhere does it say kill all of them. It says in whole or in part.
Let me get to the.
Would you agree that one person in Palestine is a part of the sum?
No, if I'd say if it's one person, then you're doing a hate crime. There has to be enough grains of sand to form a beach before it's a hate crime becomes a genocide. But one person would be a hate crime if it was specifically based on their religion, ethnicity, or any immutable characteristics.
Do you have a number, Tyler? What number of dead Palestinian children would satisfy that equation?
I don't have that number, but we
for them it's all of them.
Alex and I came to a kind of a mutual conclusion that genocide is somewhat based on intent. So then I went through a bunch of reasons why the actions of Israel don't reflect the genocidal intent.
Can I stop you right there? Because in the definition of genocide, it don't say, according to my Google, which I really don't trust because you know they own that shit now.
Yeah.
But it says in whole or
They own
in
it.
parts. So it don't say nothing in there about all. Or none of this fuck shit lying shit.
I addressed that.
Well, let's be clear about something. I asked about like what is considered morally permissible, and I was actually going down trying to draw consistency from the opponents, and they refused to answer about this because like that's what the definition of what genocide actually is. And the thing is like I talked. Okay, yeah, very very cute, Gibbs. But anyway, I was talking about like the fact that like I draw a correlation. Talking about like how what happened in Bosnia was considered a genocide. And I was trying to say like how at one point, the United Nations considered what was happening in Bosnia as a genocide. And what's happening in Gaza is considered a genocide. I tried to draw the two together, but Gabe's like, oh, well, I don't want to play these word games with you. I think it's such a stupid. It's actually talking about consistency, but no, he didn't want to talk about consistency. He just wanted to talk about, what about isms? He wanted to do Geshkalp, which is exactly what I knew what he was going to do. In fact, the matter, that's like kind of like how what he does. He never actually wants to actually talk about substance. He wants to talk about Geshkalp. He wants to talk about whataboutism. I mean, this has happened multiple times before.
Yes or no? Did you tell your mom that you were gay?
Okay, can I respond to something else?
I would like to respond as well.
That's the type of question. It's called loaded question.
It's not a loaded
question.
No. It's loaded question.
Hold
and a black and white fallacy.
Hold on. Who just asked to respond?
That was me.
I would like to.
I just want to. So earlier in my super chat, I mentioned leaked internal Israeli numbers, stating that there was an 83% civilian death rate. And the claim from Tyler was that these were like Hamas. Goodbye. These were Hamas numbers. The reality is these are internal Israeli numbers, not from the Hamas run like a Gaza Foundation, whatever the fuck, or Gaza hospital system. These are internal Israeli numbers of people that they've personally confirmed killed and have labeled militants. And to be clear, the way that they're doing this is very iffy too. They're including people who are running by in the area, even unarmed, when they're having some kind of battle with like militants. If they see a kid or an adult running by who's totally unarmed, they shoot him, they count that as a militant death, right? Because they don't know whether or not he's Hamas. But even those numbers, say 83% civilian dead. Gibbs, you mentioned Afghanistan earlier. The worst death ratio there was 1-to-1, right? One civilian for one militant, or one Afghanistan Taliban.
Yeah, I wasn't
in Gaza.
To be clear, I was referencing that. I wasn't referencing the civilian death ratio.
In Gaza, according to Israel's own numbers, as of May, it's 5-to-1. 5 civilians for every 1 militant, right? And so that is fucking. And given how loose they are in determining who a militant is, that is fucking crazy, right? So what Tyler said earlier
about
the
point I wanted
Hamas
to make,
numbers is totally dishonest.
Well, I didn't make that point, but I will engage that. I do want to ask you one question before we go no further, because we brought up the Afghanistan thing, and I think this is pertinent to why these two are so different, right? And okay, you would agree that having to fight an urban warfare where versus the Taliban and Al Qaeda, where they're sitting there hiding out in Afghanistan, like hiding out in caves away from like populated centers, which I know are sparse in Afghanistan. However, that's much different of a battle with less civilians.
Well,
around
Iraq
them,
would be a
all-
much better analogy.
Yeah, sure. Or Iraq. But even in Iraq, right? Look at Fallujah, right? Which was one of the more extensive battles against like insurgents. They basically cleared out everybody that was not insurgent, and anybody that stayed, they were like, listen, all right, if you're still here, like, guess what? You're going to be fighting. And it seems like in Iraq, though, those militants let the people go. However, in Gaza, we do have some evidence, and I'm not going to sit here and try to die on this hill and go through 200 sources because I'm not Tyler. But I have seen some evidence, if you really want to call me on it, that they have like held people there. They've held areas, which, like I said earlier, Hamas has got neutral areas there. They're saying aren't neutral areas. They're saying they're actual places like hospitals, whatever. And I would say that are causing at least partially responsible for a lot of the civilian deaths because they're hiding amongst the population.
But
would you disagree with that?
No. Hold on a second. Wait. Stop. The thing is like we did not level the entire city of Fallujah. That's the difference, though, because Israel has leveled entire city blocks, like blocks.
Are you saying that our military capabilities and Israel's are the same when it comes to like what we can and have to do? Like
we can.
Hold on. How big like military is the army?
That would work against you, Gibbs.
No. This is my point right here. So we have a lot larger of an like actual foot soldier army, right? We have the two largest air forces, right, and then probably the third with the army as well, right? Like, or it's close to it. And you're sitting here, you're arguing that, oh, hey, Israel, when they're having to fight and they have much smaller amount of troops to go in there, we could do the surge method. Like, if y'all remember back in the day when we did the surge, part of that was because of Fallujah and these things. When they sent them in there, we could just overwhelmingly force and go door to door. We have that capability. Israel doesn't necessarily have that sort of overwhelming force capability that we do.
They're next door, across the world.
Y'all
right there.
Are you saying they have the same numbers? They can field the same numbers as we do in Iraq?
It'd be like releasing the National Guard on our streets.
Okay, can everyone please stop on this, okay? Because I'm the only person, like, aside from Sarah, I think I'm the only person that has military experience on this panel, essentially.
Can I respond afterwards, Alex, please?
Certainly do, but certainly. The fact of the matter is because, like, Israel has destroyed entire city blocks. It's worse than what happened in Dresden in World War II. This entire experts have actually weighed on this topic. The fact of the matter is because there's something that we in the military conducted, which is called atmospherics. We do actually go into certain areas and talk to people, basically. Like, Israel's not even doing this, essentially. Now, like, during the whole shock and awe campaign, we actually had specified military targets that we actually did. The thing is, Israel doesn't even give a flying fuck. They are wasting entire city blocks in Gaza. It's not even up for debate. You can actually look up online entire cities at one point where thriving metropolises are now rubble. I'm not even joking about this. And the thing is, like, you can't say, oh, well, they have a smaller military. If you're going to tell me that the Israel military is the more military, why is it that we are actually held to a higher standard than the Israeli military that has actually conducted much more heinous acts in the entire history right now of urban warfare? It's not even up for debate, honestly. And if
they're not even rubble. They're not even rubble. They've been bulldozed, so they're flat, right? So they're ready for inhabitation afterwards. But go ahead.
They are.
I would just real quick before Doobie responds, I'm just going to make one quote here, and I think this is important, because you're talking about like what's easier, leveling like a block or going door to door. In Iraq, we sent 170,000 troops, not counting support personnel. That right there is the same as some estimates to the large side of their active personnel in the Israeli military, not counting reservists. We literally, to one war, while we still had all these super carriers floating around, we had the capability to go fight another war somewhere else, we're able to surge that many troops into these areas compared to Israel, who's got to fight on like basically all fronts at all times. I think that arguably it is definitely something you have to factor in, whether A, I can send all these troops in and afford to go door to door, or B, hey, let's just bomb this and get our people out without dying. I think that's something you have to factor in.
Wrong.
I mean, well, okay. I clearly would trust your strategic opinions.
Well, because I've actually lived the experience. You haven't, honestly. You're just sitting there just doing
what was your rank? Were you a general? Because if you weren't a general, then you're not sitting here making statistical
I don't have to be a fucking general. What
were you a colonel? What like high level rank were you making?
Why does that matter?
Military?
Appeal to authority, huh?
Hold on, you're arguing with lived experience. Okay, cool.
Because I've actually done these experiences.
Hold on. If you're like sergeant or a corporal or like platoon leader and you're low level, like guess what? That's not going to be where you're sitting there having to make critical decisions as a higher up brass that decide how strikes are surgically performed.
Let me land this plane. The fact of the matter is, like, generals do not conduct atmospherics. Generals do not conduct key leader engagement.
Colonels?
Colonels don't.
Captains? How about captains? Majors?
Captains rarely do, actually.
Oh, okay.
It's usually lieutenants on down that actually do the key leader engagements, actually.
Yeah, they're the ones fighting it, but who's making the decisions over the overall planning?
Okay, do you not understand the fact of the matter is like when it comes
What
down
are the
to
joint chiefs? Hey, if all the privates are going to just make all the decisions, what do we have the joint chiefs for?
I didn't say privates actually make decisions. What is wrong with you?
Why do we have tons of lieutenants? Why do we have the joint chiefs? Why do we have 5-star admirals? Why do we have 5-star generals?
We don't have 5-star generals. The last 5-star general we had was Eisenhower. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why did we have Eisenhower?
That's
called
not
boots
fucking...
on the ground, my man.
Dude, seriously.
What about on the ground?
Argument.
I appreciate that. That is my point exactly.
You're not making a good point. You're just fucking talking.
You're just wrong. You're just wrong.
I'm wrong. Admiral Gibbs, who has no lived experience about this, actually has no fucking clue what the fuck.
You keep appealing to your idea that you lived experience. Listen, that's cool. Listen, I own a business. I own a ranch. Right? I sit here. I can hold on. I'm gonna make the same argument.
No.
That doesn't make me a vet because I own a ranch.
Your geopolitics is absolutely fucking shit.
I'm a vet, right?
Like the presses. Okay, no. Stop.
To argue and say that you have a strategic
No. First things first. I want to ask you about what it means to be a rancher. I will ask you what it means to be a rancher.
Here's the point. Listen here. That's good. Don't fucking tell me about my whole family's been in the military. I love your shit. That has nothing to do with anything.
Your family.
That doesn't matter, bro. You don't know about any of the strategic decisions. You clearly would be a strategic decision. If I'm a rancher, just because I'm working capital a whole life, doesn't mean I'm sitting here going to be able to make veterinary calls.
Different times.
I'm hunting an antelope. Doesn't mean I'm able to be able to dissect and tell you all the different parts, bro.
Just focus
crazy.
Do you think
that a nurse could perform like a brain surgery? This is the argument that you were making. I'm not pretending to be an admiral. You've lied about this.
You're not an admiral.
You've been in bad face. I've claimed to be. How old would I have to be an admiral, bro?
No.
Be older than you.
You're the fucking military.
I never once claimed to be the military. You're the one who's fucking soul valor.
To be a fucking farmer either.
Oh, you're sitting here going, "Hey, boy, I know all these things. I know all this bullshit." But hey, I was low-level rank.
You have not.
Know how to
You're
make
simply going
decisions.
on the internet, going on Google.
Was a nurse going out to do brain surgery. That's great.
How you doing, Sarah? You doing okay?
Easy work.
Are we done?
I can't even believe
I'm fine. I'm fine,
Sarah. Cashier at Walmart thinking he knows as much as the CEO. I'm dumbfounded. It's
I definitely know more than you do when it comes to military.
Yeah, nobody here believes that. If they do, they're fucking retarded. Like, it's crazy.
Okay, Arslan, but that's not an argument, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, listen.
It is.
If I want to tell people about what it means to be a farmer, I would actually ask you. But if you want to talk about what it is,
good thing I'm not a farmer though. I'm a rancher, so that's crazy.
Okay, rancher, farmer, say
that's crazy. It's crazy though. I wouldn't go ask a nurse how to do brain surgery. Would you ask a nurse how to do brain surgery?
Because that's not a brain. That's not what nurse.
Why would I ask a private or a lieutenant how to deploy troops all across the multiple regions of combat zones?
Like when it comes down to topics of discussion, when it comes down to geopolitics, I actually have an understanding about this. You don't. That's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, you don't. I've worked for all sorts of places. I've been all over the world. You sit here, don't know all my history. You're making vast assumptions. I'm sitting here pretty simply that I'm not going to trust somebody who's a lieutenant or like even maybe slightly higher when they're going to tell me the logistics of sending 100,070 troops to Iraq, and then we have Israel with 170,000 troops total. If you're sitting here arguing that you, as somewhat of a lower level person in the military, is able to make those kind of people.
What do you mean by low level person?
Like a lower rank. Are you sitting here telling me you were of a high enough rank to make strategic decisions?
Yes.
What was your rank?
I was Sergeant First Class.
Sergeant First Class. So when I say strategic decision, I'm not talking about squad level deployment. I'm not talking about platoon level. I'm talking about deciding on the core.
This
exactly.
Is why
that's what
people
just said,
like you should not weigh on these.
You can listen once again.
About the
I said not at platoon level. That's specifically what I said. I understand that the platoon level is not to sit here in the whole hemisphere level. That's
Do you understand how the military works?
Yes, I absolutely do.
No,
I'm
you
saying that
fucking
you,
don't.
as a sergeant, are not making higher level
Sergeant First
strategic
Class,
decisions.
thank you very much.
Okay, Sergeant First Class, I'm sorry, I misranked you. But once again, that's still, you're not making executive decisions. This is like, once again,
said I was
maybe
making executive decisions. I didn't make arguments.
Man, you are no more qualified than me to sit here at there and go,
Yes,
hey,
I am.
lived experience makes me know about this. I have my undergrad in political theory and political science and shit, all this shit.
Sweetheart, once again,
articulate
man in
for
the purple
policy
paisley suit. Can you please let me ask you a question?
It's a nice suit. It's worth more than what you made.
It's not a nice suit, honestly. But let me ask you a question.
That's cool.
Okay,
Everybody,
who would you
let's
rather
trust
take?
the guy
Okay,
and the public
Gibbs. Let me
relations
ask you a
opinion
question.
on that.
Gibbs, let me ask you a question.
Who we should trust,
Gibbs,
guys.
let me
Trust him.
Gibbs. Can I ask you a question, please? Who would you rather
You can
take
eat
tactical?
dicks?
Can I ask you a question? Who
All
would you
right,
rather
go ahead.
take tactical advice from? An actual seasoned person that's deployed in the military, or a person that's worked on a ranch, basically?
Well, it depends. If we're gonna take tactical advice,
what
it
the
depends.
fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean it depends?
Degrees,
What do
my
you mean it
degrees
depends?
are in. Once again, I got my undergrad political science, my minors history.
That
I
doesn't
feel like
mean
I'm much
anything.
more
Holy
equipped to make
shit.
a strategic or tactical decision on a foreign policy stage or a world kind of stage than you are. Whenever all you did was go over there and be a grunt somewhere, that doesn't make you qualified at all.
Jesus
There are
Christ.
tons of grunts all over, and they'll even tell you most of them have alcohol problems. Most of them aren't the highest IQ. They know they're grunts, and they're not even bashing. And that's what makes them something great. They work in a team,
I
working
asked you a
underneath
specific
people
question,
higher
and
ranked
you
than them.
fucking deflected completely.
No,
off
I'm just
topic.
explaining how
no.
ranking systems work
First
in the
things first,
military
okay?
and in the
No,
jobs.
no.
It's
Shut
pretty
the fuck
simple.
up. Seriously,
Yeah.
I asked you a
Okay, go
question.
ahead.
Who would you rather actually take tactical advice from? Somebody that's
It's
seasoned in the
a
military, or
poorly framed question.
it's not a foreign friendly question. It's actually a direct question, but you just choose fucking bad faith to answer it. Honestly,
No.
who would
I mean,
you rather
it's just,
take?
it's just a bad
Okay,
tactic. We
okay.
all see what
It'd
you're
be
trying
like
to
me
do.
asking you who would rather take advice from how to run a ranch, a person that's actually worked a ranch, or
No,
somebody
it's
that's
not.
from the
It would
military.
be like if I was a rancher and I was suddenly trying to tell you how to fucking fix a cow, bro. If I was trying to tell you how to surgery on a cow, do you think I could do surgery on a cow?
I don't give a shit if you get personal.
You can't. Because I'm not a fucking vet.
You're not a fucking vet,
That's
dipshit.
crazy.
You're not
like,
a fucking
doing
vet.
that because you were able to do
I didn't
fix
make
calls
that
in the
argument,
military,
though,
or you were over here
dipshit.
making strategical paperwork
You're not
at a low
serious
level.
person.
You're
The
equivalent to a
entire
general.
chat is against you right now. The entire chat
crazy.
is against you right now.
I don't give a shit if the whole chat's against me. That
You're
doesn't make it
fucking
right.
wrong. You
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Hey, my chat loves me. I don't know what you're talking about.
That was fucking fun.
Yeah.
But it does eventually have to come to an end. All right. Would anyone else like to?
Well, Doobie
let
was
these
trying to
Yeah, I've got a question.
I would love to speak
so
because
the
I haven't gotten a
prompt-
chance
So
yet.
the prompt was, should we cut ties with Israel, right? Alex is saying that we should cut ties with Israel. He says that he's in the military. So he should know that it's strategically beneficial to have footholds into different areas of the world. So if we cut ties with Israel, where would our allies be in that area? What would you suggest for us to be our allegiance in the Middle East?
Have you ever heard of Saudi Arabia?
So
honestly,
we should ally with Saudi
Do
Arabia.
you realize that
Honestly,
9/11
not even
happened
really a
because we
good-
have bases in Saudi
excuse me.
Arabia?
I think the question was directed towards me, honestly. I will actually say that Saudi Arabia is not the best, honestly, the best ally for us to go towards, even though like this administration seems to like Saudi Arabia. I would actually go towards places like the UAE. I would actually say places like Jordan, because they seem to be like, good middlemen in regards to this. But the fact of the matter is like, I really can't really weigh on Saudi Arabia because they committed a genocide of their own against the people in Yemen.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Well,
So
yeah,
like,
I'm just saying, but we have bases there, right? It doesn't matter that we agree with them. It's just
we
currently have no
base
in Saudi Arabia right
These
now.
other countries that seem to be no better with your counting on your criticisms. They seem to be doing the exact same things or worse. Legal slavery in some of these areas. I just don't understand the logic here.
And
Alex,
speaking
can
of
I-
logic, if I may interrupt for just a moment, I'll hand it back to you, Prime. The current dono goal is halfway completed, and you have only 20 minutes to finish it, or else we shut this show down. That's how we
Donate!
operate here. And of course, I am dropping the names of everyone who's backstage into the regular chat. So if there's one of those who you want to bring up, you have to boot someone else. The only people you can't boot are Prime, Gibbs, and Alex. Everyone else is fair game. $10 measly, and you can get everyone out of here and bring everyone else up.
If you don't donate, the terrorists win.
So-
Back to Prime.
Yeah. So I hear you. Was it Top Dollar? Is that your name? Hello. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Grip.
He always
Sorry, what'd you
changes
say?
his name.
Yeah, my handle is gripped across.
Grip. Okay, I'll call you Grip then.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear you. You're saying that it's in America's interest to have a foothold there, like within Israel, for force projection, right? So we have a presence within the Middle East. Well, I mean, if you are of that mindset, well, then sure, that makes sense. And I'm sure my friend Gibbs would also agree with you there. However,
Can I also add a cultural foothold, not just a military foothold, but a cultural foothold. I want to expand on that. So
hold on, but before you do that,
in Israel,
before you expand on that,
Okay,
I want to do that one claim and then deal with the next one. No problem. Right. So the U.S. has a whole list of bases within the Middle East. Right. And I have the names here. Right. The Fifth Fleet headquarters is in Bahrain. CENTCOM, the head of CENTCOM, the base there. Is in Qatar, right? The Al Alud Air Force base. We got bases in Kuwait. We got bases in UAE. We got bases in Iraq. So Saudi Arabia, the Prince Sultan Air Base.
It's closed.
It says reactive. It says it's reactivated here, but
It's
if
closed.
that's incorrect information, fair enough. But Jordan, Oman, Egypt, Syria, we are not remiss when it comes to force projection in the Middle East. Obviously not. It's a political sensitive area, right? But like we don't. The trouble we get for all these bases, except for Iraq. Iraq is a bit different, right? The trouble we get for having these bases is nothing compared to what the trouble we get for supporting Israel, right? That, like I said previously, it inflames the area. That's why we don't. One of the reasons why we don't want to support. But please go ahead. Cultural something.
Well, he got booted.
He got
but,
booted.
Just
Sorry.
I think it's
hang on. I'd like to
follow-up
say
is
something really
cultural
quick.
now.
Hang on, no, shut the fuck up. Let me go because I've been waiting for like the whole.
Get it,
fucking
F, you
time.
get it.
All right, because we only hinted on the real fucking argument because we keep going to these singular events or we keep arguing full on genocide. We don't have to fucking argue those things. Disproportionality of violence, the indiscriminate harm of people, violating their human rights. We don't have to argue this full fucking genocide. There's a complete failure to respect civilian human life, and they are breaking every single one of the tenets of just war. Right? There is no necessity, proportionality, or discrimination in their targeting. So why are we even close to arguing whether or not they are doing having a just war? Right? It's obviously on its face unjust.
Effigy,
I'll let you finish this with Prime, but Zach chose to boot you to let him up. But I'll let you finish the quick with Prime.
Quick response. Effigy, I completely agree with you. Right? I agree.
It's really toward Gibbs. It wasn't toward Prime.
Yeah, no, I understand. I know it wasn't towards me, but like the reason why I didn't make those arguments was because I know my friend Gibbs, and my friend Gibbs doesn't give a fuck about that, right? He's like,
yeah, he keeps making these ultra relativistic arguments. Like, you do not fucking get your morality from your enemy. You do not stoop to the level when you are actually trying to hold a moral level, right? Like, that is exactly what you've been saying this entire debate. You've been basically arguing that you would shoot the hostage. That's exactly what you've been arguing. You would shoot the hostage to get the bad guy.
No,
I agree.
That is not what I'm saying. I mean, listen, if that's what you think I'm saying, then you're wrong. But it's pretty simple. Listen, if you have to choose between two pieces of shit, Israel is clearly the better piece of shit, in my opinion.
You don't choose one of the pieces of shit. You don't eat shit, dude.
Listen, fan. If you want American hegemony to continue, then guess what? You either want us to start empire building outright, which I don't think a lot of y'all do, or then you have to pick allies in the region. And guess what? That region's pretty volatile, not very reliable. And it looks like Israel and Jordan seem to be some of the better ones. In Saudi
no one's
Arabia,
saying to pick sides, but if there is
We
the
have to.
holding
We have
fast, as
to.
you say,
Do we
why
not?
don't we
Is
yank
our
the
dollar
leash
not
a
backed
little?
by the
Why
petrodollar?
don't we bring them to heel a little?
Bring them to heel? Listen, you're not.
If we run their shit like you keep saying we do, why aren't we bringing them to heel?
Well,
Why
how
aren't we
come every
forcing
time we
them
bring
not
them
to?
to heel, they get attacked again? They calm down. Maybe it's finally time to just let them off the loose and finish the job with killing all these organizations that are
you
attacking them.
advocate for genocide?
Yeah.
You're okay
I'm
with
advocating
genocide?
for finishing with these organizations. Thank you. Good for trying to put that one in there.
Relativistic as fuck.
Yeah. take out the organizations. You have to dig out the cancer. And guess what? If you just like take out a little bit of cancer but don't get rid of all of it, the problem keeps coming back. So you have to go in there and root this out. And it's going to be rough, and it's going to be door to door, and it sucks. But it's either that or we're going to have a continuous cycle of this where everybody keeps dying and we have more death long term. Sometimes the pain now.
Yeah, welcome to the world. Welcome to the world.
You would have been great in Nazi Germany. I'm just saying. Get rid of the cancer, honestly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, says the guy that was advocating for.
But since just letting you know, the reason why
you can drop me, Sarah. I got my answer.
Israel is like, Gibbs is quite amoral. Amoral. Sorry, I meant to say amoral, not immoral, but amoral. And so, like, if you're trying to make a persuasive argument to him rather than the general audience, which I think your argument, FG, was persuasive to the general audience about disproportionate violence. But if you're trying to make a persuasive argument to Gibbs, right, well, then it has to be on U.S. interests, right? What's good for the U.S., what's good for Trump, what's good for MAGA, right? Those are the things that be.
Can I ask Gibbs a question in that direction then?
Sure, go ahead.
So, what do you think about things like the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act or anti-BDS laws that exist in the U.S. or in just a general influence that the pro-Israel lobby in the West has over our politics and our politicians?
Yeah, I don't like the clamping down on the free speech on that aspect. I don't like foreign powers in general having it, so I don't like that they have it. However, that being said, I feel like every country has people that do this. Like, we have UK lobbyists that do stuff. We have German lobbyists. We have people from all sorts of countries that lobby and try to push laws and agendas and their thing. I mean, at the most fundamental level, even like individual people, like say like the NRA or like Farm Bureau or all these others, they're basically doing the same thing, but within the country. Like, I don't. If it was up to me, I would ban all foreign influence, right? Like,
yeah, but those are registered as foreign influence.
Yeah, that's the thing. Right. So they're registered, but also Gibbs, if we're just talking about,
I think we need to got more on that. If that's the bird we need to hunt, then yeah, dude, I'll fight with that. On that battle.
But Gibbs, we agree. Other countries do this, but I can't think of another country that has laws on the books that says you cannot boycott this country, right? Or is putting together. At it? No, I'm asking you about the influence that this group has on our country, right? This political lobby, which is not just Jews, to be clear, because I know that you guys like to conflate that. Zionists, pro-Israel, evangelical Christians, Christian Zionists, the military-industrial complex, quote unquote, like all these groups work together to push Israel for all the reasons that you laid out earlier. It makes them a lot of money, and some of these groups have religious motivations. Some want to empire build in the region, but all of this, not only does it destabilize the Middle East, which leads to them fucking hating us and committing terrorist attacks on us, and I think from their perspective, I think Gibbs, if you were one of these people, you would think it's justified to do what they do to us, right? When they come here and run over people with fucking cars because they fucking you watch your son and your father or whoever the fuck die because of this fucking not bad group, right? So I think that if we want the violence to stop, and want the regions to stop being unstable, you need to stop the group that's doing the instability, which is Israel. Israel fuels a lot of this instability all over that fucking region, and we support Israel. We support Israel, and we support Israel.
Israel doing in England? Are they ones?
Where do these fucking where do the refugees come from?
The stuff in England right now.
Where do the refugees come from?
We need to understand something though, because the fact that
there's a massive refugee crisis. Where do those refugees come from? Why do these refugees come about, and why do they go into Europe?
To do with
Zachary has everything to do with it.
Just the ones that are close.
Zachary has everything to do with it. So a lot of these angry Muslims, right, in Europe that you guys like to talk about, are there as a result of various migrant refugee crises that happened as a result of wars that were pushed by Israel to benefit Israel. So this is absolutely.
Here's what I understand.
Great things are because of.
First things first.
They're angry that they've been displaced.
No, we need to understand something though, because the fact of the matter is, all these talks about breaking down anti-Semitic laws have only been directed towards one group of people that are against the genocide in Gaza. But if you're going to tell me that I'm wrong, we literally in the past month and a half have seen Nazis walking up and down Indianapolis, Indiana, talking about anti-Semitism, but nothing has been said for the Trump administration regarding this. They've only been targeting people that have been specifically against the genocide in Gaza. This is directed attacks against people.
I just want to be clear. Are you talking about the gentleman who got deported?
Kilmar, not Kilmar, but are you talking about the gentleman?
Mahmoud Khalil.
So are you talking about him?
Which gentleman are we getting?
I forget the guy's name, but the only person of note that people have been talking about is that gentleman. I think from Colombia. He was a student in Colombia.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but he didn't do anything wrong. Honestly, he was actually illegal.
Do you know why he got deported? It wasn't just because they were saying bad things about Israel.
What did he get deported for?
Well, can I finish, please? What he was getting deported for, he was the main spokesman for a group that has ties to not only.
Don't say it, dude.
Yeah, that's a lie.
That's a complete lie.
Even if
no, just clear, I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying you're lying. You're regurgitating the lie.
No,
you mean he got deported for his speech?
No. He didn't get deported for his speech.
You were about to say he was a spokesman.
Well, he was a spokesman for an organization, but it wasn't because of his speaking. He was also one of the leaders of that organization.
Did he ever advocate for violence, sir?
But he personally did not. He personally.
So why is he being deported?
Because he was fomenting violence against Jewish students.
That's not true.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not. Don't you fucking sit here and lie on this goddamn panel.
I'm not lying. You're fucking lying if you didn't see.
Do not sit here and lie on this panel. He was never advocating for it.
Sit here and lie.
You're lying not to lie on this panel.
I will say the amount of people throwing around the "you're lying" all night is kind of cracking me up. And shout out to the chat. You have exactly 8 more minutes to finish those goals. A shout out.
How much more money do you need?
Just two more donos. So the chat.
How much?
Chat needs to get on it. Chat needs to get on it. They got 8 minutes to do it.
I'll send you more money, okay?
2 donos of $10 or more. That's all you gotta do.
Shout out to Harry Ludwig with the 5 gifted memberships and past. Better late than never. All good. Your life comes first. To my darling wrenches. And Harry Ludwig sends in the Big 10 for the goal. Finally, I guess he's been having some issues sending donos.
Well, here's another 20 your way.
Alex, I have a question.
What's the next goal there, Alex? Towards the next goal.
Statement first.
Let
me finish my statement. So you're saying that there weren't Jewish students that were intimidating going to class? In fact, a number of them were chased into a school library where the librarian had to lock the doors and send them up to the second floor. That didn't happen.
Well, the fact of the matter is, like, he actually had nothing to do with.
Am I a liar for saying that?
Sir,
there was actual video evidence of that? No, wait.
Okay, he had nothing to do with that. Actually, he actually had nothing to do
for that group. He did have. Yes, he did.
Okay, Aircraft Sparky, silence. Okay, it's okay, fine. Okay. The fact of the matter is, he had nothing to do with that argument. Honestly, he was actually picked up and arrested, and he was held without charge. He did not commit any crimes. Essentially, he would. And the fact of the matter is like our government actually arrested him illegally for crimes he never committed. Honestly, so I don't know where you're getting these arguments. Something like, oh well, and like, listen, I don't condone actions of people being harassed for their speech. But here's the thing. I find it so interesting. No, sir.
They were going to class, dude. They were going to class. They weren't even trying to protest.
I brought up examples of actual Nazis talking about anti. No, sir.
Remember to use Yahtzee.
Oh, I didn't say.
Okay, Yahtzee's actually in Indianapolis, Indiana, but you seem so focused on a guy that actually never advocated about genocide, never advocated to get rid of Jews. He never said any of those things. But Yahtzee's in Indianapolis,
Indiana. What does River to the Sea mean?
That doesn't mean anything, sir. Israel said the same arguments.
It just means river to the sea.
It means it doesn't mean genocide. What do you think?
Israel said the same arguments. Israel said the same thing, sir.
Oh, they said the same thing.
Yes, they have.
It's in the Likud Party charter. Yes, just look it up. Yeah.
Why would they say the same thing when they are the ones that own the land from the river to the sea?
Who owns the land?
Israel.
Oh, they're talking about wiping out entire populations. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, so it's okay
not a good thing.
You talk about one side can genocide.
I'm out.
No.
Dubi can speak to the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Free of what?
Yeah,
free of what?
Free of occupation.
No.
Jews.
Not free of occupation. Not free of occupation.
Lakuta said the same thing. Now, my friend,
group of people, dumbass.
My friend Doobie can speak to this better because he has better
Get it.
Of the charter, right? But like, yeah, they use.
I have the charter in front of me. You remember, the verse where you kill every Jew, and the rocks in the trees.
Easy on the statement.
Tell you where the Jews are, except for the Garka tree, because the Garka tree won't tell you.
If you're talking about specifically Hamas,
you mean
Hamas.
that
Wait a minute, hold on. No, sorry. Oh, okay, hold on.
What are you talking about?
Let me alter my statement. Hold on, let me alter my statement, right? Because let's not mix these two things.
No, that's in their charter, bro.
Listen. I get you, right? I'm not pushing back against you, actually, right? So we're talking about Hamas, right? Yes, Hamas has used that statement for violent intent.
No,
right? So yes, agreed, right?
In their founding
however, that statement. My point is, hold on, guys, I got you. I'm not pushing back against you. You're correct there, right? But that statement from the River City, that phrase, right, has been used by multiple groups. And with different intent, right? And so, yes,
it's all the same.
So hold on. I've given that space, right? So you get space. So it's been used by multiple groups of different intent. And so yes, you'll see pro-Palestine supporters within the U.S. say that. I say it, right? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Absolutely. I back it, right? But when we are talking about this, we're not talking about genocidal attempts. Different groups. Yeah,
one state solution.
And so when Doobie was talking about, again, the Likud has also used that exact same phrase. Doobie, you can
No, the Likud has never used that phrase. Show me.
Wait, hold on. Just look up their manifesto. Look up their manifesto. It is a political party. There's a shit ton of influence within Israel that is currently one of the groups making up Israel's government. Yes. Look up their manifesto. It is in. Okay, that's fine. It is in.
They have used that phrase before. Zach, they have.
Yes,
it's in there. Yes. From the river to the sea, all that land is Israeli.
Go
look it up.
Just fucking Google it.
Jesus.
All right, Likud.
Hold on, and to be clear, like Zachary, like so this, I think that there's an issue when you you make this about like Jew hate or whatever the fuck. The problem is that Israel presents itself as the Jewish state, the Jewish nation of the Jews.
Yes.
Okay, and within the nation state law, it lays out specifically the right to self-determination in Israel is unique to the Jewish people. This is explicitly an ethno-state, right? So when this ethno-state is doing terrible shit to people are going to associate that terrible shit with the group that the ethno-state is claiming that it's of, right? So I think this is natural. It's bad. I don't agree with it. But I think if you're growing up in this context, growing up next to people who say, hey, we are the Jews and we're doing this terrible shit to you, I think a lot of people in that context are going to grow up hating Jews. Like, it's just a natural thing that happens. I'm sure many slaves grew up hating white people, right? I think this is just a consequence of the behavior.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. How do you explain? So you believe in? Let's get back to what Prime was saying. So you believe in a one-state solution. So
I do think that would be best.
You believe. Well, Prime said he does believe in a one-state solution.
No.
What does that look like?
I think it would take a very long process of de-radicalization of both sides. I think both sides have radicalized each other. No, let me. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer the question.
I asked the Prime.
Have some pay. Oh yes, Prime. Okay, go for it, Prime.
I want to hear that answer though.
He's muted. Prime.
Yeah, I want to hear Doobie's answer as well, but I do want to hear Prime's. I was interested to hear what that was going.
Sorry, Zachary. Hello, hi. You're asking a question.
Yes. Yeah. What does a one-state solution look for you?
Yeah. Well, I don't think I talked about a one-state solution in this.
You literally said you would prefer a one-state solution.
I don't think I did during this. But
you did during our conversation.
Well, okay, it's fine. And maybe I don't remember.
So I'm going to hold you to it. What does a one-state solution look like?
Okay, so like I said, I won't run away from that because I'm absolutely in favor of it, but I just don't remember bringing it up in this conversation.
Oh, okay. You don't remember, but you did. Now,
hold on, buddy. I'm saying literally, I'm going to talk about it.
Stop it. Just let me talk.
What does it look like? I'm not equivocating.
Let him finish.
I'm literally trying to.
For fuck's sake. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm literally trying to answer your question. Going to do it head on. So calm the fuck down, Zachary.
Right,
and I'm trying to be kind
it.
to you.
Do it.
Hold
Do
on. Yes, I'll absolutely talk about it because I'm absolutely for a one-state solution. 100%. A one-state solution would involve a reconciling, right? Integration of the Palestinian population properly into the Israel into Greater Israel, or whatever we call it. We'll just call it Israel for now, right? We'll be integrating into that society, right? And part of that process will have to be holding bad actors accountable on both sides, right? So in terms of like Hamas, right? War criminals in Hamas, they absolutely have to face consequences. And certainly the war criminals in Israel would face consequences. I would advocate for a process similar to the South African attempt to heal, right? With the Truth and Reconciliation Councils, where people get a chance on both sides to discuss.
Are getting killed?
Sorry, excuse me?
Where white ranchers are getting killed because they're white?
They're not being killed for being white. Oh my God!
Genocide in South Africa is a lie. It's been it's been debunked by the South African government.
Yeah,
okay?
That's 100% not happening.
Stop that nonsense,
right?
sir.
White ranchers have been killed, but
Everything's
not been targeted. There's no evidence of any of that.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Zach?
Even
everything you're saying, everything's been debunked, but I haven't heard anything being debunked.
I'm sorry, you haven't heard anything.
The FBI investigated themselves and found themselves free of wrongdoing. That's how that works.
We got to deal with the claims one at a time. Okay, so yes, even within South Africa, the process isn't perfect, right? So whatever one-state solution absolutely wouldn't be free of violence. 100%, there would be some sort of ethnic strife back and forth, right? But the one-state solution is the only way that we can that you don't have militaries, right, or non-state actors, at the least, fighting each other across the border. That will absolutely happen in any two-state solution.
Yep, that's what we got here in the United States.
Okay.
And Harry coming in with a Big Ten to finalize our goal, which now you have a new one because you have exactly 1 hour to do the same thing, or else we go to bed. Harry says 200 and T have to do it. I don't know what that means.
I have no idea what that means either. But I would like to actually address this whole concept of like the idea of the genocide in South Africa. Could you actually provide proof to this?
Can you provide proof that there's genocide in Israel? Or
I actually have, honestly.
No, you haven't, because I have the stats. I have the stats right here.
There was this river in Egypt called Nile.
Yeah. So whenever this is can I ask you a question,
bro? But anyway, thank you for coming.
How about instead of asking answer my question with another question? Can you please answer my question, please?
So I don't have the statistics on it, but I've heard a number of news articles or in videos. Read articles and seen videos of ranchers saying that they've been killed or have their land taken from them strictly because they were white.
That's actually never been proven, actually, because there's actually white ranches that have actually said that's never actually been a case. As a matter of fact, like the entire United Nations, as a matter of fact, every human rights organization has said this is not true, even though there's been only a dozen people that have been moved from South Africa to be brought to the United States when they actually abandoned their families back in South Africa because there's such a genocide. They're actually willing to leave their families behind. Yeah, that's much of a genocide, isn't it, sir?
Wait, can I ask Zach, because I think this is interesting, right? I think it's a really good we can relate this to Israel really easily. So in South Africa, absolutely yes, there are black people who I'm sure fucking hate white people, right? Because they were subjected to apartheid, and for decades, you had millions of people forcibly pushed off the land by the South African government because they had a law that said black South Africans could only own 7% of the land in South Africa, which is crazy because they were a massive minority. I think if I remember correctly, white South Africans were only 10% of the population at the time, right? So this tiny minority owns the majority of the land. And to make this happen, the government took land from black South Africans and gave it to these people and then put the black South Africans in Bantustans where they were educated to be laborers, right? So many of these people, many times they didn't have running water, they didn't have like toilets, They grew up in terrible conditions, right? And again, pulled off land that they lived on for decades, right? So I understand, like, at the end of apartheid, the system falls apart, and now you have, because this was happening until the 90s, by the way, millions of people up to the 90s being kicked off the fucking land. So yes, when that system falls apart, you're gonna have a lot of people who now want their fucking land back, right? But now that land has been settled by white people, white farmers in many cases, who have been living there with their families for years now, and now they're not gonna want to leave the land because they're like, hey, I built this house, it's my house. So it's a very rough situation to deal with, but I don't think you would say to prevent the situation from happening, we should keep apartheid, right? I think you would still say, hey, it's good to end apartheid, right? Even if afterwards there's a period of instability where these things are being flushed out, and these groups need to figure out who gets the land, who gets the land back, who pays who what. Like, yeah, there's a long period where the tensions and the racial tensions that were created by instituting apartheid need to be undone. It's going to take a while. I'm sure the same thing would happen in Israel, given that Israel is an ethno state imposing terrible conditions on the people around them. Right? So
130 years has passed since the Civil War in the United States, and we still deal with struggles from that very war and the things that happened before it. So yeah, I mean, the struggles are not going to end. Crimes, these things, real crimes, they're not going to stop just because all of a sudden you decided to put your country back together again. It's something that, you know, like the reaching of that goal, it's going to be hard, and it may never actually come to fruition incomplete, but you know, it's definitely worth a try. You know, and yeah, I go back to what I was asking Gibbs. You know, do you believe, and his partner, do you believe that we're ever going to be able to end those wars? And I'm glad that Gibbs answered honestly. And I wanted to try to bring it back to Gibbs, because he did answer it honestly. So Gibbs, do you see it more as like a policing in the future for those regions?
Before you answer, Gibbs, allow me to allow Mo to make his exit. Welcome, Silver Eagle. And Mo, if you'd like to give your final thoughts to the panel and tell everyone to fuck off.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, well, first off, thanks for having me up. Appreciate, Sarah, everything that you do. I always enjoy this. Thanks, Sarah, for everybody that came out. I enjoy the back and forth. I'll just say really quickly, you know, the idea, going back to more of a secular idea, Israel being our greatest ally is just a joke. We've seen this in many, many different occasions. I mean, you can even see just a quick thing. Trump in his first administration, he wanted to create the Iron Dome here. And so, you know, the Iron Dome that we paid for them. So we bought some hardware from them. And then after we started looking at it, oh, hey, we want, you know, this shit doesn't work without software. And then they said, yeah, they would help us out. And then in the end, they just told us to get fucked. So there's countless examples of this not being true. From a Christian standpoint, it's easy, as all the reasons I stated. And from a secular standpoint, it's just so freaking obvious. And if they're able to stand on their own, like Gibbs brought up in the debate, why not just let them stand on their own? But they don't have an answer for this. But anyway, I'm Mo. I'm on YouTube and TikTok. Go ahead and follow me there, and I'll catch you guys next time. See you guys.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Mo. We'll catch you next round. Right.
Is Zachary still here? Oh,
No,
he got booted. He's back.
Okay, well, I just
he can still
quickly.
hear you.
Sure. Well, to quickly address Zachary, and I apologize. I would do this to your face if you were here, but you're not. But yeah. So just a quick Google check for the South African thing, right? So like, Trump made that statement during White House, the White House meeting where he had the South African president or prime minister, I'm not sure, with him, and they did that ambush against him. And people just fact checked them. So these are facts. There's a PBS article. I linked it in the side chat here. I'm not sure if he's backstage, but if he is, you can take a look at that. It says white farmers have been murdered in South Africa, but those numbers account for less than 1% of more than 27,000 annual murders nationwide. Experts said the deaths do not amount to genocide, and Trump misleads about land confiscation. Quote, the idea of a white genocide taking place in South Africa is completely false, said Gareth Anuam, who heads a justice and violence prevention program at the Institute of Security Studies in South Africa. Quote, as an independent institute tracking violence and violent crime in South Africa, if there was any evidence of either a genocide or targeted violence taking place against any group based on their ethnicity, we would be amongst the first to raise the alarm, provide evidence to the world. And another section, right? It says, in response to our email seeking evidence for Trump statements, the White House provided no data. Spokesman said Afrikaners told U.S. officials about violent attacks, death threats, and vandalism and racial slurs against farmers. And then another last part, and another section under the heading, no evidence that South Africa has sponsored or organized killings to destroy a group. It says, we asked the State Department for evidence of a genocide of white farmers in South Africa, and a spokesperson said the department had nothing to announce regarding a genocide determination. So yes, the Trump made that statement, right? And the only evidence provided is that yes, some Afrikaners told us this, right? But like they're just like random like right wingers within South Africa who are pushing this. There is no data whatsoever of this actually happening. Go ahead.
It's funny, like how you mentioned Prime, like how genocide is like the killing of a specific group of people, and I brought that up during the debate, and like our panelists are like, "Oh no, that's such a stupid question. It's such a vague question." It's very specific because that's exactly what's happening, which was part of the fucking prompt. But anyway, I rest my case in that regard. Honestly, I think that's like a huge W for our regard. So thank you so much, Prime.
And
can I
Chef Dylan. Oh, sorry. So Chef Dylan sends the Big 20. All studies provided by ADL and SPLC.
I do want to respond to Clay now that we have a little moment here. I don't know if policing is the right word. I think sometimes it could be police action. I think the right term would be it's like a situational determination, right? Like, so for example, I think in hindsight, I know we're all going to hit people are not going to like what I'm about to say. Bush seems relatively justified, right? Because he took out Iraq, destabilized the region, right? That was arguably bad for a while. However, Iran got more powerful. This is a bad thing. Everybody was like, oh, look, we're the weakest we've been in the region, et cetera, et cetera. Now, 20 years later, we see that with the destruction of ISIS, basically. We've seen them being forced in the ground. We see the Assad government fall. They were the other Ba'athist party members. We see now Iran is now the weakest they've been in decades. You see their axis of terror, Hezbollah and the Hamas being like kind of dismantled and being kicked out of their countries to some degree. Like right now, Lebanon, they're voting to remove Hezbollah and forcing them to disarm. This is partially because of that. So I would say that in like the Iraq case, I would argue actually, and this is maybe some of the people will win some back, is I actually argue that one is for the oil, but two, the bigger reason was destabilization of the region, right? And like I know that the Prime has argued before, this actually makes it more dangerous for Americans. I would agree in some sense it's more dangerous on a smaller scale. You might have a terror group attack like 10 Americans or kill 20 or kill 100 or something, or 9/11, right? Which was big. However, that's a lot different than a near peer adversary getting control of a weapon of mass destruction, like Iran potentially could have had, or like them becoming stronger and working with the axis of evil that they keep describing Russia. So I think it's all situational whenever we go over there. And I think that unless we actually want to go over there and start like get rid of Urbo and start going back to colonies and conquering shit, then I don't think we're going to see any kind of change. We're going to eventually have to keep going in there.
How close was Iran to attaining a nuclear warhead?
I don't know. Closer than they were yesterday.
They weren't. Yeah. They were nowhere near close to attaining a nuclear warhead, honestly. Because even Tulsi Gabbard said that like they were nowhere near close to attaining a nuclear warhead.
And then she got iced out, right? And then she's been trying to work her way back
into
to the inner circle ever since then. But
no, dirty bomb is not a nuclear weapon. A dirty bomb
is. It is a WMD, though, right?
But
it's WMD, just like many other things are considered that.
Sure. Would you argue like chemical weapons or like?
But the Iraq War was a fucking mistake, and anyone says anything otherwise,
100% agree with Jason here. Yeah, Admiral Gibbs. So what they were doing.
Oh, that answers your question.
Admiral Gibbs. So what they were doing was they were enriching uranium, right? Like they had enriched uranium past the amount needed for like civilian purposes, right? But not to the amount needed to actually build a bomb, right? And that's purposely. So they want to position themselves to say, we could do this, right? We really want to, but we really don't want to. And Iran came to the peace talks, right? Like they actually had negotiators there. Israel, turned them into goo, which is what Israel does. They can't be trusted for negotiations like this. So, what I would say, and I know this is the heart of your disagreement with me, right? Is that American imperialism is actually corrosive, right? So you bring up Iran as an adversary. Well, why is Iran an adversary? Oh, because we knocked over their government, the U.S., knocked over their government, installed a brutal dictator, right? They had a revolution, kicked them out, right? And since then, they haven't been happy with us. Since then, they've been a thorn in our side. It would have been easier if we had just negotiated with them, respected their sovereignty, like we respect, well, only Israel's sovereignty, and we could have had a partner to talk to, one that wouldn't be chanting "Death to America," right? Like, or in Iraq, right? Iraq, we were told there's going to be WMDs in there, right? Israel said that a lot. Bibi Netanyahu specifically said that. That they're pushing us to go there. We destabilized the nation, and then like Dude was saying earlier, that caused an outflow right into Europe. The Arab individuals left there and caused a refugee crisis. That, among other invasions, caused a refugee crisis, right? And so Zachary, before, again, I'm sorry you're not here, so I can say this to your face. Zachary, before, talking about the violence of these urban individuals in Europe, right? Well, okay. No matter what you may think about those crime stats, one or the other, they wouldn't be here or be there, right? If it wasn't for the invasions, for American imperialism and Western military adventurism in the Middle East that caused those refugee outflows in the first place. Done.
That's a really good point. Gibbs, do you think we made good decisions after 9/11? Like in general, foreign policy wise? In that post like haze.
I think it's a mixed bag. I think some policy decisions I agree with, some of them I don't.
Sir, can I make my exit? Okay. Yeah. So I appreciate you guys coming up. You guys need to know that Sarah is absolutely the absolute best moderator on YouTube, social media spaces in the world. And donate, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Yeah, good panel, by the way. Thank you. And thank you, Gibbs, for being honest.
Absolutely. Thank you, Clay.
Good one.
And Kokomo, Doobie has a $30 credit, so you can't boot him, so you got to pick someone else. And hold on just for a second. Let me do an overlay just to confirm. All right. Britt, you are on. Are you with us?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. We're not going to show anything on screen that we shouldn't, correct?
No, ma'am. I don't do that.
All right, that's fair. You sound normal. Okay, well,
That's
normal
the thing that guys do.
for vetting.
Thank you,
Sarah. Yeah, that's
so
the thing
Gibbs.
that
Gibbs,
guys
if you
do,
agree that we
should not
probably
win.
didn't make the best decisions in that kind of really emotional post 9/11 state, why would we let Israel, after having gone through the nightmare of what we caused post 9/11, why would we let them make all these bad decisions after they experienced their own equivalent to that event? Why wouldn't we hold them back and say, hey, don't do the fucked up shit. We know it had nothing but blowback and bad consequences for us. Why don't y'all chill the fuck out and hold back for a little bit?
Well, I don't necessarily think that we made all bad decisions. I said it was a mixed bag, right? Like, I definitely agree with going into Afghanistan. Like, I think that, in fact, I'm a little sad.
Say a UN estimate of 1 million dead Iraqi civilians would
we'll
counter
come back
that,
to
right?
Iraq. Let me get to the Iraq thing. Well, let me finish the Afghanistan first, right? So with Afghanistan, I'm not a huge John McCain fan as a Republican. I know that's kind of somewhat controversial, but I think he was right about one thing with Afghanistan, which is if we'd wanted to actually like conquer them and change things, we would have to stay for 100 years. I don't think the American public had the stomach for that. I think that would have been the only way we could have got a couple generations of people under American influenced rule where they have like a secular thing. They get several generations go through. I think that would have been the only way to maybe actually make changes and actually support that government.
But he wasn't even in Afghanistan.
When we didn't do that, it didn't pan out, obviously. Now, as for Iraq, yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. Saddam was a piece of shit and, an evil bastard. So I'm not going to share any tears over Saddam getting kicked out. And, long live the American petrodollar. I mean, I'm a big fan of that. So, yeah, I mean, I'll bite that bullet. I like the invasion of Iraq personally. I think we should have stuck with it the first time.
Well, I think 1 million dead civilians
it's rough, but sometimes 1 million dead civilians over there is better than 1 million civilians over here.
He does not care about that.
But there's no million.
I'm still going to say it though. I'll point out people's immorality every time I can.
It's not amorality. It's just pragmatism. It's amorality.
It's not pragmatism. It's not pragmatism, honestly, because here's the fact of the matter.
I agree.
Okay, first things first. Okay, I'm going to tell you flat out. Okay, but it comes down to Afghanistan and Iraq. there were people that made decisions. Like they would actually promise village leaders, hey, listen, so I understand you have a well that needs to get built over here. So we're going to get you funding for this region. But when they actually were unable to follow through with that, what do you think that actually does to that region? What do you think, like, for example, if you have a village leader where you promise that you're going to build a well to make sure that there's actual running water in the region and you don't follow through a decision, what do you think it's going to do for that region?
Create enemies.
I
It's going to create.
What do you think happens whenever you build a well and then they tear it up?
Stop. Answer my question with a question. Okay, answer my question, please.
I mean, you can like pose your simplified questions all you want, but I'm talking about reality and pointable.
I am talking about
we
reality.
know
here.
that when we built water systems in this, like Israel built water systems, those got turned into rockets, right? We know that when we did the same thing in
Debs,
some of these regions
you're
in
bad
Afghanistan.
faith right now, sir.
No. When we did these things in Afghanistan, the
Sir,
Taliban
don't
and
talk
the,
to me about
Al-Qaeda
Afghanistan when you weren't ever actually there.
Listen,
Okay.
listen. I'm capable of reading reports. I'm capable of studying.
okay, you're
Just
not
because you were
reading
there
reports.
on the ground doesn't make you some all be all expert. I'm sorry to break it to you. Like
I'm
you
trying to
had a
answer-
very
okay.
small view of a small area of expertise.
Please
And
answer the question, okay? Because the fact of the matter is because, like, if you actually don't follow through with one of these promises you make, you actually ruin the credibility. And guess what happens? Then the enemies that you're supposed to fight are going to come through, and they're going to follow through with their promises, and then it's actually going to degrade the intent you're trying to make for that region. That's my point. You're so keen on making clicks instead of actually understanding what geopolitics actually is, essentially.
And Chef Dylan says, what caused us to go to the Middle East? What intel led us there?
Bad intel.
Bad intel, yeah.
It really depends on when you're talking about, because what initially brought us there was trying to bring OPEC to be actual allies with us from the 70s. That's why we showed up in Saudi Arabia. Why we went to Afghanistan is because that's where we knew bin Laden was. But we forgot to tell the American people after 2 months of us actually warring there, oh, he fucked off to Pakistan, and we just stayed there for 20 plus years. We went into Iraq for a lie. But it wasn't a totally false lie, because Saddam did have weapons of mass destruction. They just still said U.S. Army on the side of them because we
sold them to him.
Yeah, we sold them to them. We still had the receipts. But I do have a question, and only because you've relied on this so much, Alex. What was your MOS?
13 Bravo.
13 Bravo. Nice. So I like it. So you got to see the tactical side of it. I just wanted to know what your perspective was. That way I could understand you a little bit more. I wasn't a grunt. I was a aviation guy in the Army and Air Force. But I was just trying to see where you're coming from, because I was in Afghanistan. I was in Iraq. I've also done Kosovo. I assume you were in Afghanistan, or were you in Iraq? Did you do both? Or
Iraq and Afghanistan.
Awesome. Good times, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for your service, by the way. I disagree. I disagree to a point with what y'all were saying. I don't believe there's a genocide going on. But that's neither here nor there. I agree with the fact that we should not be helping Israel. We shouldn't be helping the Palestinians. We shouldn't be helping anybody, because I'm an America First guy. I just don't see the point in us spending money abroad.
Going on. That's my first.
Can I make a? I'm sorry.
Can I finish what I was saying, please?
Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So where I can agree with stop messing with Israel and stuff. Okay, we could stop funding them. We can still sell weapons to them. You know, that could make Gibbs happy, I guess. You know, yeah, we can still sell weapons to them, but we shouldn't be giving them subsidies. My real question is
subsidies. I like that.
Why should we even mess with the Middle East? Period. Because over at Qatar, they're supporting terrorism. Over at Jordan is about the closest thing that we have to an actual ally in the Middle East. I think you would agree, sir. Maybe not prime. Israel.
Jordan's a good ally. I would agree.
Israel is kind of an ally. I mean, we do exercise with them, but that's really all about we do, because we can't do anything because of the geopolitical backlash that comes when we do actually do operations with Israel. Should we remain in the Middle East at all?
No, we shouldn't. And it's called the Middle West, actually. Just to be clear.
No. I'm America First. I don't give a fuck what the rest of the world thinks.
Listen, I get that you're America First, but I'm saying in general, in the Middle West, we should not be leaving. We should not be able to be there in general. We shouldn't be fucking off in like any country to begin with, right? Every country has a sovereign right to exist.
Yes.
So when we go in and invade or do anything,
so does Israel.
So wait a minute.
But see,
I disagree.
under that, we would have to
fine,
agree
too.
Israel has a right to exist too.
Israel does not have a right to exist. It's an ethno-like state.
Oh my God, Saudi Arabia is an
It
ethno
exists
state, for Christ's
is to
sake.
be an ethno.
Yemen is an ethno state. Oman is
Jason,
an ethno state.
everybody
The
has a right to
UAE is
exist.
everything down there is an ethno state.
Jason,
so why is
Except
Israel so different?
Saudi Arabia and Israel are committing genocides at this time. Honestly,
So
Yeah,
So
Jason.
Syria.
Jason, I'm gonna tackle your argument from the American First standpoint. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
I like that.
First of all, it's nice seeing you again, Jason. I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah,
Hope
good
you're
seeing
doing
you,
well.
buddy.
Yeah. I disagree with DQ, a good friend there. Hello, hi, DQ. Hope you're doing well. I'm against American imperialism, so that's like my personal stance. I'm not for that at all. However, right, and specifically when we're talking about the Middle East, right, like it makes sense to have American bases there, and it makes sense to have a force there. Now, like that would be only, in my opinion, only with the express permission of the host country. I don't mean by like we go into Iraq, right, knock over the government, and then our puppet government gives us express permission to be there. No, I mean like we actually negotiate with those nations, maybe give them some sort of benefits or whatever, right? And we put a base there, which is exactly what we've done for most of the Middle East, right? Like I read off a whole list of bases previously. I'm not sure if you were there for that, but like I read off a whole list of American bases. That's fine, right? And we can understand that, especially if American hegemony is supposed to persist, right? Which I think you'd be in favor of, Jason. Like we would need to secure the global oil supply, right? So much of the global oil supply is there, so it makes sense. And the rest of the world relies on the U.S. to do exactly this, right? So it makes sense to have American presence there, but only again with their express permission and not knocking them over, right? Because they just don't happen to agree with us.
Can I?
Does that satisfy you, Jason?
Yeah. Alex, I'd like your
Can I
perspective
jump in
on
this real quick? I don't mean no harm, but y'all gonna go on forever. But Mr. Alex, what you were saying about the little girl, I do have the tape recording of the situation when it was happening. If Sarah doesn't mind playing it, because you don't see it. It's like an anime. It's like cartoon, but you can hear the little girl talking to the dispatcher.
Yep.
As the tank comes in to unalive her. This had nothing to do with Hamas. This has never been Hamas. And I have the word from even kids that are being taught in Israeli schools that this has nothing to do with Hamas, but has everything to do with Arabs and their hatred for just Arabs. And if you don't mind, if I can show you those, give you those videos and you can show them to prove that this has nothing to do with, it's a war from October 7th. And this has nothing to do with any of that. And it comes out of their own mouths of what they have said and what they have presented. So if I can give you those videos, they're not violent or anything, but they're just showing you what the mind is over there.
Yeah, she's
Well, the one thing I think we all agree is that this has been going on a long time before October 7th, right? It was just another catalyst point.
She's referring to the Hid Rajab audio, right? There is no video, but audio of her call to emergency services. And she's, well, it's an awful thing, but yeah, there's no blood in those.
Yeah.
Like I was saying earlier, we're not going to get anywhere comparing singular awful events because we're just going to be throwing them back tit for tat. You have to look at the overall proportionality of the violence. It's extremely one-sided. And
little child, though.
Well, no, the other side is going to bring up an atrocity that the other side did. It's constantly just going to be playing this tennis game of one singular violent event versus one singular violent event.
Well, let's try it.
Well, people can make those arguments like tit for tat, essentially, but the fact of the matter is like anytime the American military has actually committed a war crime, we've tried our best to actually convict those who've committed such war crimes.
Right.
But in Israel, for some reason, has not convicted anybody of said war crimes because Hind Rajab was not a threat to anybody. Her family was not a threat to anybody. And like, listen, I've been in a situation like this in 2003. There was actually a time where we were actually manning a checkpoint, and we were told to prepare just in the fact that there was a drive-by. The car was driving up, and we all got our weapons ready. The car came to a screeching halt. If there was a fucking backfire, that car would have been shredded cheese. But the fact of the matter is, we all maintained our cool. We did not open fire on this car. The fact of the matter is that the over 300 bullets riddled Hind Rajab's car. The family's car.
I'm sorry. Not even just the car. The rescuers that was coming to get her, they also riddled them with bullets.
Exactly.
What this got to do with Hamas at this point?
Nothing. And thing is, like, there was rescue crews that tried to come out to save them, and even they were blown the fuck up. And this is wrong. And like, listen, if you want to say like, oh well, Hamas does this, Hamas does this. Listen, I don't give a shit about Hamas. I'm not a friend of Hamas. I denounce Hamas. But Hind Rajab was not a member of Hamas. She was 5 years old, the same age as my nephew, for fuck's sake. And you're telling me, oh, well, she deserved to die? What the fuck is wrong with you? Seriously.
And the emergency.
I agree with you completely, but my point isn't that it's not bad, and I agree with all of that. My point is that you're going to win the argument easier if you make a larger proportionality argument. Because if you're trying to make an emotional plea to someone who's not going to feel emotion to the thing you're arguing, there's no point, right? Like just exactly what Prime was saying earlier, and I agree with that to a level. So the proportionality argument is an argument no one can fucking deny. Not even Gibbs, I don't think, can deny the disproportionality of the violence that is happening.
And let me allow Jason wanted to make his exit, so we're going to give him the floor with his final thoughts.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Look, when it comes to this whole situation, the way I look at it is very simple. I'm an America First guy. That means I want to take care of Americans. Currently, as like Prime mentioned, we have a lot of bases over in the Middle East. We don't need to be there. And the reason why is because we are a mercenary force for certain countries, such as Qatar, who doesn't have a standing army of their own, Kuwait, who doesn't have a standing army of their own that can defend themselves against anything. We have actually empowered Iran and built them up into a regional power because of our invasion of Iraq, which was fucking stupid. When it comes to Israel, they are supposedly an ally, but I don't think we need to be sending them money. We could still be friends with all these countries, but my American servicemen and women who signed up, none of them signed up to be a mercenary for Qatar. I'll tell you that 100
Or
damn percent.
Israel.
U.S. soldiers has not once fought for Israel, so nice try. Move on. Nice try. Move on. It's never happened. We do it for Jordan too, by the way. But
9/11 wasn't a thing.
But the whole thing is we've actually worked very hard to not do stuff for Israel. We've bent over backwards to not do it. The only thing that we've done is we've put up defensive missiles up in Israel during the Iraq invasion, and we had some Patriot batteries working there. Beyond that, no. America hasn't really done much except do exercises with some IDF. I've done it before with the 160th. It was a lot of fun, but beyond that, we signed up to defend America, the Constitution, not Middle Eastern countries. Thank the panelists. Gibbs, you're crazy as always. Prime, my man. Alex, nice to meet you, sir. Thank you for your service. But yeah, thank you, Sarah. And chat. 0 out of 10. 0 what the hell's with that? Put some money up.
We just started. I just started a new goal because they just completed that one.
Oh, nice.
But
Well, then
yes,
hit
you
the
can
next
still
one.
call them out. You can still. They've
Hit
been
the
moving a
next
little
one.
slow tonight, but they pick up the pace. They're
Look. Be
they
less
figured it
like
out.
Israel and fork out some money. I'm just saying. Okay, and that's coming from an actual Jew. Okay, I am a Jew religiously, so I'm not one of those secular fake Jews. But y'all have a great night. God bless.
Thank you, Jason. Have a wonderful evening. Look forward to having you back again.
Thank you.
Are those videos I can send to you or no?
I don't know if I want to play them, only because, like, I very, very rarely pull stuff up.
Just know
If-
they're
if
very
you-
horrible. They are
Well,
horrible.
well, it doesn't show the horribleness, but you will hear out of their mouth the things that they say, out of their mouths, that this was all planned and that they were planning to do all of this. They knew that this Hamas attack was going to happen. It was all planned. That's why the military was not where they were supposed to be, and that's still a question that we all need to ask. Why wasn't they in their place in October 7th? But we still ain't got that answer. The Hannibal directive that was released that day, all that stuff is in the words of the rabbis that are talking. And so that's the kind of stuff that I wanted to give to you to show you that this
why
was...
don't you send it to me and I'll take a peek first. Only because I'm very limited on what I pull up.
Most
Understand.
well, the thing is, like, I've listened to the audio and like you don't actually see anything, you just hear stuff. And like,
Yeah.
for example, like the dispatcher is actually reciting verses from the
have an
Quran
email?
to kind of like ease her mind essentially. But then like Hind Rajab is talking about like how the soldiers are coming, and then you hear the automatic gunfire, and then she screams, and then that's about it. It's
Great, you can
horrible.
put it in the side chat. You can just put the link in the side chat.
It's really it's still horrific all the same.
But like out to Effigy's point. So Effigy says like he wants us to make a larger point about disproportionality. But I want to know exactly who we argue against here. So I don't Gibbs. I don't think you actually make a case against the disproportionality. Like what Effigy said. Like I don't think you'd even argue that what Israel is doing is disproportionate, right? To what happened on October 7th. Is that how you feel?
And before you answer, Chef Dylan asked, what are the obligations of an ally? I'm going to hold this question for a moment, and after you guys finish that, we'll come back to it. Go ahead.
Are you muted, buddy? Yeah, on stream.
My bad. Yeah, sorry. I think with the disproportionality thing, like this is the problem when we look at this. I'm not going to try to argue that the proportional ratios. Excuse me, I got something to throw. Is going on there? Like, is a fair one-sided thing? I'm definitely not going to die on that hill. What I am saying though is that I don't see the genocide. I see them going in there and trying to like clear out an organization that is entrenched in the population and is using the population to hide behind. And when that is going on, when you can't go in there like we did with Iraq, where we have the surge, you can actually go door to door with like a massive number of people. I think that with them being surrounded on all sides, having to have part of their military occupied elsewhere, like some of this, like right here, they're limited on options. And I think that you are going to get a substantial, like high casualty rate of civilians whenever you're actually trying to end this problem, which is this evil organization, Hamas, once and for all. And the only way to do it is like dig it out. That's why I use the cancer analogy. If you just go in there and you don't dig out Hamas completely, or don't get rid of like all these organizers, or don't kick them out of the country, like they're talking about with this peace deal, then I think that it's just going to keep coming back, and you're going to keep getting this version, and they're going to keep like making these attacks. And so, yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem if this is in the long term, which I think it will save lives, because we're not going to have this continued like war going on where it's a constant state of like low level or mid level war, as opposed to if they go in there and just have one real bad one, they go clear everybody out. It's going to be better for everybody long term.
But Gibbs, doesn't that assume that that Hamas is like doesn't have justifications, doesn't have reasons, right? That people join them. And so people within this population are joining Hamas for a reason. So if you were to actually kill everybody, like let's say you push a button and everybody
people
who
join
currently
cartels for reasons too.
Well, hold on.
I mean,
people who currently like are part of Hamas just like drop dead, right? Like instantly. I think you'd have another organization like, being built the next day, because the underlying issues causing the conflict are not being taken care of. In fact, they're being inflamed by what Israel's been doing for decades. So if you want
disproportionality, the disproportionality of the violence fuels more of their enemies being created.
What's that?
Like it's what you.
It won't allow me to post it on here.
You have
Is
to put
there-
it in the private chat. See that little private chat?
I would
button
actually know
on the
like to
side?
listen to Gibbs though.
Well,
like, Gibbs,
see me finish his point.
Can I just finish my sentence just really quick? So Gibbs, so I get what you're saying, Gibbs, but I think what you're like promoting is like it's kind of like going on like working out every day, right? Just going hard at the gym every day because you want to lose weight, and when you get home, you just down a fucking tub of ice cream. Like like, you're working out, I guess, right? You're doing something good, but as soon as you get home, you're doing all this terrible shit that's totally going to undo everything you just did. So there's really no point, right? Like, I think that if you want to stop this issue of there being violence there and people joining violent organizations that attack Israel, you need to deal with the underlying reasons, right? And Israel's doing the opposite of that. They're inflaming the reasons people join these organizations.
I don't know that I agree with that. Like, I can see why you think that, right? I think that the reason why I don't think that is right. Why was it like one of the reasons Hamas was put into power, right, is because people within Gaza were so sick of how corrupt the PLA or the PLO was, right? Depending on like how you want to put it, right? They literally had tunnels going into Egypt.
No, they were put in power because we forced them to have an election when we knew what was going to happen in that election.
They had a couple elections, right, several times before. They haven't had one since Hamas took power. But part of the reason is they go, hey, these guys are corrupt. We're going to put the fundamentalists in because we know they won't be corrupt. And then they ended up being corrupt in a different way, which is what, kind of the problem. I think that, the Gazans, they do want to change. I think if you go in there and you eliminate this, like, terrorist organization, which is what they are, that actually has in their charter to kill all the Jews, right? I think that, if we clean them out and then we give them a viable alternative where we actually see these Arab countries doing the Trump plan like they're proposing, where they actually invest and build in Gaza and they get build for the people there, I think that we will see a drastic cultural change and shift away from this continual war. But the only way we get there is if we dig out the cancer.
Gibbs,
how can we blame them?
I really no. Stop.
Gibbs.
I really got to react this. No.
Hello. Wait. It'll be 2 seconds. Gibbs. Your Texas,
fast,
right?
Please.
Chinese, the Chinese come and invade Texas, and they wipe out the U.S. military, right? They put up a good fight, but they lose, right? Gibbs, do you give up? Is that it, right? Once the military goes, no more, right? Do you take up arms against the Chinese?
Me personally, I mean, hopefully, I would rather live under America than China. However, I think that if they're established and they're there for a while and they have investors and backers, they start providing for people, there will be a large group of people that do start supporting the new group, especially if they go and kill all the people like me that will fight them. Then, I think that eventually they will.
You know that more Texans are going to join, right?
Like, they're going to have to kill a lot of Texans. I understand that.
Kill a fuck ton of Texans, right?
Yeah.
So instead of maybe trying to kill a lot of Texans, maybe don't invade Texas, right?
Well,
that's why you don't mess with Texas. That's neither there.
Don't invade Palestine.
Well, I mean, hold on. This is different, though. They were responding to an attack.
Stop. Okay. Okay, Gibbs.
Before you go any further, Britt, I listened to that, but it doesn't. I mean, it just has the phone call, but I'm not hearing any like bullet sounds or anything at the end of it. I don't know if it's really worthy of playing. Just like brief TLDR for it. It is very sad to listen to. This little girl is saying, to the dispatcher, please come get me. I'm scared. Yeah. And the lady was very nice to her on the phone, like basically saying, I'm kind of trying, like, what can I, she's saying he is currently coordinating so we can come get you. Are there artillery activity around you? She says, yes, come get me. And the dispatcher says, yes, I want to come get you, but it's out of my hands. Then she goes through the like prayers, which I thought was very
That's
sentimental.
when the tank came. Yeah.
And then she says, are they still in the tank? She says, yes. Where are you? Are you seeking safety? Yes, I'm in the car. The tank is by my side. Promise, come get me, please. And the lady says, stay in the car. And she says, I'm going to keep talking to you. I'll leave the line open. I'm not going to cut the line. And the little girl says, okay, please come get me. And then that's when it kind of cuts and just says, this documents the last moments of Hind Rajib's life before an Israeli tank fired 335 bullets at the 6-year-old child. It's very sad. I don't feel the need to play it at this point, but it is very sad.
But that's okay. I just wanted to
the thing
that was a thing.
I would say is that
that's not Hamas. That was a little girl. The
Zionists are basically.
Did they know she was in the car?
Yes.
Yeah. So Alex mentioned earlier that there's like a portion
Hamas
of the video
has been
where
infiltrated, created by
Hold on, Rocky.
So Alex mentioned earlier there's a portion of the recording where you hear somebody like crying, saying that the tank's coming, and then you hear like gunshots and you hear a scream, and then the call drops. So that was actually, if I remember correctly, it's his cousin who was in the car initially with her and the rest of the family. The car was fired on by a tank. The cousin was one that called first, and then she's the one that you can hear being killed on the phone. And then he calls back afterwards, and then has that conversation while she's in the car.
That video might have been short
and they
then
coordinated
because it
with
didn't
emergency
show all
response. Emergency response, like the ambulances. I think Alex was talking about this before. They're coming to address this. They like talk to the idea, so they know their exact route, right? So they don't think they're terrorists or anything. They come there and then they assassinate those ambulance workers when they're trying to find that girl.
I think General Patton said it best, that we fought the wrong enemy, and the Bolshevik, fake Bolsheviks, Jews.
Well,
so the Yahtzees were right. Tried to protect us from these.
I don't think the Yahtzees were right, honestly. So
Shit.
I'm not going to go that regard. So
Yeah, let's stay away from that.
Yeah,
I do want to come back. Did anybody answer to this question? I
Somebody
did because
mute
I was
Rocky.
listening to that while I was here. Chef Dylan asked, "What are the obligations of an ally?"
Alex, you want to take this one?
Obligation. Which ally are we talking about? Israel?
I
think they're
think
talking about any
overall,
ally.
any ally.
It's
okay.
It's kind of a vague question, honestly.
I would say
not stealing your
I mean,
technology.
think about it in
Yeah.
terms of a standard baseline that we would kind of set forth worldwide. If I'm going to be an ally with another nation, Rocky, what's all that noise? What are you doing? You like drying your hair or something?
Hair drying.
That's crazy. I love you, Rocky. So, like, if worldwide, if I wanted to be a nation with another country, and then another country wanted to be an ally with another nation, where do you think the baseline standard would be for the obligations of an ally?
I would say
how
that,
we
like,
perceive it?
Well, honestly, I would say, like, if we were going to be a nation that abides by the rule of law, the law of Geneva Conventions and law of armed conflict, if we're going to basically say, listen, what's happening over there is not fucking cool, but yet we can condone it when our ally does it, then what standing exactly do we have, essentially? And I'm very consistent about this, because the thing is like, I was very against Saudi Arabia doing a genocide against Yemen. It was the same exact thing that was happening in Yemen. Same thing with Israel's doing in Gaza. It's very consistent, honestly, because, like, if we're going to claim to be a country that has morals and laws and standards, why can't we condemn and actually cut ties from countries that conduct the same levels of horrible atrocities? Because, like, and I've actually seen where Tyler, who's no longer here, actually talk about like how the Uyghurs were genocided, or there was like a certain amount, a level of apartheid conducted against the Chinese government, essentially. Like, it's all kind of tied in together, because, like, if we are going to be a country that has the rule of law, but yet we are not going to enforce it basically because our closest ally is conducting it, then what standards actually do we have?
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Right, and I'd like to speak to one thing that it keeps getting brought up, is the fact that they elected Hamas. The last election that happened there was in 2006. The vast majority of the population is under 30 years old. Most of the people who voted for Hamas are dead. So the collective punishment is even worse, because you can't blame these people, because they're not even the ones who put those people in power. They've just been under them, and obviously they're not willing to either share or talk about changing power. Right. Sure. So it seems kind of ridiculous to constantly go, well, they elected them. All those people are fucking dead.
And then Chef Dylan also asks, both sides are clearly committed to war crimes. Where do we go from here as America? And what are the, and he asked that question again. But
there's evidence that Hamas
Sarah, you can look at the other video
controlled
as well. You don't have to do it.
opposition. There's evidence that Hamas is controlled opposition created by the Zionists. They just controlled opposition.
There is something to that. There was evidence that Bibi knew about the plan There's also evidence about funding and how he was allowing funding to go through Qatar to Hamas. There's a whole bunch of shit that Benjamin Netanyahu needs to answer for, and he will not answer for it as long as he keeps that war going.
Actually, about that.
Yeah, it's all about money. They just both sides want money.
It's
And
all
the
about
war
him
machine
out of jail.
makes money.
But I'm actually going to get ready to go here shortly, but I actually want to bring something up. So, Gibbs, I feel like we need to discuss this certain topic. Are you ready for this? Yes, no, maybe. Fuck you. Okay.
I mean, yeah, I'm waiting. I'm sitting there.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're actually listening and stuff because you're kind of dancing in the background. Okay, so take yourself as a Palestinian child, essentially. You had nothing to do with October the 7th, but yet you're sitting in a house and your entire house gets rocketed to shit. Your entire family is gone, and yet Israel's going to come and tell you that they are the good guys. How would you actually feel about that? Do you think that Israel's the good guys about this, or do you think, like, what would you actually do in that regard?
You know, I will tell you, I can't speak for the view of Palestine. I can't imagine that horrible situation, right? Personally, because that's a pretty extreme, horrible situation. However, I can speak as a based American, and I can tell you right now that sucks to suck. I don't know what else to say. They're both going to hate each other. They're going to keep killing each other until the end of the time. And, one of them's our ally and the other one's not. It's like really that hard, that kind of math. Like, Tyler might have made the moralistic argument. I'm just sitting here. I'm going to make the hard pragmatic ones. And, that you might not like that, but I'm not going to sit here and be tugged on my heartstrings and sit here and argue for American policy just because, little Sally in Hamas land had a bad day. Like, it sucks. It sucks real bad for them. It also sucks for the people, the victims of October 7th. It sucks for all the people in all the wars everywhere, ever. Like, shit's tough. But I'm sitting here. I have our allies back. I think it's much more beneficial to have their back
Allies?
long term. Which, yes, we've already gone into the whole debate earlier for 2 hours before we even got the open panel of why all the different litany of reasons are that they're our ally, and it's good to keep having them on our
They're more like our rulers. They're more like not our allies, more like our
Here we go.
rulers.
We got another dance coming in. Yeah, I'm just saying. Whenever I hear things like this, it's just I can't take
Control
it seriously.
the dollar. They control the dollar.
Yeah, they control the dollar.
Red shield.
Yeah,
red cross.
I
hate that I have to argue on the side of the Jews and
the
crazy
final
people.
point of this is like, I guess like when you're sitting here doing this, Alex, when you're trying to make the pull the heartstrings argument, it just doesn't sell because I'm not going to vote on policy just because of an emotional response. I'm going to vote what's best for America. And in my opinion, what's best for America is the community supporting are one of our strongest allies in the region for a plethora of reasons.
What's best for America
So
is
I
to stay
pulled
away
up-
from them.
I pulled up Britt's other video. I cannot play it only because of what they're saying, but I will go frame by frame and read aloud at filtering, obviously,
Go for
with
it.
very specific directions.
Once you know that, sir, I
so
do gotta go. I'll give my closing statement. So.
Oh, sure. Why don't you go ahead?
Oh, okay. Well, first things first, Gibbs. When it comes down to that, like, you can't sit there and say it's like, oh, tug on heartstrings when you actually tried to tug on the heartstrings of other people when it comes down to Israeli citizens being killed. The fact of the matter is, I'm actually more consistent regarding this. But let's just be perfectly honest about this. I bring this up because Israel has killed far more citizens than Hamas has killed. It's blatantly obvious. But the fact of the matter is, like, you're actually going to sit here and it's like, well, I don't give a shit about these people. You're actually willing to say, well, I care more about money. I care more about than human lives, essentially, which basically means you don't actually really give a shit. This whole idea that, like, people like, oh, well, I care about lives, but, it seems like, and you've actually made this abundantly clear, it's not about, like, Muslim lives because they are not human to you, essentially, because you've made this abundantly clear. You talk about Dearborn, Michigan. You talk about, like, Minneapolis. Because they're Muslims, essentially, they are not people to you, essentially, which I think is completely deplorable. I say this as a person that doesn't follow religion. I just look at this as human lives, essentially. I don't follow religion because I think religion is actually evil across the board. But anyway, Sarah, thank you so much for hosting this panel. I do appreciate you. And you know what? If Gibbs, if you want to have a discussion later on down the line, you know where to find me. You can find me on Discord. You can find me on Twitch, or you can find me on X. Thank you so much, everybody. Prime, thank you so
Good
much.
job,
Prime,
Alex.
Nice
Thank
working with you, Alex.
Yeah, y'all take care. Y'all have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care.
You too.
Thank you,
Later,
Alex.
Alex.
All right. So let me go ahead and I'm going to do friend. by
I'm sorry.
friend.
I need to head off too, but it was great
Sure.
to talk to you all. Have a good night.
Nice talking to you, DB.
Wonderful. Dewey, looking forward to having you back for some more stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Good night.
Have a wonderful night.
Hey, Top Dollar Grip. Sorry, you were trying to make a point, and then you were tossed off previously. If you want to make a point, something about a cultural something.
read something.
Remember?
Let me go ahead and
I'll
get
actually
through
save
this.
that for a second.
Yeah, let me go ahead and read this. This is a classroom in Israel. And it's basically a teacher coming in and speaking to the classroom, and she's asking questions. And she says, "What comes to your mind when I say the word Jerusalem?" The kids get through their various answers: the Holy Land, Holy House, the Temple. Who thinks that the temple will be built in a few years? All the kids are raising their hands. What is the place at the temple? And they say Al-Aqsa Mosque. I'm not sure what that is.
Mosque.
And she says, what will happen to the mosque? And they say it will collapse, explode, or disappear. Who among you have met an Arabic kid in the last year? And they all are raising their hands. And she says, where did you meet the Arabic kid? And they say, near the temple. She said, did you talk to him? And they said, no, he pushed me away and left. Then she says, what will happen when you meet an Arabic kid? What do you feel? And they respond with angry. I feel I want to unalive them. And then they say, and what happens when you meet an unreligious Jewish kid? And they say, we feel sorry for him because he is secular. And she
So
says,
this is a religious school.
yeah, and she says, why do you feel sorry for him? Is it because he was not born religious? What did he lose? And they say he is not moving.
I am
in the
so
right.
lost here.
I'm reading.
What do you?
Oh my fucking God, Pepper! You fucking do this dumb shit every goddamn time. Literally just
Are you trying to
said,
hypnotize
I'm
us
gonna
or
read
something?
this.
Like that's
I'm
what the
reading.
fuck is
I
this?
just prefaced this with I can't play the video for obvious fucking reasons, so I'm gonna read it with a fucking filter with how I'm reading this. Shut your fucking mouth, Pepper. This is why people boot you all the time. Anyway.
No, it's not.
You know what? Here, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. You can sit backstage
All
and
that
wait
coming.
for somebody else. You can sit and wait back there. Hi, EOD, my favorite redhead.
Hi, Pepper.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to reading this. If I could do this uninterrupted, and we can get through the fucking thing. All right. Britt obviously felt like this was impertinent towards the conversation. I have no issue with doing this, but I obviously can't fucking play it because it has stuff that is being said that we can't fucking play. All right. If anybody else wants to interrupt me, you now know what the consequences are. She had asked about why you feel bad for the kid that's not born religious. What did he lose? They say he is not moving in the right path. Then she says, how do you see Jerusalem in the next 10 years? And the kids say everybody will be a religious Jew. And there will be Arabs, but they will be, I'll say enslaved. Because the Messiah will be here. I got it. What do you say? And the kids say there will be a massive war and all of the Arabs will be unalived. And part of them will become, I will say the word, enslaved. And she said, good, you got all the information. Thank you, kids. Keep up your education here. All right. That's
so can I ask you a question about that? Was this a video and then like a video of like this actual conversation, then you're just reading the transcript of that video?
Yes, the link is backstage. Britt pinned the link backstage. I'm simply scrolling through it and reading because it has the translations and captions for us.
So
I cannot.
I'm just asking, like, was this like a video like showing an actual classroom? This is a teacher and they're having conversation.
My
and you
question
actually see them?
isn't about whether or not that it's a video. It's about how common is this in Israeli society. This seems
exactly.
A lot.
So about
Extreme.
almost 50% of the Israeli schools are what we would call basically secular traditional, but then a sizable about like 20%, well, about 14 or 15% are what we would call Orthodox, but there are about that many as well that we would consider very, very Orthodox. So there is a lot of prevalence of outright religious schools in Israel.
You're saying 65% of the schools don't do this kind of stuff, and then maybe 15% do.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, because a lot of
They're the scum of the earth.
very, very secular.
This is Rocky.
But they don't really they're Jewish, yes, but they also like don't really practice Judaism. So it's very much like here, you know. But like people don't also
20% of Israel are basically secular. They're Jewish, but they're unbelievers.
45% secular.
Most of them are just dumb.
Not from the few research that I've been reading.
Were you talking about the secular individuals, or were you talking about the other Jews who like claim to be religious but aren't really following Judaism? Is that what you're saying?
It's the hierarchy.
You can be Jewish and still be a non-believer.
Yeah,
right?
I know
because
that.
it's an ethnic state.
That's not what I'm asking. DQ. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Like, were you talking about simply secular individuals, or were you referring to people who call themselves religious but were following some sort of perverted form of Judaism? Just wanted to clear that up.
I'm just talking about they are secular, they are Jewish, right? But like they don't really believe or practice Judaism.
Okay.
All right. Chef Dylan sends the big 50 to say, honestly, it seems as far too many people pick a favorite side. I have nothing but contempt for the actions committed by both sides. I've yet to hear a sufficient explanation to support either one of them. No one even agrees when it started. And I was kind of thinking the same thing in an aspect of like, why, like, just let them do their thing. Like, let them at it. Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose, and then we deal with whatever comes out of that. But I don't know why we're involving ourselves in shit that we like I don't know.
That's
we let him get away with things other nations we wouldn't let get away with. It's kind of disgusting for Christians.
I mean, but if you let them tear each other apart, then whatever's going to be left over is going to be minimal, and then we handle going forward if like whatever happens from there.
What do you mean tear each other apart? One side has a military with 200 plus nuclear weapons. One other side has handheld rockets at its most.
Yeah,
like there is no tear each other apart.
Why are we obligated to take care of everyone else in that?
Because after World War II, every modern country in the world made a promise that we wouldn't sit back and let an entire group of people be genocided again.
No, because we have people in our government who has dual citizenship to that country and this country, and so they're not America first. And that's
dual citizenship.
And you get into the AIPAC situation where Israeli foreign influencers are actually lobbying our Congress in order to get policy prescribed.
But that's not what she's arguing about.
I don't understand.
She's not arguing.
It's Albert Pike.
I just don't know why. I just don't know
another country.
I just don't know.
You're saying what was the reasoning why we should continue as a nation and do this? Not like the mechanics of the politics, right? Like with AIPAC or anything,
right? Like
what is
it was you know what I mean?
It was
like,
planned over 100 years ago.
Not only that, but why is America obligated to take care of everyone else at this point? Like, are there other countries? You said the United Nations, right? We all agreed we would help and make sure this doesn't happen. Okay, why is the bill fall on us?
I can answer that question directly. So
Albert
I can answer that question directly.
War.
First of all, like what I think Evitu was trying to say, like together as a global community, we said, hey, no more genocide, but apparently we didn't actually really mean that. But more specifically, right, you're saying, hey, there are other nations that can do this. Actually, at this point, no, right? Part of being the global hegemon, right, being the top dog means that the U.S. has a unique ability to project force all around the world, including the Middle East, right? That brings up all the bases I was talking with Gibbs about previously, right? Like, if any country can do it, right, or can keep other countries from not interfering, right, that would be the United States. And furthermore, like I think was it FG, maybe someone else said it, right? Like we're talking about. It's not like we can simply wash our hands of this and saying, well, whoever wins is whoever wins, because we've stacked the deck, right? It's not like we're some sort of neutral party here. And I guess we can just step away and our hands will be clean. We stacked the deck by giving $300 billion to Israel over however many years, 80 years.
Well, no, it's not even a fight. To say that it's a fight is ridiculous.
Hold on. Why are we not charging all of these other countries that agree with the United Nations a fucking fighter's fee? Right? Like, you can't handle doing this, then why okay, pitch your dues, bitch. Right? Like, if you can't handle the capacity, then at least give us some funding, and then we'll go in on your behalf.
We know that they can do that.
The only president who's ever actually done that is Trump. I mean, the only president who's ever actually held NATO to the fire.
Generational warfare.
You all need to pick your side of the fucking bargain.
You're asking something differently there. You're talking about now. You're talking about NATO, right? And saying, "Hey, people in NATO need to pay up," right? Well, I agree. I agree with you there, and I agree with Trump saying that people have to pay up. But
You
that's
agree
different,
with
right?
Trump.
You're
Let
talking
me
about,
hear
hey,
that
why
once
don't
more,
other
Brian,
countries?
because you're missing the point.
Are
you kidding?
Let me just
Why?
finish this real quickly. You're
It's my
asking
turn to talk.
why other nations can't do it. Well, we've made resolutions in Security Council resolutions saying, hey, like, Israel should stop, right? Something should be done about this, and a whole list of things that should be done about Israel. And the United States has been the one who's protected them on the Security Council. So I'm just making the point here to you, Sarah, that the United States isn't some neutral actor, right? And walking away doesn't simply mean, well, like, we have two even sides and one of them will win, and it'll be clean, right? That means that,
why do we
so
like,
do you,
if one's
do you
gonna
not
win
care
and
about
one's
the genocide? If
listen,
they genocide them, do you not care?
Listen, here's stop. Fuck them. I am tired of us playing big brother to everyone else, worrying about every other fucking thing, and like, oh my God, they might do all of these bad things. All right, well then, let them do bad thing, and then when we need to come in and spank daddy or whatever and do whatever we gotta do, then fucking go do it. But like, it's
to build a bridge
millions of people.
I think that
United Nations, international world order.
Who is the genocide coming down on? Is
just
it Israel or Palestine?
The Palestinians.
Okay, and then why are we giving aid?
It came down on Israel on October 7th.
To Israel because
are we
who
denying that
created
October
the
7th
United
happened?
Nations.
That the Palestinians executed a militarized precision attack against Israel? Are we denying that?
Well, I do want to piggyback off of something here, because I actually
in Israel since
Go ahead,
1994.
Gibbs. Go ahead, Gibbs.
In
So
fact,
I'm-
between like 2001 and 2002, like 30 killed, 160 wounded,
So-
just in like bombings. But then
So-
also you've got like in 2007, 2,700 rockets was launched into Israel by Hamas.
I'm pretty
Now,
sure.
let me
Gibbs
ask you a
was called
question.
it.
During the Cuban Missile Crisis, how do you think the United States would have responded if Cuba would have done that? 2,700 missiles.
Well, I don't know about that.
Wiped Cuba out.
I want to kind of get in here. Right?
They were just bottle rockets, man. Come on.
I want to get in
Go
here
ahead,
because
Gibbs. Go ahead, Gibbs.
So
Go ahead, Gibbs.
Thank you. I am actually kind of in between yours and Prime's position, but I do want to say something here. I think Prime actually, in his analysis and his meta overall data, is absolutely correct, right? We've already picked a side, right? We picked a side. We have stacked the deck. Like, I think Prime and I are in 100% agreement on that. Like, there's no question Israel is our buddy in the region. Now, you can argue whether that's good thing, bad thing, who wants to. I don't give a shit, right? But the deck has been stacked. That's how it lays. Israel's our friend. I am sympathetic to what you're saying, like, oh, all these countries, they've been free ride off us too long, fuck them, right? And we actually have an example of what you're talking about happening right now. Rwanda has picked up all the UN contracts, except for I think one. I think they're about to inherit it from them, over from France, as France pulled out and policing Africa, and they've been extremely successful in this. Now, there's a whole different set of problems there, but we see exactly what you're talking about, where they outsource and they pay someone what they think is worth their time, and I don't think the Americans gotten that. Now, however, Prime is absolutely correct though with about how American hegemony, oh God, I can't even say it today, works, because it's basically we have all these bases, we have this power, and we do force protection, we do neo-imperialism. We don't do old school imperialism anymore. I've advocated many times for going back to that. Now that's a whole different debate. But when we're sitting here talking about this, I think it's important to remember we have stacked the deck. Now, I don't mind the idea, and I've said this on Primes, I'd be okay with us pulling out and selling everybody all the goodies and letting them fight it out, and then we come in at the end and take it over ourselves just after they're all dead. And like you know, whatever. You know, let them duke it out and have their own little empires, do their shit, and then we can do it. I've advocated for that. I'm okay with that. However, I think that whenever we have stacked the deck and we built intrinsic allyships and all these different things, I think Prime's position actually has some validity. If we are as tied to Israel as possible, then the argument from his side, I think, is at least a fair critique, if you don't like the way it's being run, that we can rein them in because there are attack dogs. I think that is a fair critique. Now, I don't have that critique personally, because I think it's for a different variety of reasons that we don't need to dive back into right now. However, when I'm sitting here going, oh, what are we going to do? Well, if we just pull out, well, we've wasted all the millions, all the time, all these other influences in the region, and it's not like it's just going to fix things overnight. It's going to make things way worse.
But that's the sinking ship, the kind of fallacy thought. Oh, well, I've invested all of this
Sure.
money into a sinking
I think
ship.
it's just one
Hopefully
factor to
it'll
factor
back
in.
it up, let it sink. Right, but at the same time, now we can hold that little carrot and say, hey, look, remember all that shit we gave you?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think we should do more of that.
Yeah.
I think there's a bridge between
I think if we're
It was
gonna use America as everyone else's fucking personal mercenaries, come save me, please, America. Okay, well, let's dangle some fucking carrots and make sure that we're getting something out of it. Now, who's to say we don't already have?
We are getting something out of it.
I'm
World
assuming
War
we are
III.
getting something out of it,
That
but
would be the petrodollar, right?
Yeah.
That would be all the oil
World
that
War
we're getting,
III.
right? That's what I said previously when Jason or Aircraft Sparky was here, right? I said specifically the reason why we wouldn't pull out completely, right, is because we're securing the resources there, and we do that for the world, right? No one else can actually do that. So like it's not as if like we're doing this we have military bases there for the kindness of our own hearts, right? And Gibbs wouldn't approve of that. We're there specifically, right, to secure the resources there for the world economy. So that's what we're getting.
so okay, we secure that with our own shit and fuck everyone else. Like if hold on, if they require us to secure this stuff, right?
Then we
like,
get a tax.
Right, but what I'm saying is, and I don't know everything behind all of this, I'm just spitballing based off of topical information that I'm being provided. So we want to secure the petrodollar. I'm assuming there's oil drilling and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to?
I mean,
so,
yeah, Middle East, yeah,
so
certainly.
I'm assuming we have bases surrounding those.
We have a ton of bases.
Okay, so what do we care about everything
The
else around
military.
it? Like
because everything around it is filled with people, right? And those
Right.
people might want to
Money
attack a
machine.
base.
It's
not filled with
maybe-
people,
Might
it's filled with
have
maybe-
a reaction to our
goats and
policies.
maybe telling
People
those
who
people
mess with the goats in bad ways.
Right. So
War is
basically, maybe we
profitable.
should tell those people, hey, like we're here. We're gonna guard this. If you fuck with our shit, we'll take you out. Otherwise, either be peaceful or fuck off. Right.
But like, but how do you maintain the bases there, right? Like, do you provide? Do you work with those countries, or do you have to like knock over every country and then place a base?
But that's what I'm
You don't
saying.
knock it
That's
in
what
our
I'm
pockets.
saying is you want us to secure the petrodollar, right? But you want us to like be nice about it. Like fucking pick one. You got to pick
Wait,
one.
why do
what I'm
you-
saying is if the
What does that
rest of the world relies on us to secure that, then I think the rest of the world better be working the fuck around what we say and not
That's
the
right.
other way around.
That's right.
Thank
But
you, Gibbs.
so
You make
what-
me
but
feel
what
so
exactly-
validated, Gibbs. I was like, I know
I've
I'm
been
not
saying
crazy.
for a while, but like I think there's a middle ground. Like I think that I 100% agree with you. Listen, you're preaching to the choir. I think that what Prime is trying to build here is how do you accomplish that, right? Like with what he's saying, I think there is some truth to this. Where if we're going to maintain our power as the military superpower, then we are going to have to like either topple the countries, we're going to have to make deals, or we're going to have to pick allies. And the way the deck is currently stacked is we're Israel's buddy. And I think with Prime, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, I think Prime is advocating, since we own Israel, despite what people here might advocate, to use our influence to rein them in, right? As opposed to, hey, let's just abandon the region. Because no, he doesn't want an economic collapse, like at all. You know what I'm saying? You don't want economic collapse. He doesn't want a regional stability collapse. Because we pull out, we're not supporting Israel. Well, that means our other treaties aren't going to be valid. Why would Jordan think we're going to support him? Why does Saudi Arabia think we're going to do stuff with them? You know, there's a reason why Saudi Arabia is normalizing relations with us. Well, not with us, with Israel more because of our economic influence. Because they're both enemies of Iran. There's like so, and so I think that there is a middle ground. Here, and I do, but I'm very sympathetic, and I actually preach this all the time. I think we need to use the stick more than the carrot. Now that's a whole different debate, and I think that's why I agree with you.
But hold on just a second. I want to go back to Gibbs on that. You said we need to be allies with them in order to make sure that this petrodollars is secured. Doesn't fucking work that way. If we have the big power, you have to be an ally with me,
like I'm
not
talking
the
to
other
myself. I love
fucking way around.
Yeah,
right?
but
You are at the
let's
mercy.
be real, Gibbs.
You are, and I will even say it this way. Again, you Prime, you just said we made this whole thing about the world relies on us securing that petrodollar. Then the world can suck my balls.
Sarah,
okay?
Sarah, hold on.
I'm in
You're
love.
saying the Middle East countries, but Sarah, you're saying the Middle East countries simply have to acquiesce, but they're not going to acquiesce, right? They're going to start a war
Why
with
do
American
we have
troops.
to
Hold on.
be fucking
but I'm
nice,
asking, but Sarah,
That's right.
I'm asking you.
let me
You
see,
were in the
like,
military,
I'm gonna
correct?
take a
Yes, Sarah, you were in the
Go ahead,
military,
Prime.
correct?
We're
Right.
not.
So, like,
Yes.
would you want more dead American soldiers, more dead, more coffins coming back from the Middle East? Because the thing you're advocating for is to say, "Oh, just fuck you guys. We're just going to take these resources. We're not going to deal with you. We're not going to make it
We don't
treaties
have.
or
We're not
alliances with you."
taking the resources. We are guarding and
They're-
protecting the
going
resources
to
and
see it
allowing you
differently.
access to the thing that
They're
you
going
want
to see
us
it-
to protect.
I don't
Fine,
You
think
want
they're
us to
going to
protect
see it
it.
differently.
I'll fucking come protect
But
it.
if they start
but
a
you
war,
can suck my dick.
but if they start,
Albert
but you
Albert
see-
Pike
you don't have
Third
it.
World
if they
War
start a
was
Then you
war,
know what?
Tell me you don't
that's
have
dead
it.
American
destroy
soldiers.
the
Then
Muslims
Prime,
and the Jews.
Prime, release it. Say, you know what? Come protect your own shit. You want it done. You better fucking come do
But
it then.
I don't-
So
the
what?
American
How many
economy
fucking
collapses
hold
that way.
on. How many actual volunteers who can actually successfully protect it gonna come and raise
The
their hand and say,
American
"We got it,
economy
Americans.
collapses.
Take a seat back."
The
You're
American
right.
economy collapses, just like Gibbs said. The
Yeah,
American
well,
economy
We
collapses.
need
But
the
apparently,
petrodollar.
apparently though, everyone else
We need
does
it more
too.
than they need us.
Yeah, I mean,
Do we?
I think it's both.
I agree. They do need us more than we need them, but I think it's more than just the petrodollar. I think a lot of what we've been seeing, especially with this administration and what it has shown, I think a lot of it has to do with a lot of bribery. People know things that you know what I'm saying, like our officials are
Why
being
is that?
bribed into what
That's true.
that country has. And if you go against them, they're going to release that information and people will get hurt. And I honestly think it goes further than just a petrodollar. I think it goes like for an example, the Epstein, all that stuff. I think that stuff is very much alive. And I think they're using that to bribe our whole government, and not just our government, but everybody around the world, to be able to do what they want them to do. And that's why everybody's in a stalemate, because they got the power here. They got all the information using their
Epstein was a
FBI, CIA. That's all Mossad. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a
FBI
secret.
and CIA are not Mossad, but I get what you're saying.
That was actually
they're
in
all
the John F.
inside.
Kennedy files. Actually, that it really was.
Epstein was a
That was
Okay,
he
look,
was
man,
an
like
agent. But I
the
think
Suez
that's-
Canal
that's
doesn't
why
happen
it's
without the
bad.
United States military fucking enforcing it. Okay, free trade in Europe doesn't happen without the United States for enforcing it. The United States Navy is exactly the only reason why global trade is even possible in the world.
Free global.
Right. So I just don't
trafficking.
understand why everyone else is not sucking our dicks. Like, I just don't
That's
get
right.
it. I'm
We are.
sorry.
I'm telling you, that's what it is.
That's right.
We already are.
Right, like, here's what I would say. Secure
We
what
are
you
the
need to
great
secure.
Satan.
Secure what you need to secure for the
Rocky.
petrodollar. But anything outside of that, let them fucking fight.
second great
You know what?
Satan.
It's not that part is not our problem. It's not our
Sorry,
problem.
do you understand what the petrodollar is? Right? The petrodollar is the
The
agreement. that
petrodollar
the
doesn't have a
world-
fucking thing to do with Israel versus Gaza. Okay,
Hold on,
Israel
I'm
versus
not. We're
Gaza.
just having a larger conversation.
Hang on,
Petrodollar
really
is
quickly.
enforced
So-
with
Wait,
the
hold on.
war
It really
machine.
has a lot to do with Israel-Palestine, if we're being honest.
Hang on. This is a basic moral quandary, right? If you're standing in front of a crowd, hang on, really quick. Shut up. Really quick.
Enjoyed my time here.
Go ahead,
Thank you
Effigy.
so much, Sarah.
Okay, now I'll let Britt say
have a
goodbye.
good night.
Hold on. Let her
Love
make
you.
her exit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Britt.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful evening.
Cheers, Britt.
So, basic moral quandary. If you are sitting in front of a crowd of people and someone walks up to that crowd with a gun and is about to spray them with bullets, and you have a gun yourself, but you do nothing and sit there, are you responsible for their deaths?
Okay, are
That's
you,
a good, great
talking
moral
about me
debate.
in a crowd, or are you talking about the United States in a global economic power struggle for superpowerdom?
I'm just saying, if you have the power to stop it,
Like you're
You
talking
can
about two
stop it
completely
easily.
different things. You're
And-
comparing apples to oranges.
Let
This
me
is
interrupt
bullshit.
just for a moment, EOD, and I'll hand it back. Speaking of power, chat, you have the power to end this or continue it, but that power only to continue it sits in your dono chats. You are 3 out of 10 on the dono goal, and you only have 12 minutes to finish it if you would like to keep going. And it's just now getting good because now I'm getting pissed off listening to all this. Let's be nice shit. So the power is in your hands, chat. You're 3 out of 10. Finish the 7 more, and we will keep going at the end of that 12 minutes. Otherwise, we will all say goodnight. All right, I'm going to tinkle. Go ahead, EOD.
Let's fucking go, chat. Get some fucking
gonna
super
tinkle.
chats and let's get it. Like, come on. We need 7 more.
Chat.
Let's get there. Okay, so FAG, this is complete fucking horseshit from you. Okay, like I don't even understand what the fuck you're saying. The reality of the situation is that the United States mainly controls free waters in the global hemispheres. Okay, whether it's the Asia Pacific or the Indian Pacific or the Atlantic, all of that shit gets controlled by American Coast Guard, American Navy. Free trade is guaranteed by the United States across the world.
I agree.
Is this something that we should get some return on, or is it something that we should not?
Sure. I think we just don't agree on what return means.
We do get return on
I
it,
don't
though,
think
right?
we should
Like that
care-
is the trading system
end of the
that
day.
America benefits.
Yeah,
Number
it's
one,
our
America,
system. They're
the
using our
biggest,
system.
Economy, right? America, who right now is big dicking their way around with these tariffs, right? We get to impose all that. The reason why that even happens is because of the system we're already talking about. We have plenty of returns from that system. That's why we live in the country with the wealth that we have. It's because of what you're talking about.
I'm not even sure why you even brought up the tariffs. We pay the tariffs for the last time.
Well, I mean, fair enough.
Their import taxes. American people pay the tariffs.
Here we go.
Not the rest of the world.
It's
I heard a lot of
so
this Thursday.
incredibly stupid, of course, but like I'm trying to
my
appeal
goodness.
to
No.
MAGA.
We don't necessarily pay the tariffs. Okay, the
Yeah, absolutely.
companies will absolve some of that. The companies on the other side will absolve some of that. Okay,
They'll pass it on
does
to
not
customers.
all
That's
fall
right.
on the
Well,
American.
there's a
consumer.
third
The
option,
way the
Andy.
left wants to paint it is that every ounce of what gets tariffed falls on the American consumer. That's garbage.
Well, also there's a third
Mhm.
option, EOD, and this is kind of the thing. I brought this up the other day. I think it was actually on when I debated this week. I brought up the HEB and Walmart method of like production. Right, Walmart just bought Vizio. The producing Vizio's here now. Right, you can go right now get a 70-inch smart TV from Vizio right now, produced in the USA for $350 to $450,
Yeah,
depending
they're
on where you're
cheap.
at. Cheap as fuck, right? And why is that? It's the same reason HEB has two
Because they're
brands.
pieces of shit.
They have hold on. They have HEB has two different brands, right? They have the Hill Country Fair and Mi Tienda, right? And they have a couple other like local brands, right? However, everybody knows in Texas that, and this is why HEB is the number one grocer in the United States right now, ranked and growing, is because they go and create their own supply chain. So if you want salmon, their salmon comes from their fisheries out in Alaska. All right. If you want shrimp, you get it from Texas Gulf shrimpers that they own the fleet. The coffee, they own land in, I don't remember which country it is they own the land in. They own the land.
Sam's Club does a similar thing, right?
That's right. This is the Walmart method, Sam's Club, right? So what they do is they buy the supply lines. They eliminate the need for the outside sources, and that insulates the product, say, to some degree, and it lowers prices. HEB is able to produce things at a lower cost and it keeps their costs way down in comparison to most of these other grocers. Walmart's the same way because they develop American supply lines and they're not as dependent on overseas. I use HEB specifically over Walmart more because HEB is much more narrow focused with how they do this, and they're kind of like specifically lower as opposed to Walmart, who actually has a much wider variety of selection. And when I talk about this, but yeah, the Walmart HEB kind of style of like creating the supply lines, eliminating the outside interference is the third option that I think I was alluding to with EOD here. And I don't see why we don't do more of that. And the tariffs are going to incentivize that and help us out.
I didn't want to like.
Biggest reason why not to is item quality. We want our electronics made in Japan. We want our watches made in Switzerland. We don't want everything to be the lowest common denominator made by dumb Americans. Sorry.
Yeah,
but hold on. When you are, pardon me.
I'm so sorry.
Pardon me for just a moment. Let me interrupt here because at the same time, when you are can't afford a fucking expensive watch from Switzerland and you can't afford an expensive TV from Japan, you want something that, hey, I'll get something that works, is sufficient for a lower cost and a reasonable cost. And with the economy being as it is, fuck yeah, I'll buy the cheaper shit. Fuck yeah, unless it's something that's very specific.
Timex.
Something that's very specific or whatever that I'm very particular on. Otherwise, I literally, and I didn't know that about the Vizio Gibbs, but I literally just bought because we needed a new TV because one was broke, whatever. And just, I was happened to be walking by and I was like, oh my God, like it's only that much for a fucking TV this big. I was like, fuck yeah. I will complain that the remotes are very particular and picky. It's getting on my fucking nerves. But we have the TV.
Oh, so it is a piece of shit.
So that's why you go on Amazon.
The remote
thing that's built in China.
Yeah, I mean, this is why the dollar stores survive, guys. You know. Anyways, I want to ask this question from Chef Dylan. He says, "Is Israel going to help us with Dearborn or Minneapolis? Bring up top dollar." Oh yeah, you brought that up, but yeah, I do ask that. Like, are all of these other countries are coming to our aid when we have natural disasters and stuff like that?
No, they absolutely aren't, right? And that's a very good point, right? But all that says is that we should be careful about and limited and thoughtful about how we interact with the rest of the world. Not that we don't interact with the rest of the world. Not that we necessarily pull out again. Like if we do that, if we pull out of the Middle East, right? Like the American economy collapsed. That's like American economy is past tense if we did that, right? That's why we maintain this. So like Sarah, you were talking about, hey, what do we get out of this? We get to be the top dog, right? The reason why we're on top is specifically for this reason, specifically because the rest of the world, they don't challenge us in these moments, right? Unfortunately, I think.
When do we get to cash that check?
We are right now. This is what it looks like.
And hold that thought, chat. You have 6 minutes. None of you have been adding to the dono goal, so 6 minutes, or we all go night-night. It's up to you. Go ahead, Grit Gibbs.
Yeah, I just want to. I know DQ was over here saying something. She got cut off. If you don't mind, what were you saying to Malachi?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Are you sure? I wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to hear what you were saying.
We're handing it over to you.
I kind of y'all thought. Listen. At the end of the day, it's only because of wealth. Wealth. That's simply what it is, right? We are the guardians of the world thanks to hegemony. Great, right? Yeah, no one's ever going to come to our aid because we have the wealth to take care of our country, right? In comparison to say if like the Philippines, right, has a hurricane, right, and they need help, we will send help because they are a lesser country because they do not have the wealth
because
to take
because they're
care of
allied with us.
their
That helps a
country.
lot. Is that they're allied with us.
Right. We're allies.
But if we went in and told the
we are
Philippines to shut the
kind.
fuck up,
We
like
are kind to other countries
What does
because
that
we
mean
are
to
seen as having the money, the wealth to be able to contribute to another country and to help. Yeah, no one's going to come to our help for whatever reason, right? We have a hurricane, right? No one's going to come and send help for like a hurricane or an earthquake or anything. Well, maybe an earthquake, right? But like, no one's going to send that help because we are already expected to have that in place to do it.
Sarah, what do you mean by like?
But hold on, but then let's say we send help to the Philippines. Are they going to shut up and listen when we tell them to do stuff later? Like,
What do you
that's
want
what
them
I'm
to-
saying. That's the power play. Do we have the power play to do that?
But we
especially with
do.
Israel and Palestine? Do we
But
have
we
the power
already,
play
but,
with
but
that?
hold on, we already do though, right?
Well, obviously they're still fucking doing stupid shit over there.
Hold on,
So
what is stupid shit? Hold on, sorry. What are you talking about when you say stupid shit? Can you
the
explain?
fact that there's a giant war going on, right? That nobody else seems to want, or whatever the case may be, and
The Israel-Gaza conflict.
Yeah.
I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. That's all.
You're being obtuse, Prime Case.
I'm not being obtuse. I'm asking you basic questions. I'm not
do you have
trying
a
to be-
better way to explain it?
Okay. Look. Here's the thing. Okay, we give millions of dollars to Israel every fucking year. Every year, we give them millions in aid. We give them billions in military equipment in order to facilitate, presumably, the West's will in the Middle East. Right? Like, that's really what it's about. And whether or not that works out or to one degree or another is ultimately dependent upon Israel's government. Israel remains sovereign. Israel can do as Israel wishes in order to facilitate whatever response they feel is necessary to achieve the goal. But ultimately, the goal is to have some semblance of participation in a global economy with the Middle East. That's what we're shooting for. Yes.
And speaking of goals, again, you have
Agreed.
2 minutes, chat. 2 minutes to finish up that goal. You've got 6 more to go. Oh shit. Never mind.
Nice, Kaiser.
Zombie sends the Big Ten and says we should be America first. And I do question that. I don't feel like we're always putting us first, with the exception of having the power play later. But I still feel like, we used to say there's starving children in Africa, get over it. But at the same time, like, there's starving children here. We have enough issues here. We should stop being worried about funding everybody else's problems. And shout out to Kaiser with the big hundo. I love when there's red on my screen. It's so lovely. It says, keep it going. Here's my pennies. I will gladly accept all of those pennies. Thank you, Kaiser. Tomatoes in the chat for Kaiser. Go ahead, Prime.
Cheers.
Thanks, Kaiser.
So,
GG.
so I can't stay for a whole.
I said I
but-
understand if we have the power play advantage later.
Yeah.
But like what are we harnessing on the front end with all of, we're giving millions and billions to all these other countries and helping everybody else when we ourselves are sitting here with our
Sure. To be
problems.
clear, the person you're talking to is a person who is skeptical of American imperialism, right? I actually want a much smaller footprint, right? And I would say that, hey, right, that 300 billion we gave to Israel, yes, that should be used here in America, right? Like you're saying, we have people within America who are skipping meals, who are hungry, right? We have dilapidated schools, right? That money that we gave to Israel should absolutely be working for Americans. I was only trying to explain like the global order as it is, right? You were questioning why do we do the things we do, right? I'm not saying that, hey, should be the way that we do things. But I do acknowledge, specifically when we're talking about like maintaining the petrodollar, because like, you know how we have all that debt, right? That mass amount of debt, but we don't, like the country is still around, right? Like we have trillions of dollars worth of debt, but the country hasn't collapsed yet. Well, that's because of the petrodollar, right? Like that petrodollar allows us to do these things. The world trades oil with the dollar, right? And that is because we We secure the nation's waters, right? For free trade. That's because we have those bases there. Now, I would say transition away from that, okay? And then maybe you and I can meet, right? Maybe you, Sarah, and I, right? Maybe you and I could form to build a bridge here, right? And so that our money should go to our individuals, our citizens, and to deal with our problems. But until we do that, right, we have to understand the world the way it is. So that's all I was trying to do. But I can't stay for. I was saying I can't stay for like another hour, so I'm gonna.
No, that you leave whenever you want. The panel will continue without you. Did you want to make your exit?
Yeah, I'll do that. Shout out to my good friend Gibbs. We disagree constantly, but Gibbs keeps coming back. Him and I we've been doing it for over a year, I think, right? But no matter how much we disagree with each other, we go back and forth. And he's a great sport. So shout out to him. Tyler isn't. He's a coward. He ran away. He's a fucking coward, and I won't stop saying it. But shout out to Sarah for being so kind as to invite me. This was a lot of fun, and I'd love to do it again in the future. If we have days that don't conflict. And shout out to all the rest. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, it was a great conversation. Find me at twitch.tv/PrimeKai, PrimeCayes, Twitch or YouTube, Prime Kai. We have these kind of discussions. We'll have Gibbs on Monday, and we'll have another great discussion as well. So follow, subscribe, or whatever it is on all the socials. I'm also on Twitter. But thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Good night. Later. Peace.
Oh, shut up, Rocky.
So as regards to the money, though, like we can't overestimate our leverage, like with our military with Israel. Israel doesn't need our military. Israel has an estimated 200 nuclear weapons that they have not disclosed and will not sign the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty. So like in a real sense, they don't need us.
They don't need armor. They don't need vests. They don't need munitions.
Nukes are fake.
Nukes are fake. There you go.
So isn't it good for us, or isn't it good for America that they're able to?
And my point is that the money is our leverage, right? That's why we give them money, because that's mostly our leverage with them.
But it's not like all these industries, everyone involved. It's not like they're not getting paid. So like Americans are benefiting from that.
Yes, we have the military industrial complex.
All of the people that are building these items that are sent out are getting paid. It's not like they're working for free. So yeah, people are sending tax money into these industries
to begin with, number one. But like, yeah, we're building our economy by sending out munitions. But at some point, I feel like that should be a moral quandary. Like, we are going to these bullets, these weapons, these nukes, whatever, right? We're building them and we're shipping them abroad to be used against another human being. At what point do we like reckon with that, right? That we are literally the world's munitions. We send more guns to Mexico